dignitaries as well. What's on the agenda? There will be wreath-laying ceremony, then of course a call on by the External Affairs Minister, followed by that very crucial bilateral, and then you'll have the exchange of the Memorandum of Understandings or the MOUs as well. But Shreya continues to be with us. Shreya, just explain to our viewers what we are seeing currently.
What you're seeing, of course, is the ceremonial reception at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Always a pleasure and an honor accorded to a visiting head of state. Exactly what is happening on your screens right now. And as we take, look at these pictures that are coming into us, I also want to take you back to yesterday and to highlight something important that happened. Now, you've already mentioned that Boris Johnson did speak to businessmen in Ahmedabad as well, and one of them was Gautam Adani. And the tweet that the Adani group has put out is interesting. The tweet they say is that, there were talks on collaborating in the defense sector and the aerospace sector. India is looking to modernize its defense forces. Much of our dependency is on Russia. As you know, almost 60% of our weapons arsenal is of Russian origin. In the last 10 years or so, we have tried to diversify where we buy our weapons from. For example, we are buying more from the Americans, we are buying more from the French, we are buying more from the Israelis. And given the potential that India's defense sector has, Britain is very interested in staking a claim as well. But India's been very clear in the past few years. India's been very clear about what its goal is. Yes, it wants to modernize its forces, but it wants to do it with a desi tadka, essentially make in India. So whatever collaborations happen, India is very clear that we want to collaborate on this. We don't just want to buy off fighter jets or guns. We want to collaborate as far as R&D is concerned, as far as research is concerned, as far as conceptualizing it is concerned, and as far as production is concerned. So whatever India buys will be with a collaborative approach where India has a stake as well, where jobs are created in India as well, where money is generated in India as well. So that is something that the Adani Group and Prime Minister Boris Johnson have had extensive discussions about yesterday as well, as we see these pictures. So what you could see is Indian collaboration and collaboration between the UK and India as far as aerospace is concerned, as far as the defense sector is concerned as well. What will we see by the end of this? By the end of the day, we will see memorandums being sealed, memorandums to the tune of £1 billion in investments and in.
Let's just try and first listen into what the UK Prime Minister is saying.
This morning with my friend Prime Minister Modi, and thank you for the fantastic welcome that you've given us, Narendra. This is, I think, a very auspicious moment in a relationship and a friendship between two democracies, the world's largest democracy in India, the UK, one of the world's oldest democracies, and I don't think that things have ever been as strong or as good between us as they are now. So thank you for the wonderful reception that you've given us. And it was amazing. I want to say particularly to the people of Gujarat. We had, I mean, they put on a most fantastic welcome for us yesterday, Narendra. It was absolutely extraordinary. I've never seen such a joyful reception. I wouldn't get that necessarily everywhere in the world, but it was absolutely fantastic to come and see your own home state for the first time. So thank you all very much. Thank you.
Remarks there coming in for the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He was essentially thanking the Prime Minister in India for a warm welcome, also thanking Prime Minister Modi for that warm welcome and that one-day visit to Gujarat, which of course is the home state for Narendra Modi. And yesterday, interestingly, we'd seen Boris Johnson at the Sabarmati Ashram try his hand at spinning the charkha as well. But if Shreya is still with us, Shreya, the opening comments in a way are very, very crucial to watch out for every time you have a foreign dignitary, because in a way they set the tone and tenor. And of course, with the kind of friendship that we've seen with both the leaders, that is very, very visible, not just in the photo op, but in the kind of camaraderie and the comments that we've seen as well.
I think that was visible to you in the 2-minute clip that has just been played out. of Boris Johnson speaking essentially to Prime Minister Modi, calling him Narendra. Look at the ease, look at the tone, look at the tenor of Boris Johnson. Look at the fact that Prime Minister Modi is standing next to him, grinning. This is like two friends meeting, and when you have that sense that these are two countries and two men friendly with each other, there is a certain ease, then there will be an ease in whatever deliberations that take place through the day today. It's not going to be tense. It may be hectic, yes, definitely, given the fact that this is a one-day visit, but it's not going to be tense. Are there any thorny issues that need to be sorted out? We've already spoken about the free trade agreement, but given the fact that you have the two leaders at ease, the negotiating teams also take a cue from that. So you will have the third round of negotiations as far as the free trade agreement is concerned coming this week, and you don't expect then these negotiations to go on for too long because it will not benefit the Indians, it will not benefit the Brits. If you want trade to double between the two countries by 2030, you need to sign the free trade agreement as soon as possible. Given the fact that both countries agree that they want to do this, I think it will be done very quickly. So is that going to be thorny? It's not going to be thorny. There will be issues, but given the tone and tenor you've just seen on your screens, I think it will be easy to negotiate.
Shreya, thanks for getting us those details. And the update is that that ceremonial reception is over. We did see Boris Johnson leaving and, of course, now getting to the serious part of the day, which will be, of course, first a meeting with External Affairs Minister Jayashankar and then that bilateral with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Shreya, we'll continue to come back to you right through the day. We're slipping into a very short break, coming back with lots more.
Of Guru Tegh Bahadur, one of the 10 gurus of Sikhism. That's going to come up through the course of the hour. But first, the story of what happened in Jahangirpuri 24 hours after the Supreme Court put a status quo and a stay order.
After watching their homes and livelihoods razed to the ground, some respite for Jahangirpuri residents. India's top court has ruled that the status quo has to be maintained and no further demolition will take place for 2 weeks. Not just that, the two-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order. While CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
The Supreme Court order coming in the morning, and in spite of that discontinuing, it was selectively done. This means it's nothing to do with stopping illegal encroachment.
But what grabbed eyeballs is the petitioner's lawyer's argument that only a particular community was selectively targeted in this drive. This spurred a war of words between the BJP and the Grand Old Party, with both sides trading barbs of communalizing the demolition.
It is shocking but not surprising that the Congress party once again has pulled out the communal card, the card of vote bank appeasement politics, even on the platform of the Supreme Court. Tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना political tourism करिए आप लोग.
हम कोई राजनीति कर नहीं है जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर delegation बन.
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Okay, this is the contempt of court.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri. Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargon. And he said in Khargon, 88 Hindu homes and 26 Muslim homes were demolished in that particular action that was taken in the aftermath of the riots that happened there. So the question is, who is bringing a communal angle into this entire discourse? The Supreme Court today put a stay on any further demolition in Jahangirpuri. It also issued notices to the MCD as well as other parties, but that did not.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Now, in a move that is seen as the Bharatiya Janata Party's outreach to the Sikh community, the Prime Minister on Thursday slammed Mughal ruler Aurangzeb and said that Guru Tegh Bahadur stood as a rock against the tyranny of Mughal Emperor. While speaking from the Red Fort as part of the 400th birth anniversary of the 9th Sikh Guru Tegh Bahadur, the Prime Minister also said that Guru Tegh Bahadur fought in front of Aurangzeb's tyrannical thinking.
औरंगजेब की आतताई सोच के सामने उस समय गुरु तेग बहादुर जी हिंद दी चादर बनकर एक चट्टान बनकर खड़े हो गए थे। इतिहास गवाह है कि वर्तमान समय गवाह है और ये लाल किला भी गवाह है कि औरंगजेब और उसके जैसे अत्याचारियों ने भले ही अनेकों सिरों को धड़ से अलग करा, लेकिन हमारी आस्था को वो हमसे अलग नहीं कर सका।
My colleague and our political editor Maria is now joining us on the broadcast. Maria, good morning. Talk to us about the significance of this outreach to the Sikh community.
Yes, Ridhima, efforts have been made by the Prime Minister throughout his tenure to ensure that various communities feel as part of the story of India, as part of the idea of India. And that is the reason why this becomes significant given the occasion that it was. The Prime Minister's idea of One India, the larger message of various communities to come together is important. Of course, this also comes in the backdrop of what happened in Punjab when the Prime Minister had travelled, when there was a massive security breach. Also, before that, there was a year-long farmers' protest where a huge percentage of farmers came from the Sikh community. So the Prime Minister, again, reaching out to this very important community and communicating that as far as the story of India is concerned, the idea of India is concerned, each and everyone has an important role to play.
Maria, thanks for getting us all those details. We're now shifting our focus to developments coming in as far as Jahangirpuri is concerned. Remember, the Supreme Court yesterday maintained status quo and said there will be no demolition of a time period of 2 weeks. But despite all of this, we're seeing a lot of political activity on the ground.
Contempt of court.
Now, as I pointed out, after the Supreme Court ordered the MCD to maintain a status quo in Jahangirpuri, in the national capital, the issue is becoming a political hotbed, with parties making a beeline to visit and meet the victims of violence. After Congress and left, today you will have a 5-member TMC delegation of female MPs will visit this area. Samajwadi Party has also announced a 5-member delegation to visit the area today. Meanwhile, you've got Delhi BJP Chief Adesh Gupta, who will now write the South as well as East Delhi municipal corporations to remove illegal properties. He says there is no place for illegal Rohingyas and Bangladeshis in Delhi. So as I pointed out, despite that word that's coming from the Supreme Court, where they maintained a status quo and a timeline of 2 weeks has been given, and then that case will be taken up again, which essentially means this was a setback to the MCD because there will be no demolition for the next 2 weeks. But parallelly, you have a lot of political developments that are taking place. On day one, we had seen left's Brinda Karat, who had in fact reached on the ground with physical documentation of the Supreme Court, and then you've seen a beeline of politicians, and today you will see a TMC delegation as well. My colleague Arun Dhanta is now joining us on the broadcast. Arun, good morning. You've been reporting from this area for the last couple of days. Huge security deployment still continues, and interestingly, areas have now been barricaded, so even the media can't really go beyond a point. What can we expect then to happen when the politicians or political delegations of various parties come?
Well, that's right. This is the Kushal Chowk where I'm standing at this moment, and it has been barricaded and blocked from all 4 sides. And on this side, I would request my camera person Pramod to show these. This is the area where exactly the demolition happened. So nobody is allowed to go beyond these barricadings, and in fact the political delegations which are reaching here in Jahangirpuri to meet people, they are also not allowed to go beyond these barricadings. Now, what happened yesterday when the delegation of the Congress party and the Aam Aadmi Party arrived here, they were not allowed, but few people, the resident of this colony and this society, came out and met the leader somewhere on that side towards the from that side to the barricading. So that's where the meeting happened, but police personnel are not allowing anyone to go inside this area to meet the families who have lost their shops or the structures which were here. And in fact, today we are expecting the delegation of TMC will reach here, and we are also hearing that CPI's delegation will also reach here, and then Samajwadi Party's delegation will be reaching here. So it's going to be quite a job for the security paraphernalia here today to stop these delegations. But we are seeing that this place, Jahangirpuri, has become the epicenter of the politics. Therefore, we are seeing that the statements coming from various political parties, and in fact the BJP chief Adesh Kumar Gupta has gone ahead and written a letter to the other 2 MCDs, which is of course the South Delhi MCD and the East Delhi MCD, to find out those areas where illegal construction or encroachment happened, to take appropriate action. So this is actually boiling down to a next level. Supreme Court has halted. Supreme Court has put a status quo for next 2 weeks. We'll have to see as to what happens after 2 weeks when the hearing commences in the top court of the country. Back to you.
Arun, thanks for getting us all those details. We'll of course keep tracking all these developments and much more, but for now we're slipping into a very short break.
Dynamic between the 3 of you. Who's the bull? Who's the bear? Who's the calm one? Who gets mad?
Kailash is the bull. Yeah, because he can. And I think he's not the bull. He's a bully. I mean, that can be. I mean, he's not the
Kailash,
bull.
would you like to comment on that? You're the bully.
I'm not a bully. I call a spade, and that is construed as bullying.
No, in the office, in my personal life, we have a K filter. Like, like before the decision's made, it's like, what will K think about it?
So it goes with the Kailash filter.
No, but it's definitely, personally for me, I think he's like my life guru.
If the local residents need any help.
Okay, this is the contempt of court.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargon. And he said in Khargon, 88 Hindu homes and 26 Muslim homes were demolished in that particular action that was taken in the aftermath of the riots that happened there. So the question is, who is bringing a communal angle into this entire discourse? The Supreme Court today put a stay on any further demolition in Jahangirpuri. It also issued notices to the MCD as well as other parties. But that did not stop from one of the lawyers of one of the petitioners, Mr. Kapil Sibal, to bring in a Hindu-Muslim angle into this anti-encroachment drive. Mr. Sibal argued that the entire demolition drive was aimed at one community, the Muslim community, even though we've all seen the pictures of Gupta Juice Corner and Jha Pan Center, all of it being taken down in this anti-encroachment drive. Even the bench, when it heard Mr. Sibal, was surprised and pushed back by asking, were no Hindu homes or shops demolished in the anti-encroachment drive? Why bring in a community into this drive? Why communalize what is a law and order problem? Or was the entire purpose to try and silence the Muslim community? We'll try and answer all of those questions through the course of Brass Tacks. We're also counting down to a big speech by the Prime Minister within the course of the hour. He will be speaking on the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur, one of the 10 gurus of Sikhism. That's going to come up through the course of the hour. But first, the story of what happened in Jahangirpuri 24 hours after the Supreme Court put a status quo and a stay order.
After watching their homes and livelihoods razed to the ground, some respite for Jahangirpuri residents. India's top court has ruled that the status quo has to be maintained and no further demolition will take place for 2 weeks. Not just that, the two-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order. While CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. So after that ceremonial reception at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, we're now getting visuals coming in of the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and he's currently at Rajghat. There will be a wreath-laying ceremony at the Samadhi of Mahatma Gandhi, and after that you will have the meetings with External Affairs Minister Jaishankar and the Prime Minister. But currently the visuals that you're seeing on your screens are coming in from Rajghat. As we pointed out, this is a wreath-laying ceremony, the Samadhi of Mahatma Gandhi. Interestingly, remember, Boris Johnson did kickstart his visit from Gujarat, where he did visit the Sabarmati ashram as well. Let's dip in and listen in. Is now back with us. So Shreya, as we were saying, this was the next on the agenda, which was a wreath-laying ceremony, a somber moment there at the Samadhi of Mahatma Gandhi. As I pointed out, Boris Johnson did kickstart his visit also from Gujarat, where he did visit the Sabarmati ashram. And interestingly, there was a very unique gift that was given by the Sabarmati ashram, which was in fact a book written by Mahatma Gandhi, but unfortunately was unpublished.
That's absolutely correct. Will you call these optics? Not really, given the fact that, and there was a reason why Boris Johnson began his visit in Gujarat, spinning the charkha there. We saw him yesterday, hopping onto a JCB as well. A bulldozer, the JCB, as you know, is a British company that produces these bulldozers, has a factory in Vadodara, which is where Boris Johnson had gone visiting. So the Mahatma has been in focus on both days of his trip. This is a 2-day trip by Boris Johnson, his first after becoming the Prime Minister of Britain. And Mahatma Gandhi has been in sharp focus yesterday at the Sabarmati Ashram and today at Rajghat as well. But, after these photo ops, after these customary visits, as it were, we've seen a lovely reception being held for him at the Rashtrapati Bhavan as well, is now when we get down to the business end of this visit. And there is a lot on the table. There is a lot to pack in, given that this is just going to be one day of deliberations between the two sides, between the two leaders. One of the things that is on the table, of course, is that Britain wants a part of India's defense market. India is modernizing its armed forces. Our dependency largely has been on the Russians. We've been trying to cut down on that. And one of the things that Boris Johnson is expected to offer is to offer India technology to make its very own fighter jets. Look, we are already making the Tejas. So, but what Britain is going to offer today possibly is advanced technology in producing fighter jets here in India in collaboration with the Brits, of course. Then again, one of the things that is going to be signed is a license which will be crucial for the early deliveries of defense equipment. Correct. And cutting down on bureaucracy and red tape as well. The free trade agreement, we have already spoken about that. Will Boris Johnson be talking about India buying discounted oil from the Russians? We've got some censure from the United States of America, and of course India has given it back to them as well. Look, fact is that Boris Johnson and the UK have been stringent critics of the Kremlin over the war that has been going on in Ukraine for the last 2 months now. There are many civilians. We still don't have a count on how many, but many civilians have also been killed. Fact is, India has stepped up and criticized what has happened in Bucha, the civilian killings in Bucha. But what Britain made very clear before this trip began was this: we are not here to lecture India. We understand the stand that they have taken of neutrality as far as Russia and Ukraine is concerned. So there is that understanding coming in, and I think you saw the ease with which the two countries are operating in those opening remarks that Prime Minister Boris Johnson has made, where he's calling Prime Minister Modi Narendra. He's saying, I'm absolutely blown away with the reception I got today and that I got yesterday in Gujarat. Remember, at least half of the population Indian population that lives in Britain is of Gujarati origin. So in that sense, that becomes his constituency as well. And this trip is coming at a difficult time for him domestically, where he's facing a third investigation in the Partygate scandal.
Correct. Shreya, I just want to understand from you, how should we see the visit of the UK Prime Minister vis-a-vis the reactions that we've seen from the United States? As I pointed out, because it's coming in the backdrop of this ongoing war, you had a lot of pressure from a lot of Western countries and its allies. For example, the United States felt initially that India's stance was shaky, but the United Kingdom setting the record straight that there will be no talk or there will be no lecturing, quote unquote, as far as India's stance is concerned. How should we see then both these relationships of the United States with India and UK with India as well?
Look, the United States, then you have Joe Biden talking about India's stand on Ukraine being shaky. Then you have, when you have White House officials lecture India on the right side of history or the wrong side of history when we announced to the world that we are going to be buying discounted Russian oil. No one here in India was pleased. In fact, India did put, and Mr. Jaishankar did put the Americans in their place, telling them that don't tell us what to do. If you really need to lecture someone, you need to lecture the Europeans who continue to buy oil from the Russians. Also the fact that the United States of America itself is still buying uranium from the Russians. So there is a dichotomy in what the United States is saying, and that has been called out. Britain, I think, has been very careful. Given what has happened with the Americans, Britain is very careful. And Britain has made its stand very clear. They said, the fact is that will there be talk on Ukraine? Definitely there will be talk on Ukraine. How can it not be? Given the fact that the war is raging on in Europe. But there will be no lecturing. That is something that Britain had already said even before this visit began. And this visit is long pending. And it was when it was first envisioned, it was envisioned before the invasion of Ukraine began. So there's a lot more on the talking table than just Ukraine.
Shreya, thanks for getting us those details. That visit of the UK Prime Minister to Rajghat also now over. Next on the agenda will be that meeting with External Affairs Minister Jaishankar and then that bilateral with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi at Hyderabad House. But we're shifting our focus to some other stories that we're tracking at this hour as well. The J&K security forces have launched a massive terror crackdown drive 2 days before Prime Minister's Jammu visit. 2 separate encounters are underway in Jammu and Baramulla, while 4 terrorists have been killed in Baramulla encounter. That's on since the last 28 hours. Terrorists targeted a CISF bus in Jammu's Sunjwan, although the CISF averted this terror attack. But one ASI, unfortunately, of the CISF lost his life and 9 others got injured. Security forces then gunned down 2 terrorists in that encounter that followed.
2 terrorists have been gunned down and the operation is on. From the encounter site, 2 AK-47 rifles, 1 satellite phone and 1 UBGL has been recovered. This operation, which started at around 3:45 a.m. is still on. Security forces, they had the inputs that terrorists would try to create a major terror strike. They would try to disrupt the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which is going to happen on April 24th. So security forces was searching the entire area. They had the information that terrorists would try to create a major terror attack across Jammu region. Security forces, they got the inputs, and the cordon and search operation was going on in the Sunjwan area, in the Jalalabad area of Sunjwan, when the hiding terrorists, they started firing towards a CISF vehicle in which 1 CISF personnel attained martyrdom and 9 other security force personnel, they were injured. All those injured have been evacuated. They have been shifted to the hospital, but operation right now is still on.
Is there a better sense of what Tanzeem or what organization these terrorists belong to and the way the operation has panned out so far? Is it your sense that these are not new recruits but possibly highly trained militants, sir?
I guess it's a new group which is infiltrated. As per reports, they belong to Jaish-e-Mohammed. Main purpose was to engage a security force camp or a security force deployment. And they've been sent very close to, with this mission, very close to the upcoming visit of Honorable Prime Minister. So the purpose seems to be very clear, to sort of sabotage the upcoming visit and to cause disturbance while we are preparing for a visit of Honorable Prime Minister, who is going to attend National Panchayat Day function, wherein large number of people are going to participate from various walks of life and from various regions of Jammu and Kashmir. We are at it, our forces are at it, and we are trying to counter these threats being posed by the adversary.
Crucial information about the recovery is also now coming in. We're understanding 2 AK-47 grenade launcher and 1 satellite phone has now been recovered after the encounter in Jammu. 2 terrorists, as we pointed out, have been neutralized. They've been killed so far in the encounter that broke out at 3 a.m. after a CISF bus that was going to report for its morning duty was attacked. The 2 killed terrorists were part of a suicide squad and were on a Fidayeen mission. Importantly, another update coming in that the firing now has stopped. But important to note is the recoveries that has also been made, as we pointed out, 2 AK-47s, 1 grenade launcher and 1 satellite phone, in fact, has been recovered as well.
And we laid a cordon yesterday evening. The inner cordon had JKP and CRPF. The outer cordon had the other forces which were involved in this process. And we stay put in the cordon. Early morning, the terrorists tried to break away. They fired at the outer cordon and tried to move out, but they were alert. They retaliated. In the meanwhile, since they fired heavily on our police party and the other forces which were there, 2 JKP personnel got injured, 3 CSF personnel got injured, but they were effectively able to push them back within the cordon, and therefore the cordon kept them inside the area where the cordon was in place. And in the morning we started the search operation, in which all the other forces also became a part of the operation, and we were able to eliminate 2 terrorists. 2 AK-47 rifles have been recovered, 1 under-barrel grenade launcher has been recovered, a satellite phone, about 10 magazines and a large amount of ammunition has been recovered.
Both of them are Pakistanis?
With the way they were equipped and the volume of fire which came on us, it appears that they were both foreign and well-trained terrorists.
They are from Jaish-e-Mohammed terror outfit?
We can't comment on the organization, but this kind of operation and this kind of a firefight.
My colleague Tejinder is also now joining us on the broadcast. Tejinder, good morning. You've been tracking this since the wee hours of the day. I first want to talk about the recoveries that have been made. We just heard from Mukesh Singh as well that with the pattern that they were operating, it's becoming very, very clear that they were from across the border and well trained as well. It's becoming very, very clear that this was to sabotage the stability in the region, especially 2 days before the Prime Minister's visit.
Ji.
Tejinder, can you hear me? Okay, we'll just try and rebuild that connection with Tejinder. But as I pointed out, that multiple recoveries have also been made. But the update that we're also getting, in fact, has that gunfire or that firing now, in fact, has stopped. In terms of the recoveries, there are 2 AK-47s, there's a grenade launcher, there's 1 satellite phone that has been recovered. As I pointed out, more and more officials we speak to, they're all saying that this was to sabotage the stability in the region just 2 days before the Prime Minister is expected to visit this area. What we just heard from the ADGP of Jammu's Mukesh Singh, he was in fact saying the pattern that we're noticing, it is becoming very, very clear that they were from across the border and they were well trained as well. Earlier in the day, we in fact had spoken to Dilbagh Singh as well. He is the J&K DGP, and he in fact had said that he thinks it's some new group that is infiltrated. As per reports, it could be Jaish-e-Mohammed as well. But I believe my colleague Tejinder is now back with us. Tejinder, if you can hear me this time around, what I was essentially asking was, 1, what are the kind of recoveries that have been made? Secondly, it's now becoming very, very clear that this in fact was a move to try and sabotage the stability in the region, especially 2 days before the Prime Minister's visit.
Yes, Ridhima, you see the Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police, while speaking to our colleague Shreya Dhondial, clearly pointed out that this was a mission of these terrorists was to sabotage the upcoming visit of Prime Minister to disrupt peace here in Jammu and Kashmir. You see, Ridhima, at CNN News 18, we have accessed the exclusive picture of the suicide vest that these terrorists they were wearing. So clearly pointing out to the fact that these terrorists they were on a suicide mission to carry out a major terror strike in Jammu. Ridhima, you see, 2 terrorists have been gunned down who were part of a suicide mission. The police is saying that they have recovered 2 AK-47 rifles, satellite phones, some documents, and also an under-barrel grenade launcher from these 2 terrorists. The operation is still on, the combing of the area is going on, but yes, a major terror attack has been averted by the alert security forces. 2 terrorists who right now, though it is not confirmed whether they are local or foreigner, but it is most probably they are foreign terrorists and they had recently infiltrated into the Indian side. The police and other security agencies will come out with the details of the identity of these 2 terrorists. But yes, the operation is on right now. We are told that the search operation, the combing operation is going on. Ridhima, I'll show you, my video journalist Chand Kumar Dogra will show you that this is the location, though we are around 500 to 600 meters away from the location, but you can see that this is a congested area. This is the Sunjua area where we are standing, and just a few meters, around 500 meters away from this place is the Jalalabad area where the operation is going on, and you can see that the entire area is congested. So it also poses a challenge for the security forces to ensure that there is no loss to the civilian life, there is no casualty, no collateral damage to the civilians. So that is why this operation prolonged for 6 hours. Though in the initial fire, the security forces suffered 1 fatal casualty and 9 other security force personnel were injured in the attack. But yes, this has been a major success. A major terror attack has been foiled by the security forces. terrorists, and 2 terrorists gunned down, and one of them was, both of them were wearing suicide vests, clearly pointing out that they were of a suicide squad and on a Fidain mission in Jammu region. Yes, Ridhima.
Tejinder, thanks for getting us those details, and those exclusive pictures that you see on your screens are of the recoveries that have been made. As Tejinder was pointing out, a suicide vest also has been recovered. We'll keep tracking all those developments and much more, but for now, slipping into a very short break.
Encroachment drive. Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargon. And he said in Khargon, 88 Hindu homes and 26 Muslim homes were demolished in that particular action that was taken in the aftermath of the riots that happened there. So the question is, who is bringing a communal angle into this entire discourse? The Supreme Court today put a stay on any further demolition in Jahangirpuri. It also issued notices to the MCD as well as other parties. But that did not stop from one of the lawyers of one of the petitioners, Mr. Kapil Sibal, to bring in a Hindu-Muslim angle into this anti-encroachment drive. Mr. Sibal argued that the entire demolition drive was aimed at one community, the Muslim community, even though we've all seen the pictures of Gupta Juice Corner and Jha Pan Center, all of it being taken down in this anti-encroachment drive. Even the bench, when it heard Mr. Sibal, was surprised and pushed back by asking, were no Hindu homes or shops demolished in the anti-encroachment drive? Why bring in a community into this drive? Why communalize what is a law and order problem? Or was the entire purpose to try and silence the Muslim community? We'll try and answer all of those questions through the course of Brass Tacks. We're also counting down to a big speech by the Prime Minister within the course of the hour. He will be speaking on the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur, one of the 10 gurus of Sikhism. That's going to come up through the course of the hour. But first, the story of what happened in Jahangirpuri 24 hours after the Supreme Court put a status quo and a stay order.
After watching their homes and livelihoods razed to the ground, some respite for Jahangirpuri residents. India's top court has ruled that the status quo has to be maintained and no further demolition will take place for 2 weeks. Not just that, the 2-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order. While CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
The Supreme Court order coming in the morning, and in spite of that discontinuing, it was selectively done. This means it's nothing to do with stopping illegal encroachment.
But what grabbed eyeballs is the petitioner's lawyer's argument that only a particular community was selectively targeted in this drive. This spurred a war of words between the BJP and the Grand Old Party, with both sides trading barbs of communalizing the demolition.
It is shocking but not surprising that the Congress party once again has pulled out the communal card, the card of vote bank appeasement politics, even on the platform of the Supreme Court. Tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. We're getting some breaking developments now coming in. The Gujarat police has launched a bulldozer operation against the notorious Don Sajid in Surat last evening. Sajid is involved in several cases related to drugs and gambling. He's considered to be the biggest operator in such illegal acts. My colleague Janak Dave now joining us on the broadcast. Janak, और क्या details है आपके पास?
देखिए, सूरत पुलिस ने एक बड़ी मुहिम छेड़ी है। दरअसल ये दो गैंगस्टर के तौर पर हैं, जहां पर चाहे वो गैम्बलिंग का मामला हो या ड्रग्स का मामला हो या बाकी चीजें हैं जो काला बाजारी के लिए, वो सारी चीजें ये दोनों भाई जो आरिफ और संजू दोनों करते आए। संजू फिलहाल अभी पुलिस कस्टडी में है और आरिफ को कल जब पुलिस पकड़ने गई थी तब पुलिस पर हमला भी किया गया था। तो लगातार पुलिस भी अब दबाव बनाने की कोशिश में, और कई उनके जो गैम्बलिंग के जो डैन हैं उनकी जानकारी पुलिस को मिली थी। गैरकानूनी तौर पर ये चल रहा था लंबे समय से। आखिर सूरत पुलिस ने ये तय किया कि उनके जो भी गैरकानूनी या जितने भी वहां पर उनके जो प्रॉपर्टीज है उसको या तो अटैच किया जाए और जो गैरकानूनी है उसको तोड़ा जाए। तो ये दोनों प्रक्रिया अभी सूरत पुलिस की ओर से की गई। बड़े पैमाने पर आज सुबह से ही उन इलाकों में बुलडोजर घुमाए जा रहे हैं, उनकी जो प्रॉपर्टी है उनको तोड़ा जा रहा है।
Janak, thanks for getting us all those details. Well, good morning. It's 10 a.m. You continue to be with CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar, getting you all the top stories nationally and internationally over the next 60 minutes. We're beginning this broadcast with some breaking developments coming in. CNN News 18 brings you an exclusive conversation between security forces and a terrorist during the encounter that broke out in Baramulla. Now, in this conversation, a security officer is heard trying to convince a young terrorist to surrender. Remember, 4 terrorists have been neutralized in the Baramulla encounter that has been on for over 28 hours. So that exclusive conversation that we're bringing you here at CNN News 18, and this is very important because what can you essentially hear in this conversation is security officers trying to convince this young terrorist to in fact surrender. The forces are persuading the terrorists to surrender because remember, this is an encounter that had been on for over 28 hours and 4 terrorists have been neutralized as well. But let's first bring you an overview of what really has happened in the valley, and this is important because this comes just 2 days before that visit of the Prime Minister. The J&K security forces have launched a massive terror crackdown drive 2 days before Prime Minister Modi's Jammu visit. 2 separate encounters are underway in Jammu and Baramulla. 4 terrorists, as I pointed out, have been killed in Baramulla encounter that's on for the last 28 hours. Terrorists targeted a CISF bus in Jammu Sunjwan. Although the CISF averted the terror attack, but unfortunately, one ASI of the CISF lost his life and 9 others got injured. Security forces gunned down 2 terrorists in the encounter that followed.
Two terrorists have been gunned down and the operation is on. From the encounter site, 2 AK-47 rifles, 1 satellite phone and 1 UBGL has been recovered. This operation, which started at around 3:45 a.m. is still on. Security forces, they had the inputs that terrorists would try to create a major terror strike. They would try to disrupt the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which is going to happen on April 24th. So security forces was searching the entire area. They had the information that terrorists would try to create a major terror attack across Jammu region. Security forces, they got the inputs, and the cordon and search operation was going on in the Sunjwan area, in the Jalalabad area of Sunjwan, when the hiding terrorists, they started firing towards a CISF vehicle in which 1 CISF personnel attained martyrdom and 9 other security force personnel, they were injured. All those injured have been evacuated. They have been shifted to the hospital, but operation right now is still on.
Now, we here at CNN News 18, we spoke to J&K's DGP Dilbagh Singh on the encounter in Sunjwan as well. Let's listen in.
Is there a better sense of what tanzeem or what organization these terrorists belong to and the way the operation has panned out so far? Is it your sense that these are not new recruits but possibly highly trained militants, sir?
I guess it's a new group which is infiltrated. As per reports, they belong to Jaish-e-Mohammed. Main purpose was to engage a security force camp or a security force deployment. And they've been sent very close to, with this mission, very close to the upcoming visit of Honorable Prime Minister. So the purpose seems to be very clear, to sort of sabotage the upcoming visit and to cause disturbance while we are preparing for a visit of Honorable Prime Minister, who is going to attend National Panchayat Day function, wherein large number of people are going to participate from various walks of life and from various regions of Jammu and Kashmir. We are at it, our forces are at it, and we are trying to counter these threats being posed by the adversary.
CNN News 18 brings you an exclusive conversation between security forces and a terrorist during the encounter in Baramulla. Now, in this conversation, what you can hear is the security forces trying to convince a young terrorist to surrender. Remember, 4 terrorists have been killed in the Baramulla encounter that, as we pointed out, has been raging for over 28 hours.
हिलाल
हाँ बोलो
मैं कह रहा हूँ सरेंडर करो कुछ नहीं होगा तुम्हारा कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं
भेजो यार 1% फोन है ना
हाँ
फोन 1% चार्ज है
मैं समझ गया तुम्हें टेंशन लेने की जरूरत नहीं सिर्फ अपना जगह बता दो साथ में कौन है कांत्रो और वो था
हाँ सारे साथ थे
कांत्रो मर गया
हाँ कांत्रो अभी ठीक है अभी उसको लेग इंजरी हुई है
लेग इंजरी और दूसरा कौन था एफटी
एफटी 2 थे एक तो गया एक इधर ही अभी
अच्छा एफटी इधर ही है अच्छा तो किसी उसको भी गोली लगी है क्या
नहीं वो सेफ है
सेफ है तो किसी को गोली वोली नहीं लगी ना
नहीं हम सारे सेफ हैं तो हमें फोन भेजो ना बस फोन एक भेजो अंदर
पहुंच जाएंगे फोन
नहीं बनाएंगे किसी सिविल के
ठीक है ये जगह कहाँ है जगह कहाँ है
हाँ सीधा हाउस में आ जाओ
हाँ
तो आधे दरवाजे पे मैं बंदे एक को भेजूंगा वो उसका फोन
बाहर पूरी फौज है ना बाहर फौज है ना
नहीं हमें क्या करना है अंदर दरवाजे के किसी सिविल को भेजो आपको अगर लगता होगा होस्टेज हम नहीं बनाएंगे होस्टेज
ओके
चलो भेजो
ठीक है भेज देंगे तुम्हें फोन से फिर तुम क्या करोगे तुम्हारा भी फोन के ये जो दूसरा फोन मिल रहा है उससे क्या करना है
जो फैसला है ना इसको अपने घर वालों से बात करनी है
अच्छा
शायद ये बाहर आना चाहता है
अच्छा तुम नहीं आना चाहते बाहर
मेरी तरफ से कोई एतराज नहीं है अगर ये जाना चाहता है बाहर इसको
नहीं तुम नहीं जाना चाहते बेटा
हाँ
तुम नहीं जाना चाहते तुम बचना नहीं चाहते
नहीं मैं नहीं आना चाहता
क्यों
मैं इधर ही ठीक हूँ मैं अपने फर्ज के लिए निकला हूँ बस अपना फर्ज पूरा करके
दोस्त यार फर्ज तो तुम्हें ही पता है ये क्या है
हाँ ये अल्लाह ताला की राह में जो भी निकलेगा
तुम्हें भी पता है ये सही नहीं है फिर भी क्यों कर रहे हो
वो मरा नहीं है
तो
हाँ?
फैजल से एक बार बात करो मेरी एक मिनट बात करो
वो बोल रहा है फोन भेजो तो मैं आपके साथ बात करूंगा
फोन तो पहुंच रहा है वो तो वैसे मुझे उसकी आवाज तो सुनने दो जैसे ताकि मुझे पता है कि वो है कि नहीं
डाउन है इसलिए
मैं समझ गया मुझे एक बार हेलो या इतना तो बोल सकता है वो
हाँ बोला हेलो
जी आप फोन भेजो तो मैं आपके साथ अच्छी तरह बात कर सकता हूँ हाँ फैजल जी मैं फोन भेज रहा हूँ ठीक है तो तुम करना सरेंडर करना चाहते हो ना अच्छी तरह बात करेंगे
लो भेजिए
हाँ ठीक है ओके
हाँ फौजी
My colleague Mufti Isla is now joining us on the broadcast. Mufti, this exclusive conversation that we've accessed here at CNN News 18, this is very crucial. One, because you have a security officer trying to convince the terrorists to surrender, but also because of the crucial information that the security officer is getting in terms of how many terrorists and what their current situation is.
Absolutely. This is very interesting kind of a conversation, very rare, wherein an army officer is engaging with a young militant rather. There are 2 young militants. One's name is Hilal and another is Faisal. Now, Faisal is 17 years old. Probably the forces got an inkling that he's going to surrender, and that's why they're trying to engage his another colleague, Hilal. Hilal tells them that, well, he has a phone, but the battery is dying out and it will last only for a minute. So he requests that the army can send them a phone so that they start this conversation, wherein Faisal will try to speak to his family because some of the army men are actually placed near the family members of Faisal. So the army officer really tries to engage. In trying to engage, he also tries to elicit some of the other information as to where the militants are placed, what is the number of militants, who are the foreign militants out there. So clearly this conversation goes on, but you know, this is an encounter which is raging on since last 31 hours. I wonder whether Faisal will make it out alive because we know already that out of the 5 militants, 4 have already been killed, 1 remains, and a huge encounter. In fact, some time back, I accessed the latest shots, and clearly massive firing is going on. One really needs to see whether all 5 militants will be killed or Fazal will be taken out alive. Fingers crossed, let's hope that he's brought alive. But clearly it seems that, going by what had happened since last one day, the fierce encounter that one saw, and also smoke now billowing out of that target house seems very difficult. But as I said, one hopes that he comes alive and he is made to reunite with his family.
Absolutely. Mufti, will request you to stay on with us. We're getting some other breaking developments also now coming in. Now, CNN News 18 is now bringing you some dramatic visuals as far as the Baramulla encounter is concerned. What you see on your screens, thick smoke, heavy fire that can be seen in these visuals. Mufti Islah continues to be with us. Mufti, talk to us about this encounter.
Look, I was talking about these particular, visuals which are now running on the screen. Clearly, this is the last effort that security forces are making to evict whatever militant is there. So probably one expects that this encounter will get over in a couple of hours because security forces will have to really sift the debris. If that house is partially damaged or it's brought down completely, they need to really look for the bodies. As of now, the information which is with me is that 4 bodies have been recovered. One probably that of a foreign militant is perhaps there. One really needs to see what the police officials, or for that matter army officials, tell the media who are out there waiting for this encounter to end. 31 hours of fierce encounter, one of the longest encounters in which security forces met a huge success, given that they eliminated one of the topmost militant, Yusuf Kantru, who was wanted in many killings. He has been eliminated yesterday. Along with him, who are the other 4? We don't know as of now. Police has not given us the identity, but there is generally, some kind of an information that some of them would be Hilal would be there, Fazal would be there, the young militant 17-year-old, or for that matter those foreign militants. One really needs to wait and watch what police tells at the conclusion of this particular encounter.
Mufti, I'll request you to stay on with us. Our colleague Tejinder is also now joining us, and I want to understand from Tejinder as far as the encounter in Sunjwan is concerned. Now, Tejinder, you were getting us these details in terms of the recoveries that have been made. A suicide vest also being recovered, which essentially shows that this was a suicide mission. More officials also confirming that these were people who came from across the border trying to disrupt stability because of the Prime Minister's visit in about 48 hours. But I want to specifically talk to you about the recoveries. Take us through the details.
See, Ridhima, a suicide vest has also been recovered from one of those 2 terrorists who have been gunned down by the security forces. I'll ask my video journalist Chand to show you. You can see that we are not allowed to move ahead of this place. But if you can see the personnel of the Jammu and Kashmir police, the CRPF and the army, this is the exact place. There is a small house there where the encounter has taken place, in which 2 terrorists have been gunned down. You can see that the crisis response team of the Jammu and Kashmir police is also on the spot. These 2 terrorists, they were planning to carry out a major terror strike in Jammu, because this is evident from the fact that one of the terrorists was wearing a suicide vest. We are told by the Additional Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police, Mukesh Singh, that they were from a Fidain squad. They were on a suicide mission to carry out a major terror strike. 2 AK-47 assault rifles, several magazines, several rounds of AK-47 and 1 UBGL under-barrel grenade launcher has been recovered from these terrorists. You can see that right now the entire area is still under cordon. Though the operation is over, the firing has stopped, but you can see these are the jubilant Jawans of the Jammu and Kashmir Police Crisis Response Team. These are the brave Jawans of the Jammu and Kashmir who killed those terrorists who were planning to carry out a major terror strike. You can see, though they are sad that they have lost one of their colleagues, a CISF Jawan has been martyred and 9 others have been injured, but you can see that jubilation on the faces of these the crisis response team of the Jammu and Kashmir police who have eliminated this major terror strike. We are told that senior police officials, they are also on the spot. They are ascertaining the entire area. People in the locality, they are being questioned about if they have any clue about the terrorists, but it seems that it was an infiltration, recent infiltration which was made successful, and these terrorists, they managed to enter into the Indian side. We we are waiting for an official confirmation about the group affiliation and the nationality of these two terrorists. But this is a major attack has been averted by the security forces. Large quantity of arms, ammunition, documents have been recovered. And yes, Ridhima.
Yes, Tejinder, as you were rightly pointing out, I want to talk to you a little more about the pattern that is emerging. As Dilbagh Singh was also telling CNN News 18 that it seems to be they had been freshly infiltrated into the region. Any word coming in as far as the group behind this encounter is concerned?
See, Ridhima, the modus operandi, the police is saying that these two terrorists, they belong to the suicide squad. It is highly likely that these terrorists belong to the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror outfit, but only anything could be said after the police gives an official confirmation. But sources are saying that it seems that it is highly likely that these two terrorists, they belong to the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror outfit, because if you see in the recent past, whenever there has been a suicide attack, Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists, they are involved in the suicide attack. Clearly visible from the fact that CNN News 18 has accessed those exclusive pictures of the suicide vest which these terrorists, they were wearing. They were planning to carry out a major terror strike. The Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police, Dilbagh Singh, while speaking to my colleague Shreya Dondial, also made it clear that it seems that the attempt of these terrorists was to disrupt the upcoming visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which is happening on April 24. So clearly a major success by the security forces. You can see that the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are on the spot. We would try to talk to them. Let's see if they agree to speak to us, because the operation, this is an ongoing operation. Sir, कुछ identity बता देंगे sir, किस group को ये belong करते थे sir? So you see the officers right now, they are not speaking anything about the encounter, because we expect that either the Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police or the Additional Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police, they might come to the spot and they might address the media about the group affiliation and the identity of these two terrorists who have been gunned down. But this is a major success to have neutralized two terrorists who were attempting to carry out a major terror strike on or before the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Jammu. Yes, Ridhima.
Tejinder and Mufti, thanks for getting us all those details. We'll of course continue to come back to you right through the day. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking, and this is of UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson's two-day visit to India. After he wrapped up day one in Gujarat, today all eyes will be on that bilateral with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So on day two of his maiden India visit, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson got a ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and then he paid tribute to Bapu at Rajghat. Boris Johnson was also greeted by the Prime Minister, and later both the leaders will hold talks on free trade agreement and the extradition of businessmen Vijay Mallya as well as Nirav Modi. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Boris Johnson are expected to announce multiple new agreements, including new investments and export deals to the tune of £1 billion. From science and technology to the health sector, these investment deals will seek to create nearly 11,000 jobs for Indians in the United Kingdom.
My friend, Prime Minister Modi, and thank you for the fantastic welcome that you've given us, Narendra. This is, I think, a very auspicious moment in a relationship and a friendship between two democracies. I want to say particularly to the people of Gujarat. We had, I mean, they put on a most fantastic welcome for us. I've never seen such a joyful reception. I wouldn't get that necessarily everywhere in the world.
Well, those were the opening remarks of Boris Johnson that we heard earlier in the day at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. when that ceremonial welcome took place. But what's really on the agenda as far as talks between both these leaders are concerned? Let's break down all those details. First, of course, is making headway for the free trade agreement. This, of course, will be the biggest factor to watch out for between both the countries. Coming in the backdrop of the war that continues to rage on, the United Kingdom has made it clear in no plans to lecture India. The position that India has taken, they understand the deep ties that we've had with Russia in the past as well. But the other big factor to watch out for, of course, will be announcements that come in from the defense space. Strategic defense, diplomatic and economic partnership. We're going to be closely watching that. Of course, increasing security and cooperation in the Indo-Pacific will be one of the key factors to watch out for as well. And then, of course, collaborations in science and technology sector as well. So as we pointed out, this is a short and brief visit. It is a two-day visit only. The first day was essentially in Gujarat from Sabarmati Ashram to meeting businessmen, including Adani's as well. And then today will be that crucial bilateral at the Hyderabad house. My colleague and a defense editor, Shreya Dhondial, now joining us on the broadcast. Shreya, good morning. As I pointed out, making headway as far as this free trade agreement is going to be the biggest factor to watch out for. What can we really expect today?
Good morning to you, Ridhima, and good morning to all the viewers joining us. I'm fairly certain that everyone's now seen the pictures that have come in from the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And more important than the pictures is the short press statement that Boris Johnson has made, where he's looking cheerful. It's a terribly hot day if you step out. And here he is absolutely comfortable in his surroundings, smiling. There is that ease that you can see. And then he turns to Prime Minister Modi while he's making that brief statement and refers to him as Narendra and says, I'm absolutely delighted at the reception I've got here, especially delighted by the joyful reception that I got in Gujarat. All this, points to the fact that this is an easy relationship. This is a relationship which has been nurtured over many, many years. And there is a clear ease as far as the two top leaders of the two countries are concerned. So whatever happens from here on in this brief one-day visit, there won't be tensions. You've spoken about the free trade agreement. 2 rounds of negotiations have already been held. A third round of negotiations will be held sometime next week. But given the body language, given the ease, given the comfort between the two leaders, you're not expecting any tensions or any contentious issues to be raised. Yes, there will be concerns, and those concerns will be spoken about across the table. One of the concerns, of course, is that Britain has been one of the most vociferous critics of the Kremlin, and India has taken a neutral stance when it comes to the Ukraine war. Will there be any pressure on India to change, for example, its voting pattern at the United Nations? Well, the fact is that Britain would like that. The West would like that India changes its stance. Is that going to happen? No. And the Brits have come here declaring that we are not coming to India to lecture India on its stand here.
Correct. Shreya, quickly, I also want to understand the other aspect where a lot of back and forth has already taken place, which is as far as the extradition of fugitives are concerned, both Vijay Mallya and Nirav Modi. Can we see some headway being made there as well?
Well, that is definitely going to be on the talking table. 2 men, Nirav Modi and Vijay Mallya. India has been trying for a while to get them extradited. The legal process is currently underway in London. And one of the things that India wants is for this extradition process to be expedited. How soon can you get these 2 men in India to face a court of law here in India, in a country where financial crimes have been committed by both of them? So will that be on the talking table? Definitely that will be on the talking table. Will there be headway made? We'll just need to watch out for the readout that comes out by the end of what is going to be a long day.
Shreya, thank you so much for getting us all those details. We'll, of course, continue to come back to you right through the day. We'll continue to track all those developments and much more. But for now, we're slipping into a very short break.
On the platform of the Supreme Court, tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना political tourism करिए आप लोग.
हमको राजनीति करनी है. जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर delegation बन.
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargone. And he said in Khargone, 88 Hindu homes and 26 Muslim homes were demolished in that particular action that was taken in the aftermath of the riots that happened there. So the question is, who is bringing a communal angle into this entire discourse? The Supreme Court today put a stay on any further demolition in Jahangirpuri. It also issued notices to the MCD as well as other parties. But that did not stop from one of the lawyers of one of the petitioners, Mr. Kapil Sibal, to bring in a Hindu-Muslim angle into this anti-encroachment drive. Mr. Sibal argued that the entire demolition drive was aimed at one community, the Muslim community, even though we've all seen the pictures of Gupta Juice Corner and Jha Pan Center, all of it being taken down in this anti-encroachment drive. Even the bench, when it heard Mr. Sibal, was surprised and pushed back by asking, were no Hindu homes or shops demolished in the anti-encroachment drive? Why bring in a community?
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Some breaking developments now coming in. Is it a question paper or is it a propaganda piece? The reason we are asking this question is because a Rajasthan Class 12 political science paper has now triggered a storm after it featured as many as 6 questions glorifying the role of the Congress party. The questions included Congress's role as a social and ideological alliance, performance of the party in India's first general elections, and many others. Getting some political reactions, let's listen in.
राजस्थान के अंदर कांग्रेस की सरकार ने जो शिक्षा का केंद्र था, उस शिक्षा के केंद्र को भी राजनीतिकरण करने का काम किया है। और दुर्भाग्य इस बात का कि 12वीं क्लास के पॉलिटिकल साइंस के पेपर, लेकिन पॉलिटिकल साइंस का पेपर नहीं, एक तरीके से कांग्रेस के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाने का चुनाव। दुर्भाग्य इस बात का कि आपकी कांग्रेस की सरकार के अंदर इस तरीके से कांग्रेस की पृष्ठभूमि के बारे में बच्चों से सवाल करने का काम करोगे या बच्चों को सिर्फ कांग्रेस का इतिहास पढ़ाने का काम करोगे। जिस किसी ने भी इस तरीके के क्वेश्चन तैयार किए उनको तत्काल निलंबित किया जाए और भविष्य के अंदर सिर्फ राजनीतिक विषयों के ऊपर, समसामयिक विषयों के ऊपर ही क्वेश्चन पूछे जाएं।
So the BJP already mounting pressure on the Gehlot government, asking whether this was a Congress's PR piece or a political science examination paper, because there were as many as 6 questions and they all glorified the role of the Congress party. The questions included the role of the Congress as a social and ideological alliance, performance of the party, and others. So as I pointed out, many political reactions already coming in. One coming in from Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP, who's gone on to say the Congressization of education institutions and history has been done for far too long. Nehru promoted at cost of Ambedkar and Savarkar. Others, the Rajasthan government continues to push agenda for the first family using education. Now, look at this, education or indoctrination. That's the question that the BJP is asking. We'll try and get more details in terms of was this really the first time and what were the other questions based on. But this is the news that's coming in from Rajasthan, where a class 12th political science paper has now triggered a fresh row and a controversy As I pointed out, as many as 6 questions were asked around the role of the Congress party, most of them in fact glorifying the role of the Congress party. They included the Congress's role as a social and ideological alliance, performance of the party, and many others. My colleague and a senior editor, Pallavi Ghosh, now joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, good morning. 2 things that I want to understand from you. Talk to us about what were these specific questions, and is this the first time that we're seeing a political science paper have questions of this kind?
See, two things over here, just to answer your first question. Around 6 questions from the leaked political science paper. Essentially, it asked questions that what were the circumstances under which the Congress came to power for the first time in 1967, obviously referring to the Nehruvian era, and also giving that kind of a credit to Jawaharlal Nehru, which we know has been a kind of a flashpoint between the Congress and the BJP. It also talks about 1984. It also talked about how many seats the Congress party won in 1984, which was actually a massive win really for the Congress party. So the allegation against them is that you talk about history, you ask historical questions, or you ask questions based on the constitution, because that's what political science is all about. You don't ask politically loaded questions, that too from, to quote the opposition coming in from the opposition, Rajasthan, which is the BJP, is an impressionable mind. These are children, they are students, they're supposed to be apolitical, and therefore in an election year, when elections are not too far away in Rajasthan, a little over a year left really to go, should the Congress party or the state government use education to further their political agenda?
Pallavi,
and as to whether it's
right, correct. Please go ahead.
No. Just to wrap up on your second question, has it happened earlier? Frankly speaking, this is something which has been an allegation even made by the Congress party against the BJP, especially if you look at Madhya Pradesh. I remember they recently raised an allegation that, the question papers over there are also eulogizing or glorifying the BJP and the RSS.
Okay, Pallavi, I'll just request you to stay on with us from the BJP. Shehzad Poonawalla also now joining us on the broadcast. Shehzad, good morning. I've already seen the tweet that you've put out. What do you think is the messaging that is being sent out when you have as many as 6 questions in a political science examination focused on one political party?
This is not a Prashna Patra, it is a Prashansa Patra of the Congress, and Congress has always used education and institutions for political indoctrination and for infiltration of their agenda. To glorify the first family, you would remember how historians, history institutions have been manipulated by Congress to cut down in size Mr. Ambedkar, Mr. Patel, Mr. Savarkar, Mr. Birsa Munda and others, and now to further the first family's agenda, which has fledgling fortunes across the country, Rajasthan government is happily using education as a mode of indoctrination. My simple question is that why does the Congress party continue to play with the future and with the children's lives? This is not the kind of propaganda that you should be peddling through question papers. And this shows their agenda. For the first family, they will name 400 schemes. After the first family, they will use history to glorify Mughals, to glorify Nehru, to glorify whatever is their divide and rule appeasement policy. And now they will use education question papers for Prashansa of one family. This is their agenda.
But Shehzad, to be fair, this really has been the criticism from the Congress party also, that BJP also does exactly the same. So where does the difference really lie then?
The BJP has done no such thing. Let's talk about specific instances. The BJP has ensured that those heroes who have been left out by the Congress due to its first family policy, India is celebrating 75 years of Amrit Mahotsav. Today, under the Prime Minister's leadership, we are celebrating those heroes who have been deliberately ignored by the first family. So we are correcting history. We are correcting the versions of history. They presented Aurangzeb as the great hero of secularism. Is that a fact? Today we've seen what happened with Tegh Bahadur ji, who was celebrated last night by the Prime Minister and the country. So they were the ones who peddled the agenda of pushing Mughal Raj, of pushing Nehru Raj through history and education. That is being corrected by intellectuals today. But that being done cannot be an excuse for the first family becoming a propaganda, using education as a propaganda piece for their fortunes, political fortunes.
Okay, if Shehzad can just stay on with us, and if Pallavi is still with us, Pallavi, has there been an initial comment or a reaction coming in from the Gehlot government?
None whatsoever, but what sources certainly are telling us, and we're going to wait for an official word come in, is that, the state government does not interfere as far as the setting on a syllabus is concerned or the setting up of these question papers are concerned. But these are predictable responses, really, Rizima, because they are always going to throw up this question is that when the state government micromanages and you have an education minister in place, and this was something which was pointed out, then why did you even allow this to pass? So we'll really have to wait for the official word, but I think it's going to be more a case about we told you so and what aboutry, as Shehzad was talking about and what I was mentioning earlier. The Congress party will of course always turn around and say that the BJP too is equally guilty. Why is it that you want to deny the people of India to know about the rich legacy which the Gandhi-Nehru family brought forward?
Shehzad, respond to this, and this is, Pallavi is right, this is a criticism that we've seen in the past. The BJP now wants to change the entire narrative that suits as far as the BJP is concerned. They only want to talk about their leaders and their achievements. But India, of course, is a democracy, has had various political parties in power as well. So why shouldn't you have both the versions being heard?
Arunima, the Rajasthan
Ridhima this side, Shehzad.
I'm sorry, Ridhima, the Congress party government in Rajasthan has actually gone on and reduced the role of Maharana Pratap. Is Maharana Pratap a BJP leader, or he's an icon of this great civilization? The Congress party government in Rajasthan removed the honorific Veer before Savarkar. Is Savarkar a BJP member, or is Savarkar a national hero whom Indira Gandhi had celebrated once upon a time? So please, we have not peddled any kind of agenda of personal of BJP. This is the agenda of the Indian culture and history that we've pushed forward and corrected, because Congress party in its haste to only glorify one family has ignored Birsa Munda, has ignored Savarkar, ignored Patel. What did they do for Sardar Patel? What did they do for Baba Saheb Ambedkar? They gave Ambedkar ji the Bharat Ratna 40 years after his passing away. They did not allow him to win Lok Sabha elections in 52 and 54. This is the truth of the Congress party and Nehru.
Okay, we'll really have to wait for an official reaction to come from the Congress party as well. But Shehzad, we appreciate you joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, also thanks for getting us all those details. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking, which is coming in from the national capital. And this is coming in from Jahangirpuri. You had the Supreme Court yesterday maintaining status quo. That means a timeline of 2 weeks has been given. No demolition can take place. But despite all of that, we continue to see a beeline of politicians visiting the incident site.
Contempt of God.
Said that political tourism still continues. Now we're understanding a VHP delegation has reached Jahangirpuri, but they in fact have been denied permission. We were also expecting a TMC delegation to be on the ground. My colleague Arun Danta joining us from the spot. Arun, talk to us about what really is happening.
Well, that's right. Vishwa Hindu Parishad's Delhi units people are here in Jahangirpuri, and they want to meet the family members inside, but they've been stopped by the police at this moment. Of course, they are consulting with the senior officials of Delhi police because they are saying that they want to meet the family members. I would request my camera person to just show the visuals of the delegation which has reached here in Jahangirpuri. And police is not allowing them to go inside. Of course, we have seen even yesterday a Congress delegation and then the Aam Aadmi Party delegation was also not allowed to go inside. We'll try to speak to few members of Vishwa Hindu Parishad as to what is the purpose of their visit and what they are planning to do here. भाई साहब एक चीज़ बताइए कि कितने लोगों का डेलीगेशन आपका आया है और क्या प्लानिंग है?
हमारे लोग ज़्यादा थे, लेकिन प्रशासन ने कहा कि सिर्फ 5 लोग आ सकते हैं, तो सिर्फ 5 लोग आए हैं. हमारे प्रांत अध्यक्ष, प्रांत उपाध्यक्ष और संयोजक बदल गए. उन्होंने कहा हम आपको मिला देंगे, हम अंदर आए इसीलिए आए हैं.
अभी आपकी हम देख रहे थे पुलिस के साथ बातचीत हो रही थी, यहाँ से आगे आप लोग नहीं. क्या कुछ फिलहाल पुलिस की तरफ से क्या आपको कहा गया है?
पुलिस अपनी व्यवस्था करेगी, कैसे करेंगे, नहीं तो हम बैठेंगे यहीं पर.
अच्छा,
नहीं जाएंगे परिवार से.
अच्छा, मतलब कौन से परिवारों से मिलकर जाएंगे, मतलब जिनका?
उन परिवारों से मिलेंगे जो इस दंगे के अंदर प्रभावित हुए हैं, जिनके एक घर के अंदर 5-5 पुरुष गिरफ्तार कर लिए गए. घर में पुरुष बचाए कोई नहीं, तो हम उस परिवार से मिलेंगे, जरूर मिलेंगे.
अच्छा, आप भी बताइए सर. आइए, एक मिनट आइए. So now what is happening here that the VHP delegation who are blocked here at this moment, they have been taken away just to have some consultation with the top police officials of Delhi Police. And in fact, I would request my camera person to just pan the camera towards that side and show the members of the VHP delegation. And earlier they were trying to go inside to meet the people, but the senior officials who were present here, they blocked them. And now, of course, the officials who were present here, they were telling them that they will consult with the DCP who's present here on the spot. And now perhaps some sort of communication had come from the DCP's side, and therefore they've taken away from the media's glare to pass that information from the DCP's side. That's what we are showing you at this moment from the ground. And later in the day, we are expecting the delegation of the TMC and Samajwadi Party along with the Muslim League of Kerala would be coming here to meet the families in Jahangirpuri. So these are the visuals which
but you know what I want to understand is, as you're rightly
moment,
pointing out, that there is a delegation of VHP trying to have conversation with cops on the ground. We're expecting a TMC delegation as well. But what you were showing us earlier were these entire set of barricades that are even not allowing the media personnel to cross to the other side or let the residents cross to this side. Then is the meeting between this political delegation and the residents even possible?
No, not at all possible, Ridhima, because even yesterday when the delegation of the Congress party and the Aam Aadmi party were tried to, I guess they had spoken to the officials. Let me speak to them. क्या बातचीत हुई सर? क्या बातचीत हुई आपके?
एक मिनट, कपिल जी वहीं चलते हैं।
नहीं चलते बात करते हैं, बताइए।
हाँ,
क्या बातचीत हुई?
नहीं, वो प्रशासन कह रहा है कि यहाँ स्थिति अभी भी संवेदनशील है।
अच्छा।
तो आप लोग थोड़ा कोऑपरेट करिए। हमने उनको कहा है कि हमको जो परिवारों को आर्थिक सहायता पहुंचानी है या कानूनी सहायता देनी है, वो उनका भी संवैधानिक अधिकार है, हमारा भी संवैधानिक अधिकार है, इसलिए हमको मिलना है। उन्होंने कहा हम कोशिश करेंगे और आपको ठीक समय पर और ठीक स्थान पर मिलवा देंगे।
अच्छा, वो मिलवा देंगे आपको, तो इसका मतलब है कि आप अंदर नहीं जाएंगे। और कैसी व्यवस्था की जाएगी? वो लोग बाहर आएंगे क्या?
हाँ, कुछ करेंगे।
आज ही अभी मुलाकात होगी?
अभी मैं बिल्कुल एग्जैक्टली समय और स्थान नहीं बता सकता, लेकिन करेंगे।
अच्छा, यहाँ नहीं होगी, कहीं और भी चांसेस हैं?
कहीं भी हो सर, देखो हमको तो मिलना है उस परिवार।
तो आप लोग मतलब अब मान गए कि अंदर नहीं जाएंगे, हमारी बैठक हो जाए, मीटिंग हो जाए, चाहे बाहर ही हो जाए,
हमको उस परिवार से मिलना है। बस हमारा केवल एक ही उद्देश्य है, हमको दूसरा कुछ नहीं चाहिए। हमको पहले परिवार से मिलना है। हम चाहते हैं कि उस परिवार को हर प्रकार की।
अभी क्या हुआ कि ये जो डीसीपी से बात की, जो जिन अधिकारियों ने आपको यहाँ रोका, उन्होंने शायद डीसीपी से बात की, तो जब आप अलग से गए थे, आपको लेके गए थे, तो क्या मैसेज पास किया गया वहाँ से?
नहीं, हमने कहा हमको परिवार से मिलना है। उसको परिवार को सब प्रकार की संवैधानिक, आर्थिक, स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं, ये सब उस परिवार को मिलनी चाहिए और वो उनको दिलाने का नैतिक दायित्व हमारे ऊपर है, विश्व हिंदू परिषद के ऊपर। हम उस अपने दायित्व को एक्सरसाइज करेंगे जरूर। तो उन्होंने कहा मैं उसके लिए जो भी उचित प्रबंध होगा।
एक बार हमारे दर्शकों को ये बता दीजिए, कौन सी फैमिली है जिनकी जो दुकानें भी कई लोगों की
वो एक अलग मैटर है। देखिए, ये बहुत एक्सपेंडेड मैटर है, मैं अभी सबके बारे में बात नहीं कर रहा। एक परिवार है जिसके सभी पुरुष गिरफ्तार हो गए हैं, केवल महिलाएं परिवार में रह गई है। वो सबसे ज्यादा पीड़ित परिवार है इस प्रकरण का, इसलिए हम एक बार उनसे मिलना चाहते हैं।
ठीक है। So he is one of the members of the VHP delegation, Surinder Gupta. Now some sort of a settlement has agreed upon that Delhi police who's present here. They have said that the family members will come out and some other location will be given to them where they will meet them.
So we'll continue to track all these developments coming in from Jahangirpuri, where political parties continue to make a beeline. But we're slipping into a very short break, coming back with lots more.
even on the platform of the Supreme Court, tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना political tourism करिए आप लोग.
हम कोई राजनीति कर नहीं है जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर delegation बनवाने.
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargone. And he said in Khargone, 88 Hindu homes and 26 Muslim homes were demolished in that particular action that was taken in the aftermath of the riots that happened there. So the question is, who is bringing a communal angle into this entire discourse? The Supreme Court today put a stay on any further demolition in Jahangirpuri. It also issued notices to the MCD as well as other parties. But that did not stop from one of the lawyers of one of the petitioners, Mr. Kapil Sibal, to bring in a Hindu-Muslim angle into this anti-encroachment drive. Mr. Sibal argued that the entire demolition drive was aimed at one community, the Muslim community, even though we've all seen the pictures of Gupta Juice Corner and Jha Pan Center, all of it being taken down in this anti-encroachment drive. Even the bench, when it heard Mr. Sibal, was surprised and pushed back by asking, were no Hindu homes or shops demolished in the anti-encroachment drive? Why bring in a community into this drive? Why communalize what is a law and order problem?
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Pre-university board examinations are commencing today, and it will be another test for Karnataka and the students protesting against the hijab mandate. Over 6.8 lakh students will appear for the Class 12 board examinations, and no student or examination staff will be allowed to wear any religious identity within the halls, including the hijab. Elaborate security arrangements have already been put in place by the state government amid fears that the hijab row might resurface. In the recently concluded Class 10 board examinations, students wearing hijabs were turned away and teachers were suspended for allowing in such students. This brings in the question, will the face-off of the hijab row once again come back to the center stage as far as examinations are concerned? Now we're getting some other developments also coming in. You've got Karnataka's Education Minister B.C. Nagesh visiting a government PU college, interacting with students on the day of these PU examinations. You've got Karnataka Education Minister visiting one such PU college, interacting with the students as well. But as we pointed out, the big question is, will we actually see this entire hijab row resurface once again? Will you actually have these petitioners or the protesting students come back with their demand that they will only write the examination until unless they're allowed to wear a hijab? My colleague Harish is now joining us on the broadcast. Harish, good morning. First, let's talk about the developments that are coming in as far as the Education Minister is concerned. Talk to us about which PU college is he visiting and the interaction that he's having with students as well.
Well, this is at the PU college in Chikmagaluru. This is as part of the visit that the Education Minister usually has on the day of a PU board exam or a Class 10 exam, and that's where he's visited. This, remember, even as some fast hectic developments are happening at the Udupi Girls PU College in Udupi. That's where, remember, 6 girls went on protest. 4 of them are second PUC students.
Okay, Harish, as you were pointing out that there are parallel developments also taking place, so I want to understand from you, what is the word that's coming in from the ground? Are we seeing these protesting students who wanted to wear a hijab, are they coming back with their same demand, or are things peaceful on the ground?
Well, 2 of these protesting students have entered the Vidyodaya Pre-University College. That is their examination center. That is Alia Asadi and Resham. We understand these 2 have entered the examination center, but they are insisting that they be allowed to enter the exam hall with the hijab and write the exam. Even as we speak, information coming in suggests that the Udupi police and the district administration, including the Tehsildar over there, have reached this examination center to ensure that the situation can be managed.
Okay, Harish, I'll just request you to stay on with us. As Harish was pointing out that he's getting some developments coming in, that you could have some sort of an altercation happening between the protesting. Okay, I believe we have the Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh now joining us on the broadcast. Sir, good morning. Good to have you on the broadcast with us. Could you just give us a sense of what the situation is on the ground? Is it all peaceful?
Yeah, totally it is peaceful. We are doing a very good examination. Students are taking examination totally confident. They are taking confidently, and I think they are going to do well.
So you are in Chikmagalur having an interaction with the students. Yeah. What's the word that you're picking up? Any student who still wants that demand or wanting to wear a hijab and write the examinations?
So far, government has not received any such demand.
Okay, so we are also getting
even just now I heard that even the 6 students of Udupi, out of them 2 students taken hall tickets today.
Sir, I also want to understand, we are now getting reports that Alia and Resham, who were the 2 protesting girls as far as Udupi Girls PU College concerned, they've in fact entered the college and they're reiterating their demand, which is they want to have a hijab on while writing the examination.
As you know that it is a democratic nation. It is not a dictator nation like Pakistan or etc.
Sir, if you could just stay on with...
every citizen of this country has right to protest. And she may have protested.
Sir, if we could just request you to stay on with us for just 30 seconds and I'll come back to this conversation. Now, the update that we're getting in is that the hijab row shadows examinations once again. As I pointed out, Alia and Resham, the 2 protesting girls of the Udupi Girls PU College, have in fact entered the college and they're seeking permission to write the exam with the hijab on. B.C. Nagesh, the Education Minister, continues to be with us. Sir, this is exactly the case I was referring to, that you're seeing 2 of these protesting girls once again back with their demand. Nagesh, sir, if you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So this is exactly the case that I was referring to, where we're understanding that in Udupi, where this entire row had first surfaced, you've got 2 of these protesting girls, Alia and Resham. They're exactly asking what their initial demand was, which is to write the examinations with a hijab on.
As you know, they are demanding since last December. And they had gone to High Court, and High Court has clearly given its verdict. They had gone against the judgment for the Supreme Court. Supreme Court also is not ready to give any interim order. Then when the total matter is settled, as a democratic nation, there are 2 girls has every right to protest, and they are protesting. And our department is going to handle them.
Sir, I want to understand, because this case went to the courts and there was a lot of back and forth, detailed discussions, views from both sides were taken in, and then there was a clear mandate that was given by the courts. Why are we still seeing these protesting students? What would your message be to students at large?
Ego is the only problem. and there are some organizations which is against students' education. They doesn't want the particular girls to become independent. They doesn't want their education to be continued. They are supporting them, and so they are the 6 girls are the scapegoat of that plan.
Sir, I also want to understand a categorical question from you. Do you think these protesting girls and students are being used as pawns by political outfits or political parties?
Yeah, definitely. They themselves have clearly said, and they, you know that who supported in the court, who came and stood with them, you know everything.
So what would your message be to college institutions as well as schools? What kind of communication now needs to be sent out? Because at the end of the day, you do have education that is being compromised with each passing day.
The clear message has come from the student itself. When 99.99% of the students are attending the classes according to the rules of the land, then the people have answered your all questions.
Okay, we leave the conversation there. That was the Education Minister B.C. Nagesh. He in fact was saying, barring 1 or 2 cases, essentially the situation on the ground is peaceful. Despite this matter having a very detailed discussions in the Supreme Court, you do have these protesting students and the Education Minister categorically saying, not mincing words, that there are political outfits who are using these students as pawns. My colleague Harish continues to be with us. So Harish, PC Nagesh mincing no words there. One, clarifying that 90% of the situation remains calm. But yes, you do have these cases, especially in Udupi. And he once again reiterating that there are political outfits working at the behest and using students as pawns.
Absolutely. It's almost around 10:50 now. The exams have started at every center across the state. No reports of any sort of a trouble except for the Vidyodaya College there. That's the examination center for Alia Asadi and Resham. And this is the only incident where we are seeing students demanding that they be allowed wear hijab to enter the examination hall. Even as we speak, the Tehsildar has reached there to negotiate with the students and make them understand. We do believe that Alia Asadi, in fact, has collected her hall ticket. No information whether Resham has managed to do that. They still have another, say, 15 to 20 minutes left before they can enter the examination hall, after which it will be a no-go for any students. That buffer time will be over. So right now, last-ditch efforts by the district administration to convince these students to take the exam. Has to be seen if they genuinely wanted to take this exam or they wanted to symbolically register their protest. Is that why they have reached this examination center? Because that's the argument that's happening inside the Vidyodaya College right now. Apart from that, things going normally at all examination centers. The government there pointing out that in fact, last week it said they had a press conference. The Education Minister made it very clear that there won't be any sort of an exception for the Supreme Court order. Initially, there was some bit of confusion. Some of the activists and lawyers tried to convince the government, saying that the order of the court was for classrooms and not for examination hall. But the government saying, well, that's not how we interpret it. This is for classrooms and examination halls on all days.
Harish, thanks for getting us all those details. We'll, of course, keep tracking all these developments coming in from Karnataka, but we're shifting our focus to some other breaking developments also now coming in. After a massive setback in Punjab, then Congress Punjab chief Navjot Singh Sidhu has now lashed out at his own party, claiming that the Congress desperately needs to reinvent itself and that the party has to introspect and also reflect on the future. Sidhu has also gone on to say that the Congress lost in Punjab because of Mafia Raj. So Sidhu is back at it once again. He's put out a lashing at the Congress. Let's listen in to what Sidhu had to say.
व्यक्तिगत तौर ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਇਹ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਰੀਇਨਵੈਂਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਪਊਗਾ। ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਅਗਰ ਐਨਾਲਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰੂਗੀ, ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੋਲਿਆ, ਹਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਅਧਿਕਾਰ ਹੈ ਬੋਲਣ ਦਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਅੱਜ ਮੈਂ ਡੰਕੇ ਦੀ ਝੋਟ ਤੇ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਅਗਰ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਹਾਰੀ ਤੇ 5 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਮਾਫੀਆ ਰਾਜ ਕਰਕੇ ਹਾਰੀ। ਜਿੱਦਣ ਇਹ ਮਾਫੀਆ ਮੁੱਕਿਆ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਜਿੱਦਣ ਮਾਫੀਆ ਮੁਕਤ ਹੋਇਆ, ਉਸ ਦਿਨ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਉੱਠ ਖੜੇਗਾ। ਸੂਬੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਨ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ, ਇਸ਼ਕ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਲੜਦੇ ਰਹਿਣਗੇ ਬਗੈਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਫੇ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਦਾ, सोच रखे।
Colleague and a senior editor, Pallavi, is now back with us. Pallavi, this is a usual style of Sidhu. He comes once in a while, puts out this rant. But with the kind of performance that we've seen of Sidhu and the Congress party, is this even relevant now?
You know, if you notice, Navjot Singh Sidhu has been busy with the last few days. He actually has been hobnobbing with many of the Congress leaders from Punjab. It's his way of trying to show that, I still matter and there are people with me. Today also, when he goes to the PCC office and when the new PCC chief is taking charge, that is Raja Waring, he is also trying to make the similar point that any politics of the Congress party in Punjab cannot be done without Navjot Singh Sidhu, and hence he talks about the restructuring of the Congress party. The biggest problem for the Congress often has been in Punjab, the war within. Navjot Singh Sidhu, verbal spats and his open criticism of the Congress party, and Sunil Jakhar also hitting out at the Congress party was believed to be one of the main reasons for the undoing. Now, Congress will have to work that extra mile to come back in Punjab or even strengthen their organization. And I think that's going to be the biggest challenge really for the PCC chief. But Navjot Singh Sidhu's comments perhaps may not make things that easy for him.
Hello and welcome. You continue to be with CNN News 18. My name is Runjhun Sharma. We're starting the bulletin with some breaking news. Now there's a twist to the Jahangirpuri riots probe. Delhi Police Commissioner has written to ED, in fact, ED Directorate to probe Ansar under PMLA. In fact, this is requested the agency to probe Ansar's properties and bank details, with Delhi police of the belief that riot mastermind brought these properties through gambling money. So sources tell CNN News 18 that the probe is expanding and is on about more rioting. Ashish Merishi, who's getting us this information, joining us live on the broadcast. Ashish, so this probe is now no longer just about rioting, but there's a gambling angle also to it.
Well, that is what my sources reveal, that there is a letter that has been written by the Police Commissioner of Delhi to the Director of Enforcement Directorate. Basically, they are looking at, the kind of money that the main accused Ansar has in his possession. There are certain properties that he has in his possession. There are certain, funds in his bank accounts. So the entire effort is basically to find out whether the money that has reached him, whether the assets that he has created over a period of time, whether it is tainted money or not, whether the money was basically, whether he was being financed by certain individuals through India or abroad, so that this man can basically use these funds for himself and for creating riots in Delhi. We all know, if you remember, that there was a PFI angle to riots in Delhi, which happened a few years back. We all know that there were funds which were coming in from Gulf countries as well in India, and majorly this money was being used for riots in India and creating instability in India. So here we need to check. That's what the Delhi Police Commissioner is basically trying to say. We need to check whether these individuals were basically being financed by certain Gulf countries or not, whether the assets that have been created by them over a few years, the money that has reached into their bank accounts, whether this is tainted money or not, whether they have been financed or not from Gulf countries, or these are angles which needs to be looked at, and that is why Rakesh Asthana has written to Enforcement Directorate Director S.K. Mishra, and let's see if the probe expands. Then obviously there's going to be a PMLA case, and in case the money that is, or the assets that are in the possession of the main accused Ansar, in case it is found that this is basically tainted money, and there are maybe proceeds of crime, then obviously the Enforcement Directorate has the right to attach those assets.
Also put this in perspective for us, Ashish, is the agency trying to establish a clear link here with some of the weapons, arsenals that were used in this riot in Jahangirpuri? Have those been brought through the money from the gambling money really?
Well, that needs to be probed as of now. We all know that Ansar has been, he's basically an offender in the past as well. So, it's not that it's for the first time that he's been involved into any activity which is illegal. So that is why the Enforcement Directorate is being roped in. That is why Delhi Police Commissioner has written to the Enforcement Directorate. Basically, Enforcement Directorate specializes in basically tracking the money trail. So they have to find out, even the arms that were in their possession. We've seen already, there are videos which show that there was firing, which happened when the yatra was going on and when the riots took place. So all these angles need to be probed. We all know that Enforcement Directorate specializes in tracking the money trail, and that is why the letter has been written. And in case a case is registered under PMLA, then obviously it's going to be tough time for the accused.
Okay, Ashish, in fact, I'll request you to stay with us. So here's what we've learned from sources in the Enforcement Directorate. The Ansar properties bank details are under scanner. Also, Ansar used gambling money to purchase properties. This is something that is being indicated. Also, a case no longer now remains of just writing. The probe on illegal funds also is something that we will see. In fact, Ashish continues to be with us. Ashish, what more are you learning from your sources in the ED?
Well, if you see, most of these accused have been slapped with National Security Act. Now, to my understanding, National Security Act, in case there is money involved, obviously then it becomes a predicate offence under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And then a PMLA case can be registered. We all know that Enforcement Directorate is basically a secondary agency. So an FIR needs to be registered, which is already there. It is in place as of now, we know. And in case that falls into the predicate offence schedule of Enforcement Directorate or the PMLA, then obviously, the Enforcement Directorate can register a PMLA case, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act case. But then it needs to be seen whether, there is, the main accused in the rioting case, whether they were basically in possession of tainted money, whether they were in possession of money which is basically proceeds of crime. Then Enforcement Directorate basically has the right to attach those assets, confiscate those assets, and then obviously the main accused faces huge financial losses. So let's see how things move forward in the case, Ranjan. But as of now, we can confirm is that a letter has been written. Whether a case will be registered or not, that we can find out during the day. In case it happens, then obviously the Enforcement Directorate has the right to attach those assets in case the money is tainted. And then finally, yes, these assets, in case it is found that this is laundered money or this is basically proceeds of crime, then the Enforcement Directorate also has the right to confiscate those assets.
Okay, Ashish, so you're putting that in perspective for us. Now the case no longer is of just writing. The mastermind, Ansar, who is in fact said to be behind the riots in Jahangirpuri, also going to be probed by ED for gambling. Also, Ashish, if you could put in perspective for us, you're saying that there are indications that he's bought properties through gambling money. Where are some of these properties? Is this the Jahangirpuri area or is it elsewhere in the national capital?
That's too early to comment, because that is what the job of the Enforcement Directorate is. The Delhi Police has done initial inquiry. Too early to comment where all these properties would be. Obviously, there would be some properties in Jahangirpuri, but there could be properties outside Jahangirpuri as well. And that is a part of the probe that the Enforcement Directorate is basically going to look at. There could be Benami properties as well. There could be people who are close to the main accused who would be holding these properties. But then all needs to be seen where this money was coming from to buy these properties, whether the source was normal source, whether the source was Gulf countries, whether there was PFI behind it or not. All that needs to be looked at. That is the area of probe that the Enforcement Directorate is basically going to look at.
And what all organizations could be a part of this? You're saying PFI could be one of them, Ashish.
too early to comment again, but we have seen that PFI has been usually involved in such kinds of incidents in Delhi, in India. PFI, we all know that, their main operations are from Kerala, but then they're expanding their base in many states in India. And we already know that, that especially PFI's finances majorly coming from Gulf countries. The Enforcement Directorate has found out that almost.
In fact, some news coming in now from the state of Karnataka now. Alia and Resham, the two protesting girls of Udupi, in fact, of the PU college, who entered the college and sought permission to write the exam with hijab on, have been sent out of the campus and are not allowed to give the exam. Harish Upadhyay continues to be with us. Harish, so the girls have been sent back and they have denied the permissions to write their exams. Do you have more details what the plan of actions will be as far as these girls are concerned now?
Well, Alia Asadi came and collected her hall ticket. At the same time, Resham too entered the examination center. And examination center officials believed that they wanted to write the exam, and they asked them to remove the hijab. That's when the girls insisted that they want to write the exam with the hijab, and that's when there was an argument. Later on, you had the local police officials as well as the local tehsildar intervening. They tried to convince the students to remove the hijab and write the exam and adhere to the verdict of court. But when the students refused to do that, is when they were asked to leave. And we do understand now that they've left the examination center without taking the exam. There are a few more papers left. This is the first day of the class 12 second PUC exams here in Karnataka. Has to be seen if they will change their stance for the other papers. But as of today, you have Resham and Alia sent out of the examination center.
Also, Harish, is it only Resham and Alia, or are there other girls as well who would have given the examination if it wasn't for the order of not wearing hijabs in classrooms?
Well, at least 4 girls out of the 6 protesting girls at the Udupi PU college are in class 12, and all of them have been insisting that they will attend the classes or write exams only if they are allowed to wear the hijab. Just to recollect here, you had the same girls missing their practical exams earlier in March, and now they're missing their theory papers as well. All of them out of 4, 2 did not even turn up to the examination center, but Alia and Resham wanted to once again insist that they should be allowed, in a way resisting their protest as well. But the district administration and the college officials making it very clear that they have been instructed to follow the court orders and there won't be any exemptions.
Harish Upadhyay, thank you so much for getting us all those details.
Contempt of court.
After Supreme Court ordered MCD to maintain status quo in Jahangirpuri, the issue has become a political hotbed, with parties making a beeline to visit and meet victims of the violence. After Congress and the left today, 5-member TMC delegation of female MPs will visit Delhi's Jahangirpuri. Also, Samajwadi Party has also announced a 5-member delegation to visit the area today. Meanwhile, a delegation of Vishwa Hindu Parishad leaders tried to visit the area but were denied entry. Arun Danta joining us live from Jahangirpuri. Arun Danta, could you get us latest from the ground? The VHP there tried to enter, but have they been sent back?
Yes. VHP's 5 members delegation had come here where I'm standing at this moment, and they have been blocked by this human chain of the Delhi police personnel. They were not allowed to go inside. In fact, initially the officials who were present here on the spot, they made them speak to the DCP over the phone, and then she herself came here and spoke to the one of the delegation members and then convinced them, and now we can see that they are leaving the place. And in fact, while we were speaking to him, he was telling us that they will be allowed to meet the family members, but not here at this spot. Whatever help they wanted to provide to those families, they can provide them. They can meet them somewhere else. That's the arrangement which Delhi police will make. But of course, we are seeing that this is really becoming the epicenter for the politics. Right after the VHP's delegation, we are seeing the delegation of Muslim League's MPs also reaching here. Few of the MPs have arrived here. They're waiting for their other colleagues to reach here. Later in the afternoon, we are also expecting the 5 members delegation of TMC to reach here in Jahangirpuri, and then also the CPI's delegation and Samajwadi Party's delegation. Yesterday, Congress, Aam Aadmi Party, and then day before yesterday, OSC was here, but all of them were not allowed to go inside the colony of Jahangirpuri to meet the residents. So you can see at this moment there's a human chain made by the Delhi police personnel here. They're guarding this place. Nobody is allowed to go beyond this place who wants to meet to the family members. So politics is at zenith, that's what we can say at this moment, and whoever is finding time, they're coming here and trying to take the mileage out of the situation. That's what we are seeing here on the ground, and we'll expect in a short while from now the TMC members of Parliament will be reaching here, and they will also make the effort to go inside. But the kind of arrangement which Delhi police has made here, it will not be possible for them to go beyond this point. Back to you, Ranjan.
Arundanta, we'll keep coming back to you. Thank you so much for getting us all the very latest from the ground. Now, more news coming in from the state of Rajasthan. Amidst all the controversy surrounding the demolition drive in Jahangirpuri, which was opposed by opposition, especially the Congress, another row has broken out, this time in Rajasthan's Alwar, where the local administration led by Congress MLA razed down 3 temples. The temple caretaker have filed a written complaint in fact, and an FIR has been registered against the Congress MLA, SDM and 1 other person. भवानी in fact is joining us live. भवानी, आप हमको और डिटेल्स दे सकते हैं? ये अलवर में कहां पर घटना हुई और ये 3 मंदिर जो तोड़े गए हैं, इसका क्या कारण है?
देखिए रंजन, ये अलवर के राजगढ़ की घटना है और राजगढ़ के अंदर अतिक्रमण हटाने का एक अभियान वहाँ के लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की ओर से चलाया जा रहा था। उस दौरान ये 17 तारीख की घटना है। 17 तारीख को वहाँ पर 3 मंदिरों को अतिक्रमण बताकर वहाँ पर बुलडोजर चला दिए गए। आरोप ये पर भी है कि वहाँ पर जो मूर्तियाँ थी उसमें शिवलिंग था, उनको कटर से काटा गया। फिर उसके बाद में कल राजगढ़ के थाने के अंदर जो वहाँ के मंदिर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की ओर से और एक ब्रज विकास समिति, उन्होंने एक केस दर्ज कराया। उसमें कांग्रेस के जो स्थानीय विधायक है जोहरीलाल मीणा, उनको आरोपी बनाया और लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के अफसर है एसडीएम और नगर पालिका के सीईओ, उनको कहा कि किस तरीके से जानबूझकर मंदिर पर बुलडोजर चलाए गए। और ये कहा गया कि ये मंदिर नए नहीं है। एक मंदिर के बारे में कहा गया कि ये 250 साल पुराना है। ये दावा उन्होंने जो कंप्लेन दी है उसके अंदर किया गया है और मांग की गई है कि उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाए। हमने राजस्थान सरकार से भी इस पर बात की है। राजस्थान के जो मिनिस्टर हैं प्रताप सिंह खाचरियावास, उन्होंने कहा कि उन्हें जानकारी नहीं थी, लेकिन अगर मंदिर के अंदर बुलडोज़र इस तरीके से चला और अगर कटर से काटा गया तो ये गलत है। भले ही उन्हीं की पार्टी के लोग हो, भले ही उन्हीं के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के लोग हो, लेकिन फैक्ट क्या है सरकार पता करेगी कि किस वजह से ये बुलडोज़र चलाया गया। जी,
तो भवानी, सरकार बोल रही है कि उनको नहीं पता है और उनके नॉलेज के बिना ये हो गया है। लेकिन क्या ये एक पॉलिटिकल मूव दिखा जा रहा है, एक एक्शन रिएक्शन के तौर पे? क्योंकि अभी दिल्ली में जो हुआ है डेमोलिशन ड्राइव जहांगीरपुरी में, उसी के तुरंत बाद हमको ये अलवर में देखने को मिल रहा है।
देखिए ये किस वजह से इसको अगर एक्शन का रिएक्शन है ये हमें देखना होगा, लेकिन ये पहला एलिगेशन नहीं है अशोक गहलोत सरकार पर। अगर आपको याद हो रुंझुन तो एक महीने पहले ही एक राम द्वार था चूरू के सिक्कर के अंदर, उसको गिराया गया। उसके बाद में सरकार पर ये आरोप लगे थे, बीजेपी लगातार आरोप लगाती यही है कि एक ऑर्डर निकाला गया था जिसके अंदर ये कहा गया था कि जो बिजली कटौती होगी मुस्लिम एरिया के अंदर बिजली कटौती नहीं होगी, खासतौर पर रमज़ान के अंदर। उस पर सरकार पर आरोप लगे। फिर करौली जब हिंसा का मसला आया तो करौली हिंसा में भी सरकार पर बीजेपी ने आरोप लगाया था कि जो मेन एक्यूज्ड है उसको बचाने की कोशिश कर रही है, मतलूम अहमद, वो अभी तक फरार है। और सरकार पर यह आरोप बीजेपी लगातार लगा रही है कि वो हिंदू विरोधी काम कर रही है, तुष्टीकरण की सियासत कर रही है। तो ये आरोप अशोक गहलोत सरकार पर लग रहे हैं और ये एक के बाद एक लगाते आ रहे हैं बीजेपी। जी जी। और
आपकी बात हुई है उस एरिया के लोगों से, भवानी क्या कह रहे हैं वो? ये जो 3 मंदिर हैं ये रेजिडेंशियल एरियाज के पास हैं, कितने लोग यहाँ पर जाते थे?
देखिए जो वहाँ जिन्होंने केस दर्ज कराया और जो मंदिर से जुड़े पुजारी हैं उनका ये कहना है कि कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि जिसको अतिक्रमण बताया जा रहा है। नए मंदिरों, पुराने मंदिर है, वहाँ पर पूजा होती थी, लगातार लोग, शहर के लोग आया करते थे वहाँ पर, उनका ये क्लेम है। और सिर्फ ये मंदिर ही नहीं, 3
भवानी, मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि हमारे साथ जुड़े रहें। वी ऑल्सो हैव जौहरी लाल मीना फ्रॉम द कांग्रेस जॉइनिंग अस। जौहरी लाल मीना, आप अगर हमें बता सकते हैं कि ये जो 3 मंदिर को गिरा दिया गया है अलवर में, इसका क्या कारण है?
हमने कोई मंदिर नहीं छुड़वाया, न अतिक्रमण था, एमएलए ने कोई भी किसी से अतिक्रमण नहीं कहा। बीजेपी की बोर्ड है, बीजेपी के चेयरमैन है, बीजेपी के लोगों ने उसको लेकर अतिक्रमण हटवाया है, मंदिर उन लोगों ने हटवाया है। हमारा कोई लेना देना नहीं है। कांग्रेस भगवान के प्रति, मंदिरों के प्रति, धर्म के प्रति आस्था रखती है। किसी भी विभिन्न प्रकार का धर्म हो, सब धर्मों पर आस्था रखती है कांग्रेस पार्टी, और जवाहरलाल भी आस्था रखता है। हमने कोई भी मंदिर नहीं तोड़ा, न अतिक्रमण की बात कही। ये सब बीजेपी के लोगों ने, बीजेपी के बोर्ड है, बीजेपी के आदेश दिए हैं अतिक्रमण हटाना और मंदिर को तोड़ना। कांग्रेस और जवाहरलाल बिल्कुल निर्दोषी है, हमारा कोई लेना देना नहीं है।
Shehzad Poonawalla also from the BJP joining us. Shehzad, we were speaking to Jaurilal Meena and he's saying that the Congress has nothing to do with, in fact, breaking down of 3 temples in Alwar, and in fact, it's the BJP which is behind it.
How can the BJP behind a demolition of a mandir in a Congress-ruled state? This is like Mr. Gehlot transferring blame of Karoli law and order to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But this is not the first time that he's seen this Aurangzebi mindset. You remember the Salasar Balaji gate, which was demolished by the Congress party in Rajasthan? They tried to lie out of their way there too. They broke the temple, the murtis of Ma Sita and Lord Ram. They are the ones who have led to the anti-Hindu violence in Karoli, the anti-Hindu violence in Malpura, because of which Hindus had to leave their houses. The kind of atrocities we are seeing on saints and sadhus and Hindus in Rajasthan, which is like Babulal, Vaishnav and others. So this is the Aurangzebi mindset, because Rajasthan government has an anti-Hindu agenda, and therefore even electricity is divided in the name of religion. But the fact is that on the one hand, Congress party cries when action is taken against rioters in Jahangirpuri or in Khambat or in Khargon. But on the other hand, the ancient symbols of our civilization and of our culture and religion are being demolished by Rahul Gandhi's party, who claims to be a Janyudari Hindu, who claims to go to temples during Mandirs. Now where is Rahul Gandhi? He must be rejoicing, because they are the ones who wanted to even break Ram Setu. They are the ones who denied existence of Lord Ram. So this is the Aurangzebi anti-Hindu mindset of Rajasthan government, which constantly demonstrates itself every now and then, particularly in Karoli and now in Alwar.
Okay, Shehzad Poonawalla, I'm going to take your point to Jaurilal Meena. He's still with us. अगर आपने सुना है वहाँ पर शहजाद पूनावाला को, वो बेसिकली बोल रहे हैं कि ये कांग्रेस की आदत है, हिंदूज पे अट्रॉसिटी हो रही है राजस्थान में, और फिर वो ब्लेम बीजेपी पर लगा देते हैं।
बीजेपी के लोगों ने किया है, कांग्रेस के कोई लोगों ने नहीं किया।
अच्छा, लेकिन आपकी सरकार है वहां पर, तो कोई अकाउंटेबिलिटी होनी चाहिए। ऐसा कैसे है कि कांग्रेस की सरकार होने के बावजूद भी बीजेपी ने आके 3 मंदिर गिरा दिए?
निजी संस्था है, नगर पालिका, नगर परिषद, स्वास्थ्य संस्था है। स्वास्थ्य संस्था अपना खुद इंडिपेंडेंट फैसला करती है और वो फैसला के अनुकूल है जो प्रशासन काम करता है।
लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं कि इसमें सरकार को कुछ पता ही नहीं चला। एक नहीं, 2 नहीं, 3 मंदिर अलवर में गिरा के चले गए। और
मेरा मंदिरों से कोई लेना देना नहीं है और मेरे को अतिक्रमण में लेना देना नहीं है। मैंने अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए नहीं कहा, मैंने मंदिर तोड़ने के लिए नहीं कहा। ये अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए बीजेपी के लोगों ने किए। बीजेपी का बोर्ड है, बीजेपी के चेयरमैन है, और मंदिर तोड़ने का काम बीजेपी के चेयरमैन ने, बीजेपी के वहाँ बोर्ड ने किया है। मेरा कोई लेना देना नहीं है। राजस्थान में जब वसुंधरा जी जब मुख्यमंत्री थी,
Shehzad Poonawalla, if you're hearing Jawharilal Lamina, he's saying it's the BJP board there that has actually gone ahead and bulldozed these 3 temples in Alwar, and the Congress has nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Last time when the Salasar Balaji gate was broken, they tried to say that it was the National Highway Authority of India that broke it. Everyone got to know that it was the PWD department of the Rajasthan government which is behind this. And if it is the BJP administration, why don't they go and file FIRs and take legal action? What is stopping the Rajasthan government from taking legal action if it has been done by the BJP? The fact is that this is the Rajasthan government's demolition drive, particularly against Hindu structures. It's not the first time they've done this. They've done this time and again. They want to send out a message, chilling message to Hindus that, look, this government will openly support its vote bank. They've divided electricity in the name of Hindus, Muslims. They did not give electricity only to rozedas during Ramzan, or is that also figment of our imagination? Mr. Meena can come here and lie as much as he wants. The fact of the matter is that even during the Salasar Balaji gate, मैं उनसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, मीणा जी, सालासर बालाजी का गेट जिसने ध्वस्त किया, वो कौन था? PWD डिपार्टमेंट थी या NHAI थी, जैसे आप झूठ बोल रहे थे उस समय? बताइए मीणा जी।
मैं आपसे कह रहा हूँ किसी डिपार्टमेंट ने किया हो।
सालासर बालाजी का गेट किसने ध्वस्त किया, बताइए ना मीणा जी।
कांग्रेस पार्टी।
अरे मीणा जी, सालासर बालाजी का मुख्य द्वार किसने ध्वस्त किया?
आपके बात मैंने सुनी। हमने किसी प्रकार का आदेश नहीं दिए अतिक्रमण हटाने का, मंदिर तोड़ने का। बीजेपी के लोगों ने, बीजेपी का बोर्ड ने, बीजेपी के चेयरमैन ने,
तो आप कार्रवाई करिए ना,
और
कार्रवाई करवाइए।
आदेश होना चाहिए, हमने कोई आदेश नहीं दिया।
कार्रवाई करवाइए फिर। आप कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं करवाते? आप तो करौली में मुख्य आरोपी मतलूब को अभी तक नहीं पकड़ पाए।
उसमें 35 सदस्य है, जिसमें 34 सदस्य बीजेपी के हैं, बीजेपी के चेयरमैन है।
करौली के मुख्य आरोपी मतलूब को अभी तक नहीं पकड़ पाए। बाबूलाल वैष्णव की हत्या हो जाती है, आप कुछ नहीं कर पाए। हम मालपुरा से हिंदुओं को भगाया जाता है, आप कुछ नहीं कर पाए। करौली से पलायन कराया जाता है, आप कुछ नहीं कर पाए। बिजली को रमजान और नवरात्र में बांट देते हो और फिर फोन काट देते हो। यही असली चेहरा है।
I think we've lost the line there with Jawharilal Lamina, but thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. To both our guests, in fact, blaming each other for the unfortunate incident that has taken place in Alwar. We're slipping into a short break now. Lots more on the other side. Do stay with us.
India's top court has ruled that the status quo has to be maintained and no further demolition will take place for 2 weeks. Not just that, the 2-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order. While CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
The Supreme Court order coming in the morning, and in spite of that discontinuing, it was selectively done. This means it's nothing to do with stopping illegal encroachment.
But what grabbed eyeballs is the petitioner's lawyer's argument that only a particular community was selectively targeted in this drive.
माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूछा है.
This spurred a war of words between the BJP and the Grand Old Party, with both sides trading barbs of communalizing the demolition.
It is shocking but not surprising that the Congress party once again has pulled out the communal card, the card of vote bank appeasement politics, even on the platform of the Supreme Court. Tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना political tourism करिए आप लोग.
हम कोई राजनीति कर नहीं है, जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर delegation बन.
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also
UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson meets External Affairs Minister Jaishankar ahead of the meeting with Prime Minister Modi today. Zaka Jacob is with us live. Zaka, so lots expected today. Could you throw some light?
So both the Prime Ministers of India and the UK will be meeting at about 11:30 at Hyderabad House. It will be an official call on. This is the first visit that Boris Johnson is undertaking to the UK in Mr. Modi's second term. This had been planned at least on a couple of occasions before. And the reason it got postponed was because of the COVID. So this is going to be a very, very critical visit because remember, a huge emphasis is going to be on the trade partnership between London and New Delhi. Both countries are engaged very vehemently in a free trade agreement negotiations. Though that FTA may not happen in this particular visit, there are a whole host of other deals that are expected to be signed. I think deals worth $100 billion are expected to be signed through the course of this visit in electrical mobility, in a digital health partnership, in artificial intelligence. There are going to be scholarships that are going to be announced for Indian and British students. So there's going to be a whole array, a whole gamut of agreements that are going to be signed when that agreement signing ceremony happens at about 1 o'clock. But I think one critical area that will be discussed as well is what's happening in Ukraine, because the US and the UK in particular have taken a very strident position against what's happened in Ukraine. They've gone ahead and criticized Vladimir Putin. There are tens of sanctions that have been imposed against Russian companies, so on and so forth. And this has become a bit of a divergence between the position that India has taken and what some of its Western partners have taken. While yes, this issue of Ukraine will come up in the talks between the prime ministers, I don't think Boris Johnson will publicly mention this. Certainly not, with Prime Minister Modi along his side when they have the press meet right after the conclusion of the MOUs. I don't think he will give the kind of public lecturing that we saw either from US officials last week or what we heard when the 2+2 happened last week when Jaishankar and Rajnath Singh had gone to Washington. So I don't think there will be any public mention. I think we're getting the pictures of Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Boris Johnson. These are the live shots coming in from Hyderabad House. You can see the long handshake between both leaders. They do enjoy a very cordial relationship. They have met on the sidelines of many multilateral meets in the past as well. But like I said, this is the first time that Boris Johnson is coming to India in Mr. Modi's second term. He was supposed to have come on a number of occasions in the past. It was scheduled to happen, but because of COVID, either in the UK or here in India, that got postponed. So this is a significant visit. Like I said, agreements worth $1 billion are expected to be signed during the course of the interaction. There's going to be, like I said, also discussions on the geopolitical situation, certainly what's happening in Ukraine. And you heard, I think, at Rashtrapati Bhavan after the ceremonial guard of honor, Boris Johnson was asked a question about the defense purchases and India's own sort of defense support and defense partnership with Russia, and whether the UK and US and other countries would step forward to try and help India diversify its defense basket, as it were. And he said, absolutely, this is the time for India to diversify its investments. So now they will go into the main meeting hall in Hyderabad House. There will be individual talks between both the prime ministers when their respective delegations will not be with them, and then subsequently there'll be delegation level talks as well. A huge trade delegation has come with Boris Johnson. Like I said, they're expected to sign a host of deals in electric mobility, in digital partnership for health, in artificial intelligence, as well as scholarships for Indian students wanting to pursue advanced science programs in the UK. So all of these, a host of agreements will be signed. $1 billion worth of agreements are going to be signed. And this visit, this is the second day of his visit. He had gone to Gujarat yesterday. He had met with leading industrialists there. The chief minister there had opened a new JCB plant in a place called Halol. So clearly, Boris Johnson, I think, is putting the trade aspect of the relationship with India front and center. And why not? Because, like I've been saying, India has concluded very recently an FTA with Australia, with the UAE, and I think UK is going to be next in line. So it's going to be absolutely critical what the nature of those negotiations are, and they're hoping, both sides are hoping, that at some point this year, maybe if the Prime Minister goes to London later this year, they will hope to conclude the free trade agreement. Short of that, like I said, a whole host of trade agreements are going to be signed over the next couple of hours. So 1 o'clock is when they will now come out for the MOU signing, and then subsequently after that, there will be a brief press interaction as well. These are live shots that have just come, the shots from just a few moments ago of both the Prime Minister and Boris Johnson there being received at the Hyderabad House. A long, warm handshake between both leaders. Remember, they have met in the past on the sidelines of the G20, on the sidelines of other summits in the past as well. But this is the first time that Boris Johnson is visiting India in Mr. Modi's second term. And clearly, trade and economy seems to be on top of the agenda. Like I said, it's not like Ukraine will not be discussed. Of course, Ukraine will be discussed. But I don't think you will see the kind of public lecturing that you saw from some of the US officials and other officials about India's divergent position when it comes to Ukraine and the actions against Russia. You're not going to see any sort of public statement from Boris Johnson. But privately, in the meeting, certainly the UK will convey its disregard or displeasure, if you will, on the divergent position that India has taken.
Zaka Jacob, thank you so much for putting that in perspective for us. In fact, we have Alok Bansal, Director of India Foundation, with us. Also, Ashok Sajjanar, former diplomat. I'll come to you first, Ashok Sajjanar. We saw that firm handshake between both the Prime Ministers, Narendra Modi as well as Boris Johnson. Tell us, why is this meet so significant?
Yeah, I think, number one, what you mentioned, Maha, about the body language, about the close rapport that exists between the two leaders. We saw that when, last year the Prime Minister had gone for the COP26 meeting. And, Boris Johnson's visit to India, it has been arranged twice in the past. One last year when he was to come as chief guest on our Republic Day. That could not happen because of the raging COVID-19 cases in the UK, and in April 2021 because of COVID-19 in India. So I think this visit has been long in coming, but and that is why both the sides are keen that they should be able to get maximum results out of it. Basically, I think it is the bilateral relations, the bilateral content of the partnership that is going to dominate. Both India and the United Kingdom are keen that the trade partnership, the trade relationship, that should get an impetus, that should get a boost. And there have been discussions, I think about 4 rounds of meetings on the free trade agreement between India and the United Kingdom have been held. Quite a lot of ground has been covered, both in the area of goods and services. I think there is some discussion that has been going on whether an interim agreement could be signed, an early harvest sort of a package could be agreed to. I understand from media reports that about 65% of the agreement on goods has been finalized and more than 1/3 on agreement in services. But this is a call that the two leaders will have to take because if there is an interim agreement that is signed, it will give confidence that, we are moving forward. And then by the end of the year or beginning of next year, we could have the final agreement also, signed, dusted, and put into operation. While, in some quarters, other quarters, there is the feeling that if the midterm agreement, interim agreement is signed, then it might take the focus away from a full-fledged agreement. But I think both the countries are moving in that direction. There are other areas, for instance, science, technology, climate change, defense, Indo-Pacific. I think those are all important issues which will be discussed today. And I'm sure the joint declaration that comes at the end of these deliberations is going to reflect the very strong partnership between the two countries. We know that we've had a strategic partnership coming from 2004, but that was upgraded to a comprehensive strategic partnership last year at the virtual summit between the two prime ministers in May. So I think the document that emerges today, the joint declaration that emerges today, will reflect the both in terms of the range as well as in terms of the depth of the relationship. I agree with what Zaka was saying just now, that the Russia-Ukraine conflict would be an issue of discussion, but I don't think there would be too much of time that would be spent on that because both sides are quite clear. And I think there is a growing respect and acknowledgement and acceptance that we can see as far as the United Kingdom and the West in general, that, it is lecturing, of course, does not help at all as far as India is concerned. India is today a very different country, but I think having a deliberation, having a reasoned argument and conversation, I think that is what we can expect as far as the Russia-Ukraine issue is concerned.
Okay, I'd also like to go to Alok Bansal at this point. This shouldn't just be looked as talks or discussions, but there is more which is expected out of it. There is investment worth billions of pounds, and also this is expected to create jobs, at least for around 11,000 Indians in the UK.
See, there is no doubt that it has to be looked at in a different way, because this visit comes at a time when India and UK are dealing as equals, actually. And in fact, it's not only British investments into India that we are looking at, but UK is also looking at Indian investments in UK. Yesterday's statement said that Indian investments by Maersk and other companies would create over 1,600 jobs in United Kingdom. So while we are looking for British investment in India, the UK is also looking for Indian investments, and a lot of Indian companies have already taken stakes in companies in UK. Some of them have been turned around from loss-making to profit-making companies. So it's a relationship between equals. And that's one of the reasons why I feel that FTA may come about, though it may not come about immediately. And at this point of time, the UK needs India much more than India needs UK, because after Brexit, UK's manufacturing base does need a bigger market, which is since Europe will not be available to them. Of course, India also wants a foothold in the Western world, and especially in the field of services, we would want a collaborative venture, because UK has been the financial hub of the world for a very, very long period of time. So we would definitely want a foothold there. In the field of defense is where we are trying to diversify our sources. The UK is also very keen that we diversify our sources from Russia, away from Russia. So they would also be keen to offer us alternatives. And I think India would also want not to diversify its sources for imports, because we would not want to put all our eggs in one basket. So that is another field where we would see some progress probably. Of course, as far as the collaborative ventures are concerned, the themes that are being talked of is artificial intelligence, green technology, 5G, which is a very big rollout, which we are looking at, and we don't want companies like Huawei actually walking away with it. So UK may have a major role to play in providing 5G infrastructure, hardware, etc. So there are a lot of fields where I think collaborative ventures are feasible. Pharmaceutical is, of course, another one of them. Yes. So we have a plethora of areas where we can go. But again, as Ambassador Sajjan Har said, somebody else also said, that there is no doubt that within closed doors, Russia-Ukraine war would be discussed, because UK, like the US, has been very, very strident in its criticism of Russia as far as the Ukraine conflict is concerned. The only thing is Boris Johnson has been far more diplomatic. So after Mohammed bin Salman, the Saudi prince, did not pick up US president's call, it was Boris Johnson who visited Saudi Arabia to work things out. And I think Boris Johnson would not publicly make any statement on this particular issues, because UK knows what are Indian sensitivities on somebody trying to pontificate on this particular issue.
Yes.
But unlike other European countries, UK has been far more strident as far as its criticism of Russia and sanctions are concerned, because UK's dependence on Russian energy is far lesser than other countries in the continent.
Okay, on that note, I'd like to thank both my guests, Alok Bansal, also Ashok Sajjanar and Zaka Jekpap, for putting the story in perspective for us. Time for a short break. We'll be back soon. What's the dynamic between the three of you? Who's the bull? Who's the bear? Who's the calm one? Who gets mad?
Kailash is the bull. Yeah, because he can.
And
no, I think he's not the bull. He's a bully. I mean, it's, that can be. I mean, he's not the
Kailash,
bull.
would you like to comment on that? You're the bully.
I'm not a bully. I call a spade, and that is construed as bullying.
No, in the office, in my personal life, we have a K filter. Like, you know, like before the decision's made, it's like, what will K think about it?
So it goes with the Kailash filter.
No, but it's definitely, you know, personally for me, you know, I think he's like my life guru.
Not just that, the two-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order. While CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
The Supreme Court order coming in the morning, and in spite of that, this continuing. It was selectively done. This means it's nothing to do with stopping illegal encroachment.
But what grabbed eyeballs is the petitioner's lawyer's argument that only a particular community was selectively targeted in this drive.
माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूछा है.
This spurred a war of words between the BJP and the Grand Old Party, with both sides trading barbs of communalizing the demolition.
It is shocking but not surprising that the Congress party once again has pulled out the communal card, the card of vote bank appeasement politics, even on the platform of the Supreme Court. Tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना पॉलिटिकल टूरिज्म करिए आप लोग.
हम कोई राजनीति कर नहीं है जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर डेलीगेशन बनवाने.
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example.
Welcome back. A class 12th political science question paper has triggered a massive controversy in Rajasthan. This after the question paper featured as many as 6 questions glorifying the role of Congress party, drawing light to Congress political history, questions regarding the Grand Old Party's performance in 1960s, also 1970s, were asked. Questions on Congress's role as a social and ideological alliance was also asked in the papers. This has in fact drawn flack from the BJP, which has called the question papers Congress's propaganda piece.
The Congress party has always infiltrated education and institutions for indoctrination for a political propaganda of one family. The question paper of the 12th standard Rajasthan Board Political Science sounds less like a Prashant Patra and more like a Prashansa Patra of the Congress party. The kind of questions that are being put only and only to push the propaganda and agenda and narrative of one family at the cost of education. This shows the true face of Congress.
Class political science question paper. In fact, Rajasthan Education Minister refuses to take blame for the questions featuring in the exam papers, says the government has nothing to do with this.
अभी जो 12वीं की परीक्षा हुई है उसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी के ऊपर 5 सवाल पूछे गए हैं।
तो आप परीक्षक से ही पूछो। परीक्षक जो है देखिए बोर्ड ऑटोनोमस है, उसमें सरकार का कोई इंटरफेरेंस नहीं है और वक्तन वक्तन जो पेपर पुराने आप देखेंगे तो उसमें ऐसे अनेक क्वेश्चन मिल जाएंगे जो अन्य पार्टियों से भी संबंधित होते हैं। तो ये पॉलिटिकल साइंस का पेपर जो है वो कोई सरकार ने नहीं छांटा है।
भवानी, आप हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। राजस्थान एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर एकदम अपने हाथ झाड़ रहे हैं और बोल रहे हैं कि इसके बारे में सरकार को पता ही नहीं है और कुछ लेना देना नहीं है। कितना जस्टिफाइड है उनका रिएक्शन?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि राजस्थान बोर्ड राजस्थान सरकार से अलग नहीं है, क्योंकि बोर्ड के चेयरमैन का अपॉइंटमेंट खुद सरकार करती है। दूसरी बात है कि 8 सवाल है, 6 सवाल सीधे हैं, 2 सवाल इनडायरेक्ट रूप से, वो भी कांग्रेस से जुड़े हुए। इतने सारे सवाल किसी इस तरीके से किसी परीक्षा में आना, सवाल कई सारे खड़े हो रहे हैं कि क्या इतने सवाल खड़े किए गए तो वो जो प्रश्न पत्र जिनसे तैयार कराए गए वो लोग कौन है? ये बहुत बड़ी बात है कि अगर इस तरीके से तैयार किए गए पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से जुड़े हुए इतने सारे सवाल पूछे गए तो उसकी वजह क्या है, क्यों इतने सवाल पूछे गए और क्या मकसद क्या था? तमाम कई सारे सवाल है। हमने प्रताप सिंह खचरियावास से उनसे भी बात की थी। उन्होंने भी ये सफाई दी कि जो मिनिस्टर हैं उन्होंने कहा कि क्या हो गया कि कांग्रेस पार्टी इतनी बड़ी है, सवाल पूछ लिया तो क्या हुआ? आप मानिए कि एक पेपर में अगर 8 सवाल अगर कांग्रेस से जुड़े हुए पूछे जाए और 8 ही अगर बीजेपी से जुड़े हुए पूछे जाए तो प्रश्न पत्र में टोटल प्रश्न कितने होते हैं? 15 से 20 सवाल। तो किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी पॉलिटिकल साइंस के पेपर के अंदर ये सवाल पूछे जाते हैं तो कई सारे सवाल है। और राजस्थान माध्यमिक शिक्षा बोर्ड इससे पहले भी विवादों में, राजस्थान में रीट भर्ती परीक्षा हुई है, बोर्ड के चेयरमैन को हटाना पड़ा था, तो विवादों में भी रहा। तो जाहिर तौर पर सरकार ये कहकर पल्ला नहीं झाड़ सकती कि ये ऑटोनॉमस बॉडी है और वो तय करती है और सरकार का कोई दखल नहीं।
बिल्कुल। और भवानी, अब बीजेपी बोल रही है कि कांग्रेस ये जो बच्चों के क्वेश्चन पेपर्स हैं पॉलिटिकल साइंस के, उसको एज अ प्रोपेगेंडा यूज कर रहा है। उस पे क्या कांग्रेस ने अभी तक कुछ रिएक्शन दिया है?
देखिए, उस पर भी कांग्रेस ने ये कहा कि ये हम पर एलिगेशन लगा रहे हैं, इन्होंने क्या क्या किया, वो दूसरे एलिगेशन लगाने लग गए कि ऐसा पहले बीजेपी भी करती आई है, कोई नई बात नहीं है। लेकिन जहां तक मेरी जानकारी है, मैंने इतने सवाल, हाँ ये जरूर होता है कि ऐसा नहीं है कि बोर्ड की परीक्षाओं में नहीं होता, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से जुड़े सवाल नहीं आते हैं, लेकिन इतने नहीं आते हैं कि एक पेपर के अंदर इतने सारे 8 सवाल दे दिए जाए छात्रों को। और दूसरी बात है कि उनका कंसर्न क्या है उस पेपर का, ये इतने सारे इन सवाल पूछने का। और वो जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की जीत से जुड़े हुए, इनकी स्थापना से जुड़े हुए, उनके संगठन से जुड़े हुए, इन तमाम सवालों के तर्क क्या है, वो भी सरकार के पास में कोई वाजिब सफाई नहीं है कि आखिर ऐसे इतने सवाल पूछने के पीछे तुक क्या है। जी
शुक्रिया भवानी हमारे लिए वो डिटेल्स लाने के लिए। In fact, we have live shots of both the prime ministers.
जो बिजनेसेस हैं उनको कैसे बढ़ावा दिया जाए, निवेश को कैसे बढ़ावा दिया जाए और कैसे एक आर्किटेक्चर बनाया जाए, क्योंकि दोनों ही देश बहुत इच्छुक हैं कि आपस में जो ट्रेड का रिलेशनशिप है उसको नेक्स्ट लेवल पे लेके जाया जाए। ब्रिटेन ब्रेक्जिट के बाद यूरोप के बाहर ट्रेड पार्टनर्स ढूंढ रहा है। भारत क्लियरली उसमें एक, क्योंकि भारत एक बड़ी मार्केट भी है, भारत एक राइजिंग इकोनॉमी भी है और काफी कन्वर्जेंसेस हैं जो दोनों देशों की आपस में हैं। तो इस पर बिल्ड अपॉन कैसे किया जाए, रोड मैप 2030 की समीक्षा की जाएगी और उसमें जो अड़चने आ रही हैं उसको स्ट्रीमलाइन कैसे किया जाए, उस पोटेंशियल को।
So we're getting the visuals of both the Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well as Boris Johnson sitting there. We also in fact are seeing after that firm handshake between the two Prime Ministers of the UK and India, the talks are now started. Remember, the talks are anticipated to in fact also generate billions of pounds of investment, and not just investment but also jobs for at least 11,000 Indians in the UK. So a very, very significant meet there. Remember, it's a 2-day meet for boosting India and UK ties. Boris Johnson is in India. We're getting the visuals of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Prime Minister of UK Boris Johnson there sitting and starting the talks. Remember, these talks are going to be very, very significant these, in fact, are going to, they're going to be talking across sectors. There's going to be pharmaceuticals, health sector. Shreya Dhondiyal with us on the phone line. A very, very significant talk that has started there between the two Prime Ministers, Shreya.
These pictures that you're coming to, that are coming to your screens right now, coming from inside the Hyderabad house. You're seeing Prime Minister Modi on your screens. You're seeing Boris Johnson on your screens. The first pictures really came in from early this morning today when both of them were at the President's house for the reception. And there's a brief press statement that Boris Johnson did make, expressing absolute joy and delight with the reception he had got both here in Delhi and in Gujarat, where he was yesterday, saying that relations between the two countries essentially have never been better. So there is a certain ease that you could see, a comfort, a friendship that was very visible in the morning, and that attitude and that body language and that tone and tenor really, Runjhun, will carry on through these bilaterals that the two leaders will be having. Now, one of the big things is a push for the free trade agreement. 2 rounds are already done. There's a third round that is expected next week. And the idea for the two men to meet is, the two leaders on your screens to meet is to try and push through and see if the process of signing the final agreement can happen as soon as possible. Given the ease at which the leaders are with each other, well, there will be some contentious issues on the table, but things will not be unpleasant given the tone and tenor that has already been set this morning. Will Ukraine be discussed? Yes, of course, given the fact that there is a war raging on in Europe. Ukraine will be a big part of the discussions, but what the British have made very clear is that they are not here to lecture India. India is buying discounted oil for the Russians. They are doing it for, they are doing it for their own country and what is best for them. And the fact is that the British have gone on record to say that we understand the historical relationship that India shares with Russia. So while we are staunch critics of Russia, we understand India's neutrality as well. So there is that understanding, but Ukraine will definitely be discussed. As far as defense ties are concerned, India is modernizing its forces. You know that. A large part of our inventory is of Russian origin, but India has tried in the last 10 years to wean away from this Russian origin inventory. So we've been buying weapons, for example, from the United States of America increasingly. We have partnerships with the French. We have partnership with the Israelis, and Britain wants to come into that equation as well. However, what they are saying is we understand that India's push is towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, make in India. Therefore, we don't want to sell stuff to you. We want to collaborate with you. So one of the things on the talking table will be cutting-edge fighter jet technology that Britain will offer India, perhaps. Will we hear about it as the readout comes out by the end of the day? Let's just wait and watch. But lots on the talking table, including two men, Runjhun, interestingly, Nirav Modi and Vijay Mallya, who, India has been trying to extradite them for a while, and India will hope that Britain helps in the process as well.
Good afternoon, you're with CNN News 18. I am Ridhima Bhatnagar. We at CNN News 18 are committed to bring you stories that matter the most. The next half hour will bring you one such story that could easily pass off as one of the biggest, most sinister and coercive conversion push, cloaked in school classes and in social work. CNN News 18's team travelled to several parts of Tamil Nadu to bring you this mega exclusive investigation. Let's set it up for you.
Religious conversion as organised racket and social swindle. And it's not just Punjab. CNN News 18 travelled to South Tamil Nadu, Kanyakumari, Nagarkoil, Tirunelveli to find unease against a Christian conversion push simmering under the surface. Take a closer look, talk to school children, their parents and families here, and what one finds is this sinister, coercive conversion push cloaked in school classes and social work. Tall promises for a school child of all the world's happiness, funds for studies, and even high marks, extending to financing for their parents. And it all comes at a cost. Convert to Christianity. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive investigation.
Now, before we get you more details about this investigation, let's first talk to you about how this conversion racket really works and why is it so prevalent. Firstly, you identify rural, poor, oppressed families via casteism. Then you give them big promises. You promise their families a dignified living in society. What else the kind of promises that are made? You promise their children healthcare as well as education. The education that has been promised but is coming with a big cost. I'll talk about that in just a bit. If you do not accept these promises, you're warned of dire divine consequences if these families refuse. Also, what is important to note here is you're taking advantage of greed among the Hindu clergy. This is exactly how the racket really works. Now, we term this conversion push a sinister one for a specific reason. The targets for the religious conversion were not just anyone, but the most vulnerable ones, children. CNN News 18 now investigates this plot, unfolds it, and now vulnerable children were used as pawns in this conversion racket. Let's take a look.
உங்களுக்கு ஸ்கூல்ல வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி கிறிஸ்தவத்தை பத்தி சொன்னாங்களா? கிறிஸ்தவத்துல வந்து மதம் மாத்தணும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா? இல்ல இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறினா வந்து நீங்க அதிகமா மார்க்லாம் வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா?
இல்ல இப்படி மாறினா நல்லா இருக்கும், லைஃப் நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே ஓகே. இப்போ மாறினா வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி தான் வந்து சொன்னாங்க. வேற என்னென்னலாம் சொன்னாங்க உங்களுக்கு? என்னென்னலாம் வந்து சொல்லி வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஸ்கூல்ல வந்து பேசிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்க உங்ககிட்ட?
இப்படி மாறினா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும், கடவுள் நல்லா தருவார்.
கிறிஸ்தவத்துக்கு மாறினீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து மார்க்ஸ்ல அதிகமா வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி இது பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்களா? ஓகே. இப்போ இந்த மாதிரி வந்து நீங்க மாறல அப்படின்னா உங்களை வந்து நீங்க வந்து ஃபெயிலா போயிடுவீங்க, வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்காது அப்படி இப்படின்லாம் வந்துட்டு உங்களை வந்து மிரட்டாங்களா?
கஷ்டமா நீங்கள் மாறலன்னா கஷ்டமா இருப்பீங்க, வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே. இப்போ உங்க கூட படிச்சவங்க வந்துட்டு யாராவது வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறி இருக்கிறாங்களா?
இல்லை அப்படிலாம் 3 பேர் வந்தாங்க. ஃபஸ்ட்டு செகண்ட் தேர்டு ஃபோர்த்து ஃபிஃப்த்லேருந்து எல்லா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து எல்லாம் அசம்பிளி பண்ணி உட்கார வச்சுருந்தாங்க. ஃபோனை பற்றி ஃபஸ்ட்டு சொன்னாங்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் அது சொன்னாங்களா.
ஃபோனில் என்னென்ன பேசுவாங்க?
ஃபோனில் என்னது கண்ணு அது அப்படி சொன்னாங்க. கண் கெட்டு போயிடும், உடம்பு ஒரு மாறி ஏறும், அதுக்கப்புறம் இறந்து போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லா இருப்பீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னீங்க. மாறலைன்னா வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
சின்ன சின்ன பிள்ளைங்களும் இருக்காங்களா அங்கே?
ஆமாம், ஃபஸ்ட்டு எல்கேஜிலேருந்து எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க.
ரொம்ப சின்ன பசங்களும் இருக்காங்க?
ஆமாம்.
டீப்பாக சொல்லுங்க.
எல்கேஜி, யூகேஜி, ஃபஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் எல்லாம் சின்ன பிள்ளைலேருந்து பெரிய பிள்ளை 5th வரை எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க. அப்போ அங்கே வந்து எல்லோரும் வந்து ஃபோனை பற்றி சொல்லிவிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் கிறிஸ்டினை பற்றி சொன்னாங்க. வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அப்போ சின்ன பிள்ளைலாம் இருந்துச்சு. அப்போ மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லாயிருக்கும், இல்லைன்னா நல்லா இருக்க மாட்டீங்க, அப்புறம் படிப்பு வராது, மாறினீங்கன்னா படிப்பு எல்லாம் வரும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
பின்ன அவர் ஏதாவது காசு ஏதாவது தரணும்னா மொபைல் தருவாங்களா, அது ஏதாவது சொல்லுவாங்களா?
ஆமாம், மாறினீங்கன்னா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும், எல்லாம் தருவாங்க. என்ன ஃபோனு அதெல்லாம் தருவாங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. மாதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா தருவாங்க.
காசு தருவாங்களா?
ஆமாம், மாதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா காசு தருவோம், மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
படிக்கிறதுக்கு புக்கு வசதி அதெல்லாம்
எல்லாம் நாங்களே பார்த்துக்கிடுவோம், மாறினீங்கன்னா மட்டும் போதும், மாதம் நாங்கள் சுட்டு தருவோம், எல்லாம் புக்ஸு எல்லாம் எல்லாம் வாங்கி தருவோம், மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஆனால் ஏதாவது பசங்க மாறிடுச்சா?
இல்லை, அப்படி போய்ட யாரும் மாறுற இன்னும்
மாறுதா உங்களுக்கு தெரியாது?
ஆமாம், எனக்கு தெரியாது. இப்போ மாறி இருப்பாங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல.
My colleague Anand Narsimhan also now joining us on the broadcast. Anand, absolutely horrifying testimonies there coming to light. Education is being promised at a price. And look at who's at the center of this investigation, the most vulnerable, children.
Yes, Ridhima, and to our viewers, this is a CNN News 18 exclusive and perhaps the biggest investigation of 2022 thus far. This is an aspect which is falls on the blind spot of many policymakers. This is a brazen abuse of the freedom of propagation of religion that is accorded by the Constitution of our country. This is a softer method of ethnic cleansing. If there are Islamists who try to force and by the use of force try to convert, here there are Christian missionaries who are running this conversion racket, and this has happened in manifest in northeast of our country, and now it is happening in the south of our country. We've also exposed in December how this is running rampant, and this racket is rampant even in states like Punjab. But on the 4th of January, Justice Swaminathan of the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court came out and talked about the problem in South Tamil Nadu, especially in the Kanyakumari and the Thoothukudi or the Tuticorin region, where there was the issue of crypto-Christians. Then around the 14th of January case surfaced the issue of Lavanya. Last week came the issue of a 6-year-old who said that the missionaries are actually using the education route. They are making a soft entry, then they are talking down Hinduism, using the fault lines or the fractures or the issues, the creases within Hinduism and the practices on ground, and making their entry and then trying to push Christianity and saying you convert and your life will become better. You want to get more educated, you must convert. You want to get admission in school, you must convert. You want a hospital bed, you must convert. This is how the conversion racket is rampant on ground. CNN News 18 sent down its team when we sent it down to Jalandhar in Punjab. The same team went down to Tamil Nadu, and we've spent more than 10 days on ground. I've got Anvit with me. Anvit, you were in Punjab and then you went to Tamil Nadu. What did you see? There is a lot that the people have said which is shocking details, but what did you see on ground?
See, Anand, we just did not visit one city or one country. We traveled across South Tamil Nadu, areas like Thoothukudi, Tirunelveli, Tiruchendur, Kanyakumari, Nagarkoil, and we, whilst traveling across 10 to 15 days over these areas, we found that it's not just that religious conversions are rampant. What's more worrying is that now these conversions have reached schools. Now the small religious groups, they are reaching out to schools. They are telling these children that if you convert, you'll do academically better, which is more worrisome, because see, in January we saw one case of Lavanya. The girl had to end her life. In her dying declaration, she told her family that she did only because 2 nuns of a school had been pressurizing her for a long time to convert to Christianity. Now students, when we spoke to, and these are the claims of students we met, it's not our own claims, we met parents of these students, we met people who are running these schools, and they told us that these groups come to their schools, they start taking some extra classes, they start telling them about how misuses of cell phones, misuses of technology.
So they get in via moral science and general social education.
Very correct, very correct. Now then gradually they told us that when they start taking these classes, gradually they change the topic. Gradually they'll ask the class that who all of you pray, and then who do you pray to, and then what is your method of praying, and then they'll tell that the method is not correct. If you read Bible, or if you read a particular book, or if you pray in a particular manner, you will get better marks than other students. In fact, we also met some of the students who admitted it on camera that they were told that if you turn to Christianity, you will do academically better than other students. Your parents will be happier. They were told that Hindus are Satans.
No, so they said Hindus are, so they're talking down other religions. So they're not just talking up their religion, which is allowed. You can propagate and profess Christianity. But you cannot talk down another religion, and you cannot make a false promise like you will not be poor if you become a Christian. You will study better if you will become a Christian. You will get better marks and your life will. If you are not a Christian, if you don't read the Bible, you will remain poor. So these are things which are said on ground, which is clearly illegal.
Definitely.
And these are all what? Government schools, missionary schools? Where is this happening?
See, so like I said, our investigation spans to various areas and various schools. Not just private schools, we also went to government schools, we also went to private schools, and those run by missionaries and religious groups. In all these schools, we have learned that these religious groups are approaching. So some schools are not allowing these groups to come. That is why they have now opted this method of going through moral science. Now they say that we'll take class on a particular subject, then gradually they move on to teaching something about any religion. Like we earlier also said, and you mentioned that it is not about any particular religion. But why are these students being told that if you do, you'll only do academically better, your parents will only be happy, you'll only be able to take care of your parents when you grow up, only if you turn towards a particular
No, and are there teachers who are present from the school? Or do the school authorities know that this is what is brazenly going on? Because in the case of the 6-year-old last week, we realized that it was a teacher herself who was trying to deliberately ascertain this. Now, but is this something which everybody knows that this is going on, but nobody is doing anything about it?
Yes, so the last year that the incident came out last week, a 6-year-old girl, we were right there. And this was a school teacher, it was a government school, and it was a school teacher who had been telling them about them, you should read a Bible and you should follow one particular religion. When we tried to speak to the teachers of that school, our administration denied to comment on it. When we asked them that what will be action taken against the teacher, whether or not similar complaints have been there, the school completely denied. But when we spoke to some other students from that school, they came up with similar claims.
They came up with similar. So there is a whole effort, and this is something, Ridhima, which stands out, and we'll try and connect with Purnima Murli also, that there is a system organized which is trying to hush this matter and working in connivance, because DMK MLA was there to receive the main accused in the Lavanya case and garlanded her when she stepped out in bail. Purnima, even in the case last week in that school, there was no FIR lodged. The teacher was suspended, but there was no clear action or investigation initiated whether or not this conversion mafia is entering schools, that too government schools.
Anand, it's an open secret that such conversion stories are being spoken about, especially in places like Kanyakumari and Thoothukudi. Remember, the DMK, even in case of Lavanya, in fact, even the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court had made it clear that there was no thorough and transparent probe. The incident came to light in the morning. By evening, the police held a press conference saying that they're ruling out the conversion angle. Therefore, the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court said that this case needs to be transferred to the CBI for a thorough investigation. In fact, the judge had also cited the Education Minister of Tamil Nadu, saying that he himself ruled out the possibility just 24 hours after the incident came to light, and this is not the way the government should be looking at this. DMK, however, maintains that nothing of this sort is happening, and that's why the case is now transferred to the CBI. And in the second case as well, as you rightly pointed out, an FIR was not registered. The case was not investigated thoroughly, and people there say that mere suspension is not enough, because this is not a one-off incident. Such incidents are repeatedly happening in places like Kanyakumari, and that the Tamil Nadu government should do something about it, and they are looking the other way. That's something that we've been hearing, but the DMK government maintains that no such conversion stories are being spoken about, as they say that they have thoroughly spoken to students in that belt. But the story that we are seeing on ground is completely different from what the Tamil Nadu government has been telling us.
Right, so as Purnima was pointing out, it is an open secret, but you do have government officials on the ground just turning and looking the other way around, denying that this is a reality on the ground. Now what we want to play out for you is very, very important. Along with shocking testimonies of children describing the horrors that they were exposed to, we here at CNN News 18 and our investigation team was committed to also corroborate these testimonies with parents who also gave us a better and a clear picture. They exactly described how they were lured with money, they were intimidated, some even inducing the fear of death. Let's take a look.
Have you recently changed your son's school?
ஆமாங்க, இப்போ வந்து அந்த 1 to 5 முடிஞ்ச உடனே இப்போ வேற ஸ்கூல்ல வந்து நான் வந்து சேர்த்திருக்கிறேன் பையனை.
But why did you change the school? What was the reason that you had to withdraw your son from that school and put him to some other school?
அதாவது ஸ்கூல் வந்து 1 to 5 வரை தான் அந்த ஸ்கூலில் வந்து இருக்குது. நர்சரி பிரைமரி ஸ்கூலில் தான். அதனால் அது நம்ம 5ஆம் கிளாஸ் முடிஞ்ச உடனே அப்போ 6ஆம் கிளாஸ்க்கு வேறு ஸ்கூலில் வந்து நான் சேர்த்துருக்கிறேன்.
You told us that your son had undergone some, he was being told to switch his religion in the school, and that is one reason why you switched the school. Are you saying that children in the school that your son studied earlier were being brainwashed, were being told that one religion is better than other, and one must follow one religion and leave the others?
அதான் நடந்திருக்குது. அதாவது அவன் பையன் வந்து 5ஆம் கிளாஸ் படிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்கும்போது, அதாவது அந்த செல்ஃபோனில் என்னென்ன நன்மை தீமை இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அது வந்து அந்த கிறிஸ்தவ மிஷினரியில் சேர்ந்தவங்க வந்து ஒரு 2-3 பெண்கள் வந்து அந்த மாதிரி குழந்தைகளுக்கு நாங்கள் சொல்லிக் கொடுக்குற போகிறோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி, ஆனால் அவங்க வந்து எல்லாம் சொன்னது பார்த்திங்கன்னா அந்த இயேசு கிறிஸ்துவை பற்றி, இங்கே இயேசுவை வந்து நம்பினா உங்களுக்கு இங்கே வந்து நல்லா இருக்கலாம், நல்லா படிக்கலாம், உங்களுக்கு உடல் ஆரோக்கியமாக இருக்கும் அப்படிலாம் வந்து ஸ்கூலில் வந்து இது பிரெயின் வாஷ் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க.
What did they used to tell? Were they told that they will receive any benefits if they turn towards Christianity, leaving their own religion?
அதாவது நீங்கள் வந்து அது மதம் மாறினா உங்களுடைய ஆரோக்கியமாக இருக்கலாம், நீங்கள் நல்லா இருக்கலாம், பிற்காலத்தில் நல்லா இருக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு இயேசு வந்து உங்களை வந்து நல்லா இது பண்ணுவார் அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க.
Were they told that they'll also be benefiting with marks and studies if they follow a particular religion? Were they told that if they turn to Christianity, they'll be getting better marks than the other students who did not turn?
அதாவது அந்த நீங்கள் மதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து அவங்க பிற்காலம் வந்து நல்லாயிருக்கும், உங்களுக்கு வந்து கல்வியில் வந்து நாங்கள் நிறைய உதவி செய்வோம் அப்படின்லாம் வந்து சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க. ஆனால் உங்களுக்கு இயேசு கிறிஸ்துவை நம்பினீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் நல்லா படிக்கலாம், வாழ்க்கையில் நல்லா முன்னேறலாம் அப்படிங்கிற பற்றிலாம் சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க.
Do you think you were scared that your child might meet the same fate as Lavanya did? And will other students, do you think that they are also in danger because they are being told to follow a particular religion and follow a particular set of rules as far as their studies are concerned? Were you scared, and what was that the reason that you had to put your child out of the school and put him in some other school?
அதான் ஸ்கூல் வந்து அவன் பையன் வந்து 1 to 5 வரை தான் அந்த இதில் இருந்துச்சு. 5ஆம் கிளாஸ் முடித்த உடனே வேறு ஸ்கூலில் வந்து அதுக்கு மேலே அங்கே வந்து கிடையாது, அதனால் வேறு ஸ்கூலில் வந்து நான் சேர்த்துருக்கிறப்ப படிச்சுருக்கிறேன்.
So what you just saw on your screens was this testimony of one such father, in fact confirming what we heard from the student himself. Now we term this conversion push a sinister one for a reason. The targets for the religious conversion were not just anyone, but the most vulnerable ones, children. CNN News 18 now investigates how this plot really unfolded and how these vulnerable children were used as pawns in this conversion racket. Let's take a look.
உங்களுக்கு ஸ்கூல்ல வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி கிறிஸ்தவத்தை பத்தி சொன்னாங்களா? கிறிஸ்தவத்துல வந்து மதம் மாத்தணும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா? இல்ல இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறினா வந்து நீங்க அதிகமா மார்க்லாம் வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா?
இல்லை இப்படி மாறினா நல்லாயிருக்கும், லைஃப் நல்லாயிருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே ஓகே. இப்போ மாறினா வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி தான் வந்து சொன்னாங்க. வேற என்னென்னலாம் சொன்னாங்க உங்களுக்கு? என்னென்னலாம் வந்து சொல்லி வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஸ்கூலில் வந்து பேசிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்க உங்ககிட்ட?
என்னது இப்படி மாறினா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும், கடவுள் நல்லா தருவார்,
கிறிஸ்தவத்துக்கு மாறினீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து மார்க்ஸ்ல அதிகமா வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி இது பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்களா? ஓகே. இப்போ இந்த மாதிரி வந்து நீங்க மாறல அப்படின்னா உங்களை வந்து நீங்க வந்து ஃபெயிலா போயிடுவீங்க, வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்காது அப்படி இப்படின்லாம் வந்துட்டு உங்களை வந்து மிரட்டாங்களா?
கஷ்டமாக அவங்க நீங்கள் மாறலன்னா கஷ்டமாக இருப்பீங்க, வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே. இப்போ உங்க கூட படிச்சவங்க வந்துட்டு யாராவது வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறி இருக்கிறாங்களா?
இல்லை அப்படிலாம்.
ஓகே.
3 பேர் வந்தாங்க. ஃபஸ்ட்டு செகண்ட் தேர்டு ஃபோர்த்து ஃபிஃப்த்லேருந்து எல்லா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து எல்லாம் அசம்பிளி பண்ணி உட்கார வச்சுருந்தாங்க. ஃபோனை பற்றி ஃபஸ்ட்டு சொன்னாங்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் அது சொன்னாங்களா.
ஃபோனில் என்னென்ன பேசுவாங்க?
ஃபோனில் என்னது கண்ணு அது சொன்னாங்க, கண் கெட்டு போயிடும், உடம்பு ஒரு மாறி ஏறும், அதுக்கப்புறம் இறந்து போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லா இருப்பீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னீங்க, மாறலன்னா வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
சின்ன சின்ன பிள்ளைங்களும் இருக்காங்களா அங்கே?
ஆமாம், ஃபஸ்ட்டில் எல்கேஜிலேருந்து எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க.
ரொம்ப சின்ன பசங்களும் இருக்காங்க?
ஆமாம்,
டீப்பாக சொல்லுங்க.
எல்கேஜி யூகேஜி ஃபஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் எல்லாம் சின்ன பிள்ளைலேருந்து பெரிய பிள்ளை 5th வரை எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க. அப்போ அங்கே வந்து எல்லோரும் வந்து ஃபோனை பற்றி சொல்லிவிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் கிறிஸ்டினை பற்றி சொன்னாங்க, வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அப்போ சின்ன பிள்ளைலாம் இருந்துச்சு. அப்போ மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லாயிருக்கும், இல்லைன்னா நல்லா இருக்க மாட்டீங்க, அப்புறம் படிப்பு வராது, மாறினீங்கன்னா படிப்பு எல்லாம் வரும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
பின்ன அவர் ஏதாவது காசு ஏதாவது தரணும்னா மொபைல் தருவாங்களா, அது ஏதாவது சொல்லுவாங்களா?
ஆமாம், மாறினீங்கன்னா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும், எல்லாம் தருவாங்க. என்ன ஃபோனு ஃபோனு அதெல்லாம் தருவாங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. மாதம் மார்னிங்னா தருவாங்க.
காசு தருவாங்களா?
ஆமாம், மாதம் மார்னிங்னா காசு தருவோம், மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
படிக்கிறதுக்கு புக்கு வசதி அதெல்லாம்
எல்லாம் நாங்களே பார்த்துக்கிடுவோம், மார்னிங்னா மட்டும் போதும், மாதம் நாங்கள் சுட்டு தருவோம், எல்லாம் புக்ஸு எல்லாம் எல்லாம் வாங்கி தருவோம், மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஆனால் ஏதாவது பசங்க மாறிடுச்சா?
இல்லை, அப்படி போய்ட யாரும் மாறுற இன்னும்
மாறுதா உங்களுக்கு தெரியாது?
ஆமாம், எனக்கு தெரியாது. இப்போ மாறி இருப்பாங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல.
Well, joining us now is Narayanan Tirupati, Sumansi Raman, and we also have Ramasamy Mayappan, advocate, and Kasivelu, writer and researcher from Tiruchendur. Tiruchendur is one of the areas that Anvit, who is standing with me here, also covered on the ground. This region, is this Kasivelu? If I can start with you, please. Namaste to everybody, but let me start with you. Is it true that they are now, the reference to Kanyakumari is also changing on ground? That's how much they have actually seeped into the system and embedded themselves? That Kanyakumari, this region, is being referred to differently now, Mr. Kasivelu?
What is your question? Kanyakumari region?
This Kanyakumari region,
yes.
Are they, this entire conversion racket, is it so rampant in this region that they are referring to that area with a different terminology now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. The conversion is very rampant. It consists of two parts. Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Number one, they will tell that our God, Jesus, is the true God. Your God is a Satan. Then, suppose if the child accepts it, then they will negotiate further terms and conditions. That if you join Christianity, once you join, all the other things are taken care of by Jesus. You can get marks, you can get good houses, you can get vehicles, good marks, etc. So, the first thing is they have to accept that Jesus is God. So, if they accept it, the girl or boy accept it, then automatically every good thing happens. That is what they tell. They are adopting this strategy for the last 40 or 50 years. Even before independence, when the Christians were ruling here, the conversion is not so rampant. But after independence, the Christians took control of the state matters and continued their conversion activities because they had a lot of resources at their disposal.
But Mr. Kasivelu, is this allowed? Is this legal, or is this against the Constitution and the law? And have there been complaints against this group? Has no action been taken?
What is Constitution? The Constitution is only for majority community. The Constitution doesn't attract minority communities. They can do whatever they want. That is the thing now on hand here. So they are not afraid of Constitution or court or any such thing. Because they are minority community. They can do anything. That's all.
No, but then how can they do it in government schools? How can you can go ahead and perhaps profess your religion and propagate it? That the Constitution gives you the freedom for that. But you cannot talk down another religion. You cannot say that my God is the true God, the other God is Satan or the devil. That is beyond what the Constitution allows you to do. So there should be legal action taken.
I think Constitution is not prohibiting them from converting. Actually, the Constitution is supporting conversion. The Constitution Article 30 or 30A, it prevents spread of Hinduism in schools. We cannot teach Vedic things on Vedas, Bhagavad Gita, etc. in our school. But there is no inhibition on the part of Christians that they should not tell about.
So for them, they are brazen, there is no constitution, and they are able to cover. I'm just going to quickly bring in Anvit, because what did you see? Did you not ask this question? That why aren't you complaining? I'm sure you met some activists on ground too. What is their response?
See, the activists told us on ground that whenever they approached or they, in fact, I would like to bring it up that when we met these people, the activists who were working on ground, they said they even have the FIRs filed. They showed me some complaint copies. They also showed a copy of the first information report that is filed with the police, that how these people are forcing people to convert, how they're luring them on based on maybe dowry-less marriages, or maybe financially helping someone and then asking them to so many police complaints have also been filed,
right?
And many complaints have been filed, and administration knows of it. This is what they said, that it is not something that the administration doesn't know of,
right?
And they are aware of it. They are aware of that. Complaints are being filed, but they are saying that no such action has been taken from the administration side. There's no stern action which can curb this practice. And then even the police, they said that just because there is the politics around this entire thing, around the entire conversion drive, there's so much politics and there's so much of vote bank politics that no one interferes. This police, it's not that the police does not know about it. They showed us many copies of the FIR that people have complained that they've been threatened. They've been told that if you do not follow them, you'll lose someone close to you, or you'll go under financial losses.
Right.
And this has been written into the copy. We have seen FIR report which has been mentioned into that.
So no action is being taken, Ramaswamy Mayappan. So no rule of law, no constitution applies to those who are non-Hindus. Is that the case? So then if tomorrow somebody starts coming out and saying, listen, I will come out and do Garvapsi Andalan, then immediately there will be a furor. Petitions will go right up to the Supreme Court. But here they are entering government schools and they are telling children that I'll teach you why mobile screens are bad, and then they turn around and tell you why the God you play faith is wrong. And no action will be taken.
My friend who spoke earlier just said it appears the constitution appears only to the majority Hindu community and does not appear to the others. Though the letter of the law only permits religious propagation and not conversion. So until I talk about my religion, keep it to myself and just spread the word, that's permissible. But as soon as my hand reaches the other person's nose and I'm asking him to either convert or even asking him to resist from practicing his religion, then that gets taken away. This is a simply put matter. But let us take the school kids. Let's leave Article 25, Article 30, all of it out of it. Let us go to the basic principle. Article 14 calls for equality. Article 21 calls me for dignity with life. What is dignity? That I should be permitted to practice everything that I feel that is appropriate within the bounds of the law. Now, when this kid goes to school, the kid getting a cold shoulder from the teacher, not being asked to convert, not being asked to do anything, but to even use the term that you will get respect only if you are not practicing this religion and practicing another religion, and otherwise you'd be treated as Satan, is immediately putting that kid to question. The teacher might not forcefully ask the kid to convert, but what gets implanted in that kid is, or those seeds that are sown in us, if I continue to be a Hindu or if I continue to practice my faith today, I will not be treated with respect in the society. If that gets planted, that immediately violates my right to life with dignity. So let us leave everything else apart in constitution. Let us leave the anti-conversion laws that are in the states. Let us leave the freedom of practice religion laws in various states. Just that my dignity to life is gone when I'm such a small kid and I don't have the ability to protect my own ideas and thoughts, and someone who I should be looking up to as a teacher.
No, but this is brazen. No, this is brazen. Narayana Tirupati ji, the party which is talking about Hindu hit is doing nothing about it.
No, you can't say it is doing nothing about it. The problem is that the entire coastal districts, particularly from Ramnad, Tuticorin, Tirunelveli, Kanyakumari, it is happening for more than 3-4 decades, and we have been fighting for it. In fact, in Tiruchendur, there is a place where the entire fisherman area is being operated in churches, and even judgments are given. Any problem with them, the entire people are controlled by churches. And even if you go to police case, everything, the police comes to the church and they listen to what the fathers, the priest says. That is what is happening in Tiruchendur, Kanyakumari and all these places. We need to understand. And we also saw, Mr. Eniko Irdeyaraj is a MLA from Trichy. He belongs to DMK. In the Lavanya's case, one Sagaya Mary was arrested and she is the first accused actually. So when she came out of bail, he was the one to go there and receive her. And yesterday in assembly, the same Eniko Irdeyaraj has said that there is a problem between these Dalit Christians and one-year Christians. One-year is a very dominated, big, huge caste. So he says that there is a social injustice between Dalit Christians and one-year Christians. So he wants the government to take some action on it. So the last 3-4 decades, the entire conversion is happening. We have been fighting, but unfortunately, in Tamil Nadu.
No, but why is there no movement here? Why is it? This is akin to ethnic cleansing, sir. If on one hand, if it was happening by force of the sword, on the other hand, this is a soft entry that is happening. So you want a situation like the northeast of India, which was neglected for 5 decades. Nobody looked that way, and look what has happened. What is happening to the indigenous people there, and what is happening to the demographics there? Are you saying that something like that should be allowed to happen even in Tamil Nadu and in neighboring Kerala, and how it's happening in Punjab?
See, that is what is happening in Tamil Nadu. We are fighting. That's what I said. Hindu Munnani, BJP, we are all fighting for this cause. But unfortunately, the Tamil Nadu political parties, they don't bother about this. They say that is the social fabric of the state. That is what they say. But we have been fighting. But unfortunately, of course, we could stop. We could fight to some extent. But
fight to what extent? In the sense, so then the point is, then you are going to allow. So the constitution doesn't apply to certain sections of society. It applies only to certain sections of society. Sumansi Raman. Why should there not be questions asked about what is happening? This is brazen, this is illegal. You are not allowed to do this to children in schools, government schools or otherwise.
First of all, if this has happened in government schools, very clearly, there is no question that action should be taken. And unfortunately,
the DMK government is unlikely to take very strong action because their vote bank is heavily dependent on the minorities. Now, the point is, Anand, this has been happening for the last few decades. I don't think there is any doubt that this has been happening. But look at it in another way also, Anand. When the poorest of the poor are at their most vulnerable, it is then that these communities are reaching out to them. In the hospitals where I have worked, I have seen them come and take turns to sit with sick patients, to actually help their families. And there is, yes, I don't think any of this conversion happens by force. It happens by inducements, yes, which should be stopped, but it also happens through the support system. The Hindu groups have two major problems. We don't have such a support system in place to help at a community level, and two, there is also the caste issue which comes in. So in Tamil Nadu, the Christian population is 6.12% according to the last census, but in reality, it is much higher. Because many of those.
So then let's do a national population register. Let's do a proper national population register. Let's action this. Because the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court also turned around and said, the Justice Swaminathan has said that 70% of Kanyakumari is today crypto-Christians. So that means that's again a fraud with the constitution and with public policy. Sir.
1 second.
We can't just brush it under the fact that saying that the current disposition is going to back them. So let's just let it be. Let's just let it slide.
1 second. One second. For the benefits of the reservation, many of those who have converted to Christianity continue to claim that
that's a fraud,
Hindus.
sir. That's a fraud, sir. That's a fraud with the constitution. That's a fraud with the law. That's a fraud with public policy. And this should not be allowed. And if governments are doing this, then we should hold the government to account. Ramaswamy Mayappan, advocates like you need to move the High Court and the Supreme Court. When organizations like Jamiyat Ulema and Hind can stand up for encroachers, sir, why can't we stand up for those who are being induced, who are being cheated, and who are being fed misinformation?
No, very true, Anand. Repeatedly, we have knocked the doors of the court and particularly the offices of the state. I'll tell you why there is always a hurdle when we even go to the law enforcement agencies and to the government agencies. The problem is this. For them, it's a political ploy. When it happens in Sri Lanka, they will play the card and say that there is ethnic cleansing because that panders to their vote base here. And now when it doesn't pander to their vote base here, they will not support the fact when we raise a question on the other religious conversions. And forced religious conversion is constantly a problem in the state. This is not a new thing, at least to my memory.
No, where is the furor over the
2007.
fact that a teacher who was trying to deliberately induce and try and enforce a particular vein of thought on a 6-year-old in a government school, there is no FIR lodged by the cops? Where is the furor? This has happened last week. Where is the furor?
Anand, you're asking it today. I'm thankful to the media that you've been able to cover so much and bring all of this to light. In 2007, there was a similar incident that happened. There was another a school child by name Ranjita who questioned these things when she was forcefully asked to read the Bible. She was asked to leave the school. That was not questioned. Similar incidents happened in a missionary-run school, even in the city of Chennai. We're not talking about other rural districts. Even that was not brought about. There's a Methodist school here in Ambattur. That Ramya was a student then. She was asked to leave, but she forced and she committed suicide because she had no other choice. We did not bring that out to light. Today we are able to talk all of this because you are able to bring it out to light. I'm sure that we would be knocking the doors to the court, but I think procedurally we've first gone to the law enforcement agencies. Right. The other political parties have started raising these issues. We will be knocking.
I'm going to request our guest to just stay on. I'm just going to hand it back to Ridhima. We've got more news coming through.
So the fight against vicious religious conversion is a long one. We've also spoken to some activists who are now explaining how deep this racket actually runs. Let's first listen in.
Or dowry, or debt, or building houses, we can say poverty. Okay. Poverty. They need a shelter. They want to get their children married. They want to give education to the people. For all these things, we can say these are the gullible people. So who are the gullible people? Poverty-stricken people and the people who have diseases and the students who couldn't get admission in institutions. Because most of the medical institutions are run by Christians. Most of the educational institutions are run by Christians.
Groups come to the schools, approach the school principal, correspondent and things like that, and they will come for some awareness program about anemia, awareness program about mobile phone usage, all those things. They used to come and get permission from the management to inform that take classes for the students. So once they come, they will start with that first. Then later, slowly they will inject their intention of working for conversion, religious conversion.
So Anand, as you heard, multiple testimonies there coming to light, not just of the students themselves who are explaining and narrating what happened with them. It's been corroborated with the parents confirming that, and multiple activists also coming on record and confirming that. The big question is, does this not amount to ethnic cleansing, and for how long can you have the authorities on the ground looking the other way around?
Well, but this has been happening for nearly more than a century, if not more. And there are places which have been renamed. They are now rechristening regions also. And slowly they are saying generation over generation this is happening. There are instances where there were people from all castes started going to a missionary group which started a school. 100 years later, everybody in that village is Christian. But there is no conversion that is going on. So that is also something which is very rampant. You spoke to these activists. When they raise their voices, what happens? When they complain, what happens?
See, so the activists we spoke to, they said that when they approach police, first of all, police don't respond to such complaints. Any complaint that is related to religion and forced conversion, police does not respond. Even in that day, we saw when we were in that school and the 6-year-old girl were complaining, a cop was sitting right there. He was in charge of that area, and we asked him to comment on that. He did not. He completely denied. And he also, when we spoke to him, he said that we are not registering any FIR. We are allowing the school to settle it at their own level, and only when they fail to settle and when matter escalates, only then it will come to the police. Whereas in Delhi or any metro city, we see that any small complaint converts into FIR.
No, did you further ask him that is this not criminal? Why is it that you are not wanting, or is there pressure on him?
definitely. So his response was only that we are not taking this matter up as a police case right now. And when we put this claim forward to school administration, they also said that they'll deal at their own level. But only what they did was the suspending the school teacher. But when we spoke to other activists, they said that what happens is that because the entire politics of that state is focused on vote bank. Now these people are being converted. Now these people who convert to Christianity are their vote banks. So definitely they are being they are under patronage of these political parties, and therefore police does not intervene. Police is also under state administration, so therefore they are afraid of taking any such actions so that they do not face the flag.
But is this a trend across the cities or the regions that you visited?
See, Anand, we visited mostly the areas of South Tamil Nadu, but the activists we spoke to, they said that it's rampant across states. We focus because Kanyakumari, so when we talk to people, local residents, senior residents, and those who have been living there for decades now, they told us that how Kanyakumari's population, demographics over the decades. In fact, one person we met, he said in past 20 years, more than 70% of the population in Kanyakumari has turned to Christianity. We went to a remote village where we met one of the brothers of a Sarpanch. He told us that how the village is divided into two groups, and therefore a large section of population has been converting in the past 20, particularly in past 2 decades.
Right.
So a large number of people have converted, and mainly over allurements, mainly it is forced, and now the most worrying is that these religious groups are reaching out to schools. Small children, they are being forced, they are being pressurized, and how, just imagine what would be the mental pressure.
The biggest part, Ridhima, is that if the cops are not wanting to take action against an act of criminality, what's happened in a government school is illegal. It's against the constitution. You cannot do this to children. POCSO should take consideration of this, because the NCPCR has to come up and say that you are trampling on the rights of a child and you are influencing a child and in the garb. This is inducement and this is brazen.
Anand,
why complaints have not gone to NCPCR is also a bigger question.
More than that, Anand, there is also a pattern that's emerging. If you have teachers yourselves who are involved in rackets like these, like the case that we had reported a week ago, which was of a 6-year-old child, where no stern action is taken, then you're not setting a precedent for others to not be deterred and to have a sense of fear as well, which means it raises a lot of questions. What are the authorities doing, until how long can they actually continue to look the other way around? But this is, of course, something that we'll keep tracking right through the day. I'll request Anand and Anvit to stay on with us. Now, the reason that we're terming this conversion push a sinister one is for a specific reason. The targets for the religious conversion were not just anyone, as we pointed out, but the most vulnerable ones, which are children in schools. CNN News 18 now investigates how this plot actually unfolded and how these vulnerable children were used as pawns in this conversion racket.
உங்களுக்கு ஸ்கூல்ல வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி கிறிஸ்தவத்தை பத்தி சொன்னாங்களா? கிறிஸ்தவத்துல வந்து மதம் மாத்தணும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா? இல்ல இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறினா வந்து நீங்க அதிகமா மார்க்லாம் வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா?
இல்லை இப்படி மாறினா நல்லா இருக்கும், லைஃப் நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே ஓகே. இப்போ மாறினா வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி தான் வந்து சொன்னாங்க. வேற என்னென்னலாம் சொன்னாங்க உங்களுக்கு? என்னென்னலாம் வந்து சொல்லி வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஸ்கூல்ல வந்து பேசிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்க உங்ககிட்ட?
இப்படி மாறினா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும், கடவுள் நல்லா தருவார்.
கிறிஸ்தவத்துக்கு மாறினீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து மார்க்ஸ்ல அதிகமா வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி இது பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்களா? ஓகே. இப்போ இந்த மாதிரி வந்து நீங்க மாறல அப்படின்னா உங்களை வந்து நீங்க வந்து ஃபெயிலா போயிடுவீங்க, வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்காது அப்படி இப்படின்லாம் வந்துட்டு உங்களை வந்து மிரட்டாங்களா?
கஷ்டமா அவங்க நீங்கள் மாறலன்னா கஷ்டமாக இருப்பீங்க, வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே. இப்போ உங்க கூட படிச்சவங்க வந்துட்டு யாராவது வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறி இருக்கிறாங்களா?
இல்லை அப்படிலாம் 3 பேர் வந்தாங்க. ஃபஸ்ட்டு செகண்ட் தேர்டு ஃபோர்த்து ஃபிஃப்த்லேருந்து எல்லா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து எல்லாம் அசம்பிளி பண்ணி உட்கார வச்சுருந்தாங்க. ஃபோனை பற்றி ஃபஸ்ட்டு சொன்னாங்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் அது சொன்னாங்களா. ஃபோனில் என்னது கண்ணு அது சொன்னாங்க, கண் கெட்டு போயிடும், உடம்பு ஒரு மாறி ஆயிரும், அதுக்கப்புறம் இறந்து போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லா இருப்பீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னீங்க, மாறலைன்னா வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
சின்ன சின்ன பிள்ளைங்களும் இருக்காங்களா அங்கே?
ஆமாம், ஃபஸ்ட்டில் எல்கேஜிலேருந்து எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க.
ரொம்ப சின்ன பசங்களும் இருக்காங்க?
ஆமாம், எல்கேஜி யூகேஜி ஃபஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் எல்லாம் சின்ன பிள்ளைலேருந்து பெரிய பிள்ளை 5th வரை எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க. அப்போ அங்கே வந்து எல்லோரும் வந்து ஃபோனை பற்றி சொல்லிவிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் கிறிஸ்டினை பற்றி சொன்னாங்க. வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்கும், அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அப்போ சின்ன பிள்ளையிலலாம் இருந்துச்சு. அப்போ மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லாயிருக்கும், இல்லைன்னா நல்லா இருக்க மாட்டீங்க. அப்புறம் படிப்பு வராது, மாறினீங்கன்னா படிப்பு எல்லாம் வரும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
பின்ன அவரு ஏதாவது காசு ஏதாவது தரணும்னா மொபைல் தருவாங்களா, அது ஏதாவது சொல்லுவாங்களா?
ஆமாம், மாறினீங்கன்னா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும், எல்லாம் தருவாங்க.
சொன்னது
எனக்கு ஃபோனு ஃபோனு அதெல்லாம் தருவாங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. மாதம் மாதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா தருவாங்க.
காசு தருவாங்களா?
ஆமாம், மாதம் மாதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா காசு தருவோம், மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
படிக்கிறதுக்கு புக்கு வசதி அதெல்லாம்
எல்லாம் நாங்களே பார்த்துக்கிடுவோம், மாறினீங்கன்னா மட்டும் போதும், மாதம் மாதம் நாங்கள் சுட்டு தருவோம், எல்லாம் புக்ஸு எல்லாம் எல்லாம் வாங்கி தருவோம், மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஏதாவது பசங்க மாறிடுச்சா?
இல்லை, அப்படி போய்ட யாரும் மாறுற இன்னும்
மாறுதா உங்களுக்கு தெரியாது?
ஆமாம், எனக்கு தெரியாது. இப்போ மாறி இருப்பாங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல.
Anand and Anvit continue to be with us. Anand, I want to actually speak a little more about the pattern in how this racket is actually unfolding. First, you target the most vulnerable families. Within those families also, you identify the most gullible ones, which are the children. And look what's being promised to them, that if you don't convert, you'll never do well in life. And these are young, impressionable minds that we're talking about. That's actually the biggest worry of how rampant this is now becoming.
True. They try and find the inroads, either through the child or through the woman, or they pick up the most vulnerable in one particular group, and then they make it into a family. Then they induce the entire family. They make promises, and then slowly they try and cultivate. It's a process where huge amounts of money are also coming in, being funneled into the country via NGOs, via various causes, and it's all in the garb of social upliftment. The whole aspect is about education, moral science, helping society improve, raising the stature, but eventually this is what happens. And we have seen this manifest. We have seen this manifest over the last 50, 60 years, not just in Tamil Nadu. It's the northeast of our country, at least 3 or 4 states are living examples of what is going on. But everybody looks the other way. Why does everybody look the other way? Sumant Raman, why is this whole thing about, it is rampant, but you take action or you take action? The same thing, Sumant Raman, if a Hindu group sits there and says, come back to Hinduism, we start a Garvapsi, what will be the reaction?
No, Anand, the question is, nobody has stood up for or opposed these conversions. And let me tell you clearly, the BJP and the other political parties that claim to sort of espouse the Hindu cause have done zilch. I'll give you an example. There is a preacher who, you can go and look at his videos on YouTube. He says Tamil Nadu has the largest number of houses of Satan in India. You know what he is referring to? He calls temples as the houses of Satan. What has BJP done? Have they filed a case? Again, even in the cases where the issues have come up pretty clearly, there has been no legal action ever even attempted or taken by the so-called protectors of Hindu faith. So I think that the fact that this has been going on for decades, I don't think anybody doubts it, particularly in southern Tamil Nadu. And for the sake of the reservation benefits that come there, many of the people who are actually worshipping. I'll give you another recent example, Anand. There was a report which came out in the media that the present mayor of Chennai city was actually worshipping at an evangelical church in Oteri area in Chennai. Nothing happened. A media report came, which means that she would not have been eligible because that is a reserved seat. Yeah. So nothing happened. What did BJP do? Nothing. This was actually put out by the Hindu community.
Case that should be filed, because if you have changed your religion, then you don't continue to subscribe to the same caste. The BJP has to take, or people who have certain understanding of the constitution, its tenets and legal provisions, they need to knock the doors of the courts and they need to go ahead and do this. They need to do this actively, sir, because there should be no tolerance for such people who are brazenly violating the constitution. If it's against the law, it's against the law. We take this story forward. It's a mega investigation. There are many, many more aspects to this which we will unearth and also present to you right through the day. For the moment, I'm going to hand it back to Ridhima.
Anand and Anvit, thanks for getting us all those details. As Anand rightly pointed out, we'll continue to get you snippets of this mega investigation right through the day. I'd like to thank our guests as well. But we're shifting our focus to some other breaking developments now coming in. The Jharkhand High Court has now granted bail to Lalu Yadav. Lalu has gotten bail in the 139.35 crore Doranda Dreshri case related to the photo scam. He has been granted bail on the uniform yardstick of half custody and health issues. What we're also understanding is he's set to be released soon, but he will have to deposit rupees 1 lakh surety amount and rupees 10 lakh as fine as well. My colleague Saurabh Rathore now joining us on the broadcast. Saurabh, give us the details.
Yes, Lalu Yadav has been granted bail by the High Court. He was convicted on 15th of February. Along with him, 74 other accused persons were held guilty on 15th February. And Lalu Yadav was given 5 years jail term and a fine of rupees 60 lakhs. Now today, the lawyer of Lalu Yadav had discussed that, has said that he had already spent half of the jail terms on that basis, and on the medical ground, they appealed that the bail should be given, and the High Court accepted that appeal and given the bail today. This was a case of 139 crore rupees of irregularities from Doranda Treasury, in which many people were, including Lalu Prasad Yadav, was involved and was convicted by the special CBI court, and he was convicted on 15 January, and today he has been granted bail.
Saurabh Rathore there. Thanks for getting us all those details. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking, which is the two-day visit of the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Prime Minister Narendra Modi are currently holding a historic bilateral meeting, and this is taking place at the Hyderabad House in the national capital. Free trade agreement tops the agenda, and both leaders are expected to announce multiple new agreements, including new investments and export deals to the tune of £1 billion from science and technology to the health sector. These investment deals will seek to create nearly 11,000 jobs for Indians in the United Kingdom.
My friend, Prime Minister Modi, and thank you for the fantastic welcome that you've given us, Narendra. This is, I think, a very auspicious moment in a relationship and a friendship between two democracies. I want to say, particularly to the people of Gujarat. We had, I mean, they put on a most fantastic welcome for us. I've never seen such a joyful reception. I wouldn't get that necessarily everywhere in the world.
My colleague and our managing editor Zaka Jacob is now joining us on the phone line. Zaka, two things that I want to understand: that bilateral is currently still underway at the Hyderabad House in the national capital. One, talk to us about the significance of this meeting with the backdrop of the war, and secondly, what's on the top of the agenda as far as India's concerns are concerned?
So clearly, trade and economy and commercial relations are going to be top of the agenda as far as this meeting is concerned, simply because you've seen the agreements that are in the pipeline, whether it's on electric mobility, whether it's on digital push for health, whether it's on artificial intelligence. So deals worth $1 billion, we're given to understand, both private as well as government-to-government deals are expected to be concluded. The leaders are right now meeting in their delegation-level talks in Hyderabad House. In about an hour's time, they're expected to come out about 1:30 or so, come out and witness the MOU signings, as well as, of course, there will be a brief press interaction as well. On the question about Ukraine, I think the British have taken a slightly different position as far as confronting India or calling out India's position on Ukraine is concerned, certainly different from what the Americans have done so far. I think Boris Johnson himself said yesterday in Gujarat that he would likely raise this within closed doors. I don't think there will be any kind of public lecturing of India on the position that India has taken, which is slightly different from what its Western partners have. India has not joined the sanctions. It's abstained from voting at the United Nations on multiple occasions against Russia. It will definitely be taken up, but behind closed doors. It'll be mentioned in private by the British, because remember, if you look at the public statements that both Boris and his ministers have been making over the last few weeks of this war, they have also taken a very strident position against Russia and Russia's military operation in Ukraine. So it's clear that it will be raised with India, but in private. As far as the focus of the trip is concerned.
Okay, we're now getting some other visuals also now coming in, and this is as part of the bilateral that's currently underway between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Boris Johnson. These visuals that you see on your screens are coming in from the Hyderabad house here in the national capital, and as Zaka was pointing out, multiple deals that are on the agenda. Trade and defense, of course, tops that list as well. So Zaka, we stay with those pictures also coming in from the Hyderabad house, a very crucial bilateral. This is the maiden visit for Boris Johnson as well. But as you were talking about, trade and defense, of course, is one aspect that we're watching out very, very closely. Increasing security cooperation in the Indo-Pacific will be the other crucial factor to watch out for as well.
Absolutely, because remember, now that the Quad is very much in place, and the Quad has become the focal point as far as Indo-Pacific is concerned, and the British have a separate arrangement with the United States and with Australia on AUKUS. So clearly there will be emphasis on the Indo-Pacific as well. In fact, Boris Johnson, before leaving London, had mentioned that he wants to once again talk to India about what's going on in the Indo-Pacific and India's point of view about how to deal with this giant threat that everybody realizes is something that's going to confront the world very soon. That is an aggressive China, particularly on the high seas. In these delegation level talks, you can see the Foreign Minister Jaishankar to the Prime Minister's right. You can see Piyush Goyal, the Commerce Minister, to his left. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is there. The Foreign Secretary is there. So once they come out, once the leaders come out after this delegation level talks, you will see the host of MOUs that will be signed, which, like I mentioned a moment ago, is in the new energy sector. It deals with climate change, with artificial intelligence, with electric mobility. You're going to see a whole gamut of agreements that will be unveiled. Also, don't be surprised if you see some big-ticket defense deals as well, because this is one of the things that both the British and the Americans have been talking about, to try and find ways to reduce India's defense dependence on Russia. Right now, more than 50% of India's defense imports and spare parts come from Russia, and that has been because of a historic legacy. So both the British and the Americans have talked about, reducing India's dependence on Russian imports. So I think that's going to be one thing that'll feature in today's talks. And like I said, we are expecting an agreement or two in the defense sector as well.
All right. Zaka, do stay on with us as we see these pictures coming to us on our screens. The tone and tenor was really set in the morning when we had that brief statement come in from Boris Johnson, where he addressed Prime Minister Modi by his first name, saying, Narendra, I'm really happy to be here. I was very happy to be in your home. It was absolutely joyful for me to be in Gujarat, and the relationship between India and Britain has never been better. One of the things, as we see these pictures coming in from Hyderabad House, Zaka, one of the things that will possibly get discussed is the extradition of two fugitives, economic fugitives, that India wants back in India to face a court of law, which is Nirav Modi and which is Vijay Mallya. Is that something going to be on the top of the agenda as well? I'm not saying the absolute top, but is that something that could be discussed as well?
What we're given to understand by top MEA sources is that the Indian side will definitely raise it. I don't know if it will be raised at the highest level between the two prime ministers, but certainly at the delegation level talks it will be raised. I think there is a slight sort of clarification on both the cases. Vijay Mallya's case, of course, has gone through the entire legal process and it's now pending with the Home Office. So it's up to the government of Britain to decide if and when they want to extradite him. Whereas Nirav Modi's case, as I understand, there are still some legal options that are pending before Nirav Modi, and unless those legal options are exhausted, there's very little that the UK government can do. But on the case of Mallya, certainly, since even the highest court in Britain has ruled against him, it is now pending before the British Home Office, and I suspect that is a case that the Indian government can push the British Home Office to expedite in any form that they can.
Zaka, we'll leave it there for the moment. Thank you very much. The bilaterals underway there in Hyderabad House. This is Prime Minister Boris Johnson's first visit after he became Prime Minister, much delayed because of COVID, but finally he is here, and those bilaterals just about getting underway. By the end of the day, of course, we will have a readout on the memorandums that have been signed. Zaka, we'll leave it there for the moment. Thank you very much. Hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm Shreya Dhondial. Over the next hour, a big CNN News 18 investigation into India's conversion corridor in Tamil Nadu. The most sinister and coercive conversion push that is cloaked in school classes and in social work. A CNN News 18 special investigation team traveled to several parts of Tamil Nadu to bring you this mega exclusive investigation.
Religious conversion as organized racket and social swindle. And it's not just Punjab. CNN News 18 travelled to South Tamil Nadu, Kanyakumari, Nagarkoil, Tirunelveli to find unease against a Christian conversion push simmering under the surface. Take a closer look, talk to school children, their parents and families here, and what one finds is this sinister, coercive conversion push cloaked in school classes and social work. Told promises for a school child of all the world's happiness, funds for studies and even high marks, extending to financing for their parents. And it all comes at a cost. Convert to Christianity. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive investigation.
Now, how exactly does this conversion racket that has been in the works in Tamil Nadu for at least 20 years now, how does it exactly work? The modus operandi is fairly clear. It's fairly fleshed out, as it were. First of all is the identification of the victim. Who are these victims? They are usually from rural India. They are usually poor. They are usually oppressed. They usually belong to the lower class. So essentially, all right, I believe Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Prime Minister Modi, we saw their pictures in just a couple of minutes ago. The statement are coming out. Let's quickly go across to that.
The next document is a memorandum of understanding between the Department of Atomic Energy of the Government of India and the Department for Business Energy and Industrial Strategy of the Government of the United States. The next document is a memorandum of understanding between the Department of Atomic Energy of the Government of India and the Department for Business Energy and Industrial Strategy of the Government of the United Kingdom concerning cooperation with India's Global Centre for Nuclear Energy Partnership. This will be exchanged on the UK side once again by His Excellency Mr. Alex Ellis, British High Commissioner to India, and on the Indian side by Foreign Shri K.N. Vyas, Secretary Department of Atomic Energy. Excellencies, this concludes the exchange of agreements ceremony. I now request the spokesperson of the External Affairs Ministry to conduct the proceedings.
Good afternoon, distinguished Prime Ministers, members of both delegations, friends from the media. We will now begin with the press statements. May I now request Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India, sir, to make his press statement.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister Boris Johnson, distinguished delegates, मीडिया के हमारे साथी, नमस्कार। सबसे पहले मैं प्रधानमंत्री बोरिस जॉनसन और उनके डेलीगेशन का भारत में हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में भले ही यह उनकी पहली भारत यात्रा है, लेकिन एक पुराने मित्र के रूप में वे भारत को बहुत अच्छे से जानते हैं, समझते हैं। पिछले कई वर्षों से भारत और यूके के संबंधों को मजबूत करने में प्रधानमंत्री जॉनसन की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है। इस समय जब भारत अपनी आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है, प्रधानमंत्री बोरिस जॉनसन का यहां आना अपने आप में एक ऐतिहासिक पल है। और कल तो पूरे भारत ने देखा है कि आपने अपनी भारत यात्रा का शुभारंभ साबरमती आश्रम में महात्मा गांधी को श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करके किया। फ्रेंड, पिछले साल हमने दोनों देशों के बीच कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की स्थापना की थी और इस दशक में अपने संबंधों को दिशा देने के लिए हमने एक महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप 2030 भी लॉन्च किया था। आज की हमारी बातचीत में हमने इस रोड मैप में हुई प्रगति को रिव्यू भी किया और आगामी समय के लिए कुछ लक्ष्य भी तय किए। फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट के विषय पर दोनों देशों की टीम्स काम कर रही है। बातचीत में अच्छी प्रगति हो रही है और हमने इस साल के अंत तक एफटीए के समापन की दिशा में पूरा प्रयास करने का निर्णय लिया है। पिछले कुछ महीनों में भारत ने यूएई और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट का समापन किया है। उसी गति, उसी कमिटमेंट के साथ हम यूके के साथ भी एफटीए पर आगे बढ़ना चाहेंगे। हमने रक्षा क्षेत्र में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर भी सहमति व्यक्त की है। रक्षा क्षेत्र में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, टेक्नोलॉजी, डिजाइन और डेवलपमेंट सभी क्षेत्रों में यूके द्वारा आत्मनिर्भर भारत के समर्थन का हम स्वागत करते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में चल रहे व्यापक रिफॉर्म्स हमारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मॉडर्नाइजेशन प्लान और नेशनल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पाइपलाइन के बारे में भी हमने चर्चा की। हम यूके की कंपनियों द्वारा भारत में बढ़ते निवेश का स्वागत करते हैं और इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण हमें कल गुजरात में हालोल में देखने को मिला। यूके में रहने वाले 1.6 मिलियन भारतीय मूल के लोग समाज और अर्थव्यवस्था के हर क्षेत्र में सकारात्मक योगदान कर रहे हैं। हमें उनकी उपलब्धियों पर गर्व है और इस जीवंत सेतु को हम और मजबूत करना चाहते हैं। इस दिशा में प्रधानमंत्री जॉनसन ने निजी रूप से बहुत योगदान किया है। इसके लिए मैं उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, हमने ग्लासगो में आयोजित COP26 में लिए गए संकल्पों को पूर्ण करने के लिए अपनी प्रतिबद्धता जताई। आज हमने अपनी क्लाइमेट और एनर्जी पार्टनरशिप को और अधिक गहन करने का निर्णय लिया। हम यूके को भारत के नेशनल हाइड्रोजन मिशन में शामिल होने के लिए आमंत्रित करते हैं और हमारे बीच स्ट्रेटेजिक टेक डायलॉग की स्थापना का मैं हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमारे बीच ग्लोबल इनोवेशन पार्टनरशिप के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन अरेंजमेंट्स का समापन एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण पहल साबित होगी। यह अन्य देशों के साथ हमारी विकास साझेदारी को और मजबूती प्रदान करेगा। इसके तहत तीसरे देशों में मेड इन इंडिया इनोवेशंस के ट्रांसफर और स्केलिंग अप के लिए भारत और यूके $100 मिलियन तक को फाइनेंस करेंगे। इनसे सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स की प्राप्ति में और क्लाइमेट चेंज से निपटने के प्रयासों में भी मदद मिलेगी। ये हमारे स्टार्टअप्स और एमएसएमई सेक्टर के नए मार्केट्स तलाशने और अपने इनोवेशंस को ग्लोबल करने में बहुत उपयोगी सिद्ध होगा। फ्रेंड, हमने क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक स्तर पर हो रहे अनेक डेवलपमेंट्स पर भी चर्चा की। एक फ्री, ओपन, इंक्लूसिव एंड रूल बेस्ड ऑर्डर पर आधारित इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र बनाए रखने पर हमने जोर दिया। इंडो पैसिफिक ओशन इनिशिएटिव से जुड़ने के यूके के निर्णय का भारत स्वागत करता है। हमने यूक्रेन में तुरंत युद्ध विराम और समस्या के समाधान के लिए डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी पर बल दिया। हमने सभी देशों की क्षेत्रीय अखंडता और संप्रभुता के सम्मान का महत्व भी दोहराया। हमने एक पीसफुल, स्टेबल और सिक्योर अफगानिस्तान और एक इंक्लूसिव और रिप्रेजेंटेटिव गवर्नमेंट के लिए अपना समर्थन दोहराया। यह आवश्यक है कि अफगान भूमि का प्रयोग अन्य देशों में आतंकवाद फैलाने के लिए नहीं होना चाहिए। एक्सेलेंसी, आपने हमेशा भारत और यूके के संबंधों को मजबूत करने के लिए विशेष प्रयास किए हैं। इसके लिए हम आपका अभिनंदन करते हैं। एक बार फिर आपका और आपके प्रतिनिधिमंडल का भारत में हार्दिक स्वागत है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. May I now request His Excellency Right Honourable Boris Johnson.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. My friend Prime Minister Modi, Narendra, my Kas Dost, I think is the phrase I want in Hindi. We've had a fantastic 2 days here in India. And yesterday I became the first Conservative Prime Minister to visit Gujarat, which is your birthplace, of course, Narendra, but as you've just said, the ancestral home of about half of all the British Indians, and I had an amazing reception, absolutely amazing. I felt a bit like Sachin Tendulkar, and my face was about as ubiquitous everywhere as Amitabh Bachchan. I was everywhere to be seen, and it was fantastic. Now this morning we've had wonderful talks, and I think that they have strengthened our relationship in every way. In challenging times, it is very important that we, the Kasdos, get closer together. And I believe the partnership between Britain and India, one of the oldest democracies, Britain is one of the oldest, I mean Iceland they say is older, but we're one of the oldest, and India, certainly the largest democracy, is one of the defining friendships of our times. And what we're doing is taking forward an ambitious 10-year roadmap for British-Indian relations that we agreed last year. It was great to see you at the G7, but since then the threats of autocratic coercion have grown even further. And it's therefore vital that we deepen our cooperation, including our shared interest in keeping the Indo-Pacific open and free. So today we've agreed a new and expanded defence and security partnership, a decades-long commitment that will not only forge tighter bonds between us, but support your goal, Narendra, of Make in India. The UK is creating an India-specific open general export licence, reducing bureaucracy and slashing delivery times for defence procurement. We've agreed to work together to meet new threats across land, sea, air, space and cyber, including partnering on new fighter jet technology, maritime technologies to detect and respond to threats in the oceans. We're extending our partnership as science superpowers and building on the collaboration between Oxford AstraZeneca, for instance, and the Serum Institute of India, which vaccinated more than 1 billion people against COVID, including, I'm proud to say, I have the Indian jab in my arms, and a power of good it did me. So many thanks to India. And that has helped India to become what Narendra has called the pharmacy of the world. Today, we're embarking on joint initiatives on malaria vaccines, on antimicrobial resistance, and a digital partnership between the Indian National Health Authority and our NHS. We're also taking big steps together on energy security, helping each other to reduce our dependence on imported hydrocarbons and adopt cheaper, more sustainable, homegrown alternatives. And we have a new offer, a new plan to develop offshore wind from the Celtic Sea to Dhanushkodi. We've got a new UK-India hydrogen science and innovation hub, and we're taking forward the Green Grid solar power initiative that you and I began, Narendra, at COP26 in Glasgow together with 80 other countries. It's an incredible fact that the sun provides enough energy every day to power the world 10,000 times over. You have a lot of solar power here in India. The sun's putting on a fantastic performance today, but we have quite a lot in Britain as well. These partnerships form the superstructure of the living bridge that Narendra describes between our countries. And today, that bridge is humming with goods and services and people and capital, whizzing back and forth, east to west. And sometimes it can be hard to tell whether something is British or Indian or, frankly, Brindian. And on Wednesday, I went to the airport in a Range Rover, Indian-owned but made in Britain. And when I arrived here on Thursday, I visited JCB, British-owned but made in India, exporting 60,000 around the world, by the way, 110 countries. Or take the example of the Norton motorbike, now being revived in Britain by an Indian company. And I'm very pleased that this visit has not only deepened our economic partnership, we've agreed new deals worth £1 billion and created more than 11,000 jobs across the UK in everything from electric buses to the robotic surgery of Smith & Nephew, which I saw yesterday, as well as in artificial intelligence, where India's strengths are remarkable. And perhaps most significantly for the long term, we're making full use of the freedom that we now have to reach a free trade agreement, a deal where you can lift those tariffs, you can, India, Narendra, on our machinery and apples. Actually, you've already done it on apples, so thank you for the apples. And in turn, we can lift the tariffs on your rice and textiles. We've already closed 4 chapters, and today we're announcing new measures to make it easier to export UK-made medical devices to India and ensure mutual recognition of UK higher education qualifications. And as the next round of talks begins here next week, we're telling our negotiators, get it done by Diwali in October. Get it done by Diwali. This could double our trade and investment by the end of the decade, widening that living bridge into a multi-lane motorway pullulating with beautiful jointly made electric vehicles and creating hundreds of thousands of new jobs in both our countries. So, as India celebrates its 75th year of independence, I am filled with optimism about the years ahead and the depth of the friendship between our countries and the security and the prosperity that our partnership can deliver for our people for generations to come. Thank you all very much, and thank you, Prime Minister Modi. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. That concludes the press statements. Please remain seated as the dignitaries leave.
Okay, the press statement by Boris Johnson and Prime Minister Modi just about getting underway. The MOUs have been signed, they have been exchanged as well. And the big takeaway, the big news point that is coming in from the press statement is this, that the free trade agreement, negotiations still on, but the free trade agreement will be a done deal by Diwali. It will be signed between the two countries by Diwali. What this essentially means is that once the free trade agreement is done, and October possibly year end, Zaka, what this essentially would mean is that by 2030, trade between Britain and India doubles.
Yeah, that's the hope, and that is what both Prime Ministers have committed to. I think the fact that both the Prime Ministers mentioned this, and Boris Johnson used the phrase, get it done by Diwali. So I suspect that the FTA could get wrapped up by then. We could even see a visit by the Prime Minister to London to try and conclude that FTA. So I think there is an impetus, there is a certain urgency in trying to conclude it. What we are given to understand by negotiators is that more than 2/3 of the goods part of the FTA is already agreed upon. They are having some trouble as far as services is concerned, but now that both the principals themselves publicly have said that they're going to end or wrap up the negotiations by the end of the year, I think the onus will clearly be on the bureaucrats, will clearly be on the negotiators to try and wrap it up by Diwali. India has just concluded an FTA with Australia. We've done one with the UAE. I think UK is the next one. You're also going to have Ursula von der Leyen, the EU president, coming on Monday. So India is now going all out and looking at all of these free trade agreements with these countries over the next decade or so to try and boost trade. As the Prime Minister has said repeatedly, the decade of 2020 to 2030 is going to be critical for India in becoming a $5 trillion economy and beyond. Other than the FTA stuff, there was only one very passing mention, if you will, on the Ukraine situation. Correct. At least what Boris Johnson mentioned publicly. He talked about autocratic coercion, and he also linked that to what is happening in the Indo-Pacific. So the British are very keen to try and coordinate with the Quad, with Australia, Japan, the US. In fact, the British have a separate arrangement with the US and with Australia called AUKUS, which is more a defense arrangement in nature. There's also a big defense deal that's been announced today. So I think you're going to see a whole gamut of agreements and cooperation between Britain and India. As far as the Ukraine question is concerned, like I said, publicly Boris Johnson has refrained from bringing that up.
In fact, it was Prime Minister Modi who brought it up by saying that we are very clear that there has to be cessation of hostilities in Ukraine, and that is our stand, and that remains our stand. So he's the one who made that statement naming Ukraine there. Zaka, do stay on with us. I have our guest joining us this afternoon. Dr. Swasti Rao is an associate fellow at the Manohar Parrikar Institute. She's joining us as well as Ashok Sajjanar is a former diplomat. He joins us as well. Dr. Swasti Rao, you've heard the statement from both leaders. Interesting to see how Boris Johnson began his press statement saying, my face was plastered all over Gujarat. I felt a bit like Amitabh Bachchan. In fact, the reception I got is what possibly Sachin Tendulkar would have got in Gujarat. He's calling Narendra Modi his khas dost. That's how it began. So the tone and tenor really was set long before this bilateral took place today.
Right. If you want to understand what is behind UK's push to India or to the Indo-Pacific, I think we'll have to go back to this very important document that came out in March 2021, which is the Global Britain in a Competitive Age, better known as their Integrated Review. Okay, so in those papers in 2021, Britain has been seeking to chart a new post-European Union future for itself and establish a larger multi-dimensional global footprint. Okay, and that document has been touted as a first such since the end of the Cold War and could mark a fundamental shift in British security thinking. And if you understand as to what is happening, so Boris Johnson's visit here is preceded by Liz Truss's visit, when she came in March last month, and then, so many defense agreements were declared and all that, and, security pact and a cyber security pact, etc. So the key to understand the British outreach is actually lying in the Integrated Review. The Integrated Review actually tells us that they are looking at a multipolar world. They are going to be reaching out to middle powers. Britain has been very quick in having a defense agreement with Japan. They have been setting out to expand their relations with Japan as well as a part of their Indo-Pacific tilt. Similarly, they are, they are calling out on China with respect to how China is a threat to the global rules-based order and large. And they talk about a broad, pragmatic engagement with major players, middle players like India. And the point is that, but after what Russia has done in Ukraine and how worried is Europe over the security, so to say, crisis that they are seeing unfold in Europe. So that has definitely given an impetus, okay, to their outreach to India. So, we see a slew of the Western leaders coming to India and behave, though on the one hand, there is an optics of they would like to make it look as if it's democracies coming together against Russia. But I think the way I look at it, every single one of them is understanding what is India's position on Russia and also not mentioning it in any way so that it might hamper the relations, that the way they're unfolding. And this particular free trade agreement, if it comes through by Diwali, this is going to be a major impetus, because the Western powers have to understand that if they want to rely on Indo-Pacific and India's position in the Indo-Pacific, they need to empower India. So two very important things have happened. One is the defense, agreement where India has got its first ogle, which is that like ease of doing business and ease of clearance and all that. And the two, the free trade agreement, because these are the two major roadblocks if they want to really empower India. The good point is that they are understanding it and not letting the Russia-Ukraine shadow loom over it. That, I think, is the biggest, I would say, diplomatic victory for India.
And it's interesting to note, Ashok Sajjanhar, that it wasn't Boris Johnson who brought up Ukraine or Russia. It was Prime Minister Modi, actually, in his opening press statement saying that this is our position as far as Ukraine is concerned. Given that Britain has been one of the staunchest critics of Kremlin as this war in Ukraine has gone on for the last 2 months, it would have taken a great effort for the Brits, for Prime Minister Boris Johnson, to not speak about Russia, to not ask India to censor Russia, etc. It would have taken a great effort. Why do you think that effort was made?
Yeah, no, you're very right. If you permit, Shreya, maybe I can make a comment also on the personal rapport and chemistry between the two leaders that you referred to, earlier in the program. And I think that is visible right now. That was also visible, if you recall, when Prime Minister Modi had visited Glasgow for COP26 last year. And I think the bonhomie and the chemistry and the rapport and the personal ties between the two leaders was visible. And both of them, I think, are hands-on leaders, are charismatic leaders in their own different way. And, they are doers in both of them in that sense. So it was natural that both of them met with such enthusiasm and such energy. To come to your question, yes, I think this clearly demonstrates, Shreya, that India is not at all apologetic about our position on the Russia-Ukraine conflict, that we are not on the defensive. If you remember, this was exactly the same thing that Prime Minister Modi had done on the 11th of April, when the virtual summit between him and President Joe Biden took place. And he was the one who raised this issue because, if, let's say, as you have mentioned, UK and Boris Johnson, he has been the staunchest critic. And so much so that you would recall that some time ago he had wanted to speak to President Putin, but his call was not taken. So I think even at the personal level, there is this, a deep schism between the two leaders and the two countries. So it would have if Boris Johnson had raised the issue and then India had spoken about it, it would have, given the impression as if India is on the back foot, India is doing an explanation or whatever it is. But that is not the case. I think in more than one way, India has been very clear that, whatever we are doing, it is both not only as far as advancing, promoting, safeguarding India's interests, but it is whatever we need to do in terms of bringing the two countries together. Prime Minister has always been saying he's spoken to Putin, he's spoken to Zelensky, he's asked for an end to the violence. We have unequivocally condemned the Bucha killings, the Bucha massacre, and we are extending all assistance, all support, the supplies, essential supplies and medicines to Ukraine. And also we have been speaking out, without mincing our words as far as the inviolability of the UN Charter is concerned. We've been speaking about the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. So I think, it is not that if you use the word condemn that you are speaking out against Russia. I think India is making its point of view very clear. And it doesn't really have to be defensive. So taking this, making the first reference to Ukraine, I think was an attempt by Prime Minister Modi. Okay, now we have discussed this, let's put it to the side. The real essence of the visit, of the meeting, of the discussions is going to be on the free trade agreement. It's going to be on defense cooperation. It's going to be on renewables. It's going to be on science and technology. It's going to be on, so many other areas that we have been working upon. So rather than, the media might still tend to focus on what was said and the body language when it was said on Russia-Ukraine conflict. But I think that is in the overall scheme of things at the moment, Shreya, I think that is a side story, and that is how it should be treated, because the world has come to know, as when Elizabeth Truss was here on 31st March, and she said it is not our place to dictate or advise India as to what it should be doing. Similarly, I think even in Washington, D.C., this message has gone through very clearly. And Boris Johnson also recognizes that if, America has been able to go thus far and no further, there is no way that the United Kingdom would be able to do anything much to push India. And they know better that, if we have to work together, as has been mentioned, it is a win-win situation. It is in the interest of both sides equally. India needs an FTA, Britain needs the FTA even more. So I think that is the area to focus. Both sides have decided, and that is how they're going to take the relationship
there was a lot
forward.
to focus on. There was a lot to focus on, and you're saying the Ukraine-Russia story was a side story, at least as far as this visit is concerned. In any case, before Prime Minister Boris Johnson even landed here, the Brits had made it very clear that he's not coming here to lecture India on India's stand as far as the Ukraine war is concerned. Dr. Rao, Ashok Sajjanar, we leave it there for the moment. Thank you very much. We are now shifting our focus to the other big story we are tracking this hour. This is a big investigation into India's conversion corridor. This is CNN News 18's big investigation into India's conversion corridor in Tamil Nadu, the most sinister and coercive conversion push which is cloaked in school classes, even in social work. CNN News 18's special investigation team has travelled to several parts of Tamil Nadu to bring you this mega exclusive investigation. Take a look at what they've found.
Religious conversion as organized racket and social swindle. And it's not just Punjab. CNN News 18 travelled to South Tamil Nadu, Kanyakumari, Nagarkoil, Tirunelveli to find unease against a Christian conversion push simmering under the surface. Take a closer look, talk to school children, their parents and families here, and what one finds is this sinister, coercive conversion push cloaked in school classes and social work. Tall promises for a school child of all the world's happiness, funds for studies and even high marks, extending to financing for their parents. And it all comes at a cost. Convert to Christianity. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive investigation.
First, let's take a look at how this conversion racket works. The modus operandi is pretty set, and it is something that has been in use for the last 15 years or so in Tamil Nadu, especially in the region of Kanyakumari. Now, this is how it works. First of all is the identification of the victim. How's the victim identified? Simple. These are people who usually belong to rural areas. They are poor, they are oppressed, they usually belong to the lower caste. So, the target of people who are conducting these conversions is to identify the most vulnerable, the poorest in society, the most oppressed, and then induce them. Induce them with multiple things. First, families are promised. You'll have a dignified living in society. You'll have the money, you'll have the status. You will have some degree in dignity in society which you don't have right now. Also, very importantly, what is promised to them is healthcare for their children, and most importantly, education for their children. As you know that most healthcare institutions and educational institutions are run by Catholics in Tamil Nadu. If that doesn't work, then there is a warning of dire divine consequences if they refuse, essentially the wrath of God breaking on their heads and their homes if you don't accept Christianity, if you don't start reading the Bible, if you don't start going to church. What also helps is the fact that the Hindu clergy is fairly greedy, and because there is infighting, because they close their eyes, they look the other way, practices like conversion have thrived in coastal Tamil Nadu for the last 15 to 20 years now. Now, we are terming this conversion push a sinister one for one reason. The targets for this religious conversion are not just anybody, but the most vulnerable, little children. Take a look.
உங்களுக்கு ஸ்கூல்ல வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி கிறிஸ்தவத்தை பத்தி சொன்னாங்களா? கிறிஸ்தவத்துல வந்து மதம் மாத்தணும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா? இல்ல இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறினா வந்து நீங்க அதிகமா மார்க்லாம் வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா?
இல்ல இப்படி மாறினா நல்லா இருக்கும், லைஃப் நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே ஓகே. இப்போ மாறினா வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி தான் வந்து சொன்னாங்க. வேற என்னென்னலாம் சொன்னாங்க உங்களுக்கு? என்னென்னலாம் வந்து சொல்லி வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஸ்கூல்ல வந்து பேசிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்க உங்ககிட்ட?
இப்படி மாறினா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும், கடவுள் நல்லா தருவார்.
கிறிஸ்தவத்துக்கு மாறினீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து மார்க்ஸ்ல அதிகமாக வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி இது பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்களா? ஓகே. இப்போ இந்த மாதிரி வந்து நீங்க மாறல அப்படின்னா உங்களை வந்து நீங்க வந்து ஃபெயிலா போயிடுவீங்க, வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்காது அப்படி இப்படின்லாம் வந்துட்டு உங்களை வந்து மிரட்டாங்களா?
கஷ்டமாக அவங்க நீங்கள் மாறலன்னா கஷ்டமாக இருப்பீங்க, வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே. இப்போ உங்க கூட படிச்சவங்க வந்துட்டு யாராவது வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறி இருக்கிறாங்களா?
இல்லை அப்படிலாம் 3 பேர் வந்தாங்க. ஃபஸ்ட்டு செகண்ட் தேர்டு ஃபோர்த்து ஃபிஃப்த்லேருந்து எல்லா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து எல்லாம் அசம்பிளி பண்ணி உட்கார வச்சுருந்தாங்க. ஃபோனை பற்றி ஃபஸ்ட்டு சொன்னாங்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் அது சொன்னாங்களா.
ஃபோனில் என்னென்ன பேசுவாங்க?
ஃபோனில் என்னது கண்ணு அது அப்படி சொன்னாங்க. கண் கெட்டு போயிடும், உடம்பு ஒரு மாதிரி ஆயிரும், அதுக்கப்புறம் இறந்து போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லா இருப்பீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னீங்க, மாறலைன்னா வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
சின்ன சின்ன பிள்ளைங்களும் இருக்காங்களா அங்கே?
ஆமாம், ஃபஸ்ட்டில் எல்கேஜிலேருந்து எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க.
ரொம்ப சின்ன பசங்களும் இருக்காங்க?
ஆமாம், எல்கேஜி யூகேஜி ஃபஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் எல்லாம் சின்ன பிள்ளைலேருந்து பெரிய பிள்ளை 5th வரை எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க. அப்போ அவங்க வந்து எல்லோரும் வந்து ஃபோனை பற்றி சொல்லிவிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் கிறிஸ்டினை பற்றி சொன்னாங்க, வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அப்போ சின்ன பிள்ளைலாம் இருந்துச்சு. அப்போ மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லாயிருக்கும், இல்லைன்னா நல்லா இருக்க மாட்டீங்க, அப்புறம் படிப்பு வராது, மாறினீங்கன்னா படிப்பு எல்லாம் வரும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
அவர் ஏதாவது காசு ஏதாவது தரணும்னா மொபைல் தருவாங்களா, அது ஏதாவது சொல்லுவாங்களா?
ஆமாம், மாறினீங்கன்னா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும், எல்லாம் தருவாங்க. ஏன்னா ஃபோனு அதெல்லாம் தருவாங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. மாதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா தருவாங்க.
காசு தருவாங்களா?
ஆமாம், மாதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா காசு தருவோம், மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
படிக்கிறதுக்கு புக்கு வசதி அதெல்லாம்
எல்லாம் நாங்களே பார்த்துக்கிடுவோம், மாறினீங்கன்னா மட்டும் போதும், மாதம் நாங்கள் சுட்டு தருவோம், எல்லாம் புக்ஸு எல்லாம் வாங்கி தருவோம் மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஆனால் ஏதாவது பசங்க மாறிடுச்சா?
இல்லை அப்படிப்பட்ட யாரும் மாறுற எண்ணம்
மாறுதா உங்களுக்கு தெரியாது?
ஆமாம் எனக்கு தெரியாது. இப்போ மாறி இருப்பாங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல.
Let me go straight across to our reporters who are joining us on that big expose. Anvit Srivastav, you're live with us from the national capital, from the newsroom. Purnima Murli is joining us from Chennai. Anvit, I'm coming to you first. Over and over again, this school child says they came in. They wanted to give us, we were told that they are going to give us a lecture on cell phones, the harmful effects of cell phone. But this lecture soon graduates to a lecture on Christianity, how Christianity is the religion that they need to convert to. If they do that, their life will be happy, their life will be fulfilled, they'll have money, etc. When this child is referring to they, who is this they and who allowed this they to come into a government school and start preaching Christianity to children as as young as from class 1 to class 5? This is plain criminal.
Very, very correct, Shreya. And see, this is the point that let me mention that this child, the school he was studying in, was run by a Hindu staff totally. Okay. And that was the way of entering the school, that these groups, and he is differing they to people, to groups who are affiliated with different missionaries. And this is the modus operandi that they have adopted to enter a school and be able to talk to children. That they say we'll give lectures on maybe misuses of cell phones, talking to them about technology and other things related to science or moral science particularly. And this is the way they have adopted to enter a particular school and be able to talk to a batch of children. And then gradually they graduate to talking to them about like do you pray, and then they'll ask what is the method of praying, and then they would say that have you ever benefited with praying? And most of the children, when they say no, they say that because your method of praying is wrong. Do you read a book while praying? They said no. So they say that there's a Bible which you should read while praying. And the most worrying is that when these children are told that if you don't resort to this particular method of praying, or if you do not convert, you'll academically not do better. They have been told that to attain academic excellence, and even after schooling, to be able to take care of your parents, to be a good person in life and to attain success, you have to convert to Christianity. And what amount of pressure does this create into a child's mind who is still studying in 3rd standard or 4th standard or maybe 6th standard?
Absolutely. And as you're pointing out, I just want to clarify this for our viewers, and Anvit, I want you to come in here. This was a government school that we are talking about, right? Or is this a privately run school?
Yes, see, we have gone to many schools. This particular school was a private school, but we also have footages from government schools who have said that yes, they have caught some teachers, and there have been groups who come in who say that we will give lectures on something else, but they eventually end up telling about Christianity. We have visuals from government schools, we have students from government schools talking to us on camera. And this particular child that we showed, this is a clip of to our viewers, he is not the only child we have met. It's just that his father was the only one who agreed to come on camera and speak to us. There were many other children who have spoken to us, and just to keep their privacy intact, we have when they have refused, we have not agreed, we have not taken them on camera. But many children are facing this the same thing. They have spoken to us, they have spoken to us off camera, their parents have spoken to us, even people who are running schools in areas like Kanyakumari, Nagarkoil, Thoothukudi, Tiruchendur, Thirunelveli, all these areas of South Tamil Nadu. When we visited these schools, they have agreed that yes, these groups approach them. Some schools have successfully managed to keep them out of their premises, while some have fallen into this trap that the children will be taught things about moral science, and gradually when children come forward and tell school administration that they have not actually been taught about moral science, but it ended up as a lecture on something religious, that one religion is better than other, or you should follow one particular religion. They have also we have also students on camera who had been telling us that they had been taught that Hindus are Satans or other religions are bad. So what kind of pressure? We recently in January saw how a girl named Lavanya, what fate she met. Do we want more children to meet similar fate? So the kind of pressure they are creating on children by forcing them to that taking the name of academic excellence, they're saying you'll get better marks from other students if you follow a particular religion.
This is brainwashing, and this is brainwashing by deceit. Purnima Murli, come in here. This is not the first case we are seeing. Anvit has done this extensive investigation where he is telling us that this class 3 student is not the only one that they have spoken to. They have spoken to children and parents across South Tamil Nadu, and across South Tamil Nadu, you have testimonies of parents and children saying these missionaries come to school for one purpose, and they end up giving lectures on Christianity and telling these very young students how Hindu gods are Satans. I want to ask you, Lavanya has happened. When a 17-year-old girl commits suicide because she is being forced to convert, that is something that should shake the government in the state and say, all right, this is a pattern, we need to do something about it. But it seems nothing's done about it.
Absolutely. There were two such incidents reported. One, of course, was Lavanya, where she committed suicide because 2 years before she took that drastic step. She was asked to convert to Christianity, and she denied. And then she said what followed was harassing her for 2 years, making her clean the toilets. And even then, when this incident was reported, Lavanya's case, within a span of 12 hours, the police SP had held a press conference ruling out the possibility of conversion angle, and even the health minister of the state, the education minister, I beg your pardon, had made it very clear that they had spoken to other school children from the government school, and all of them denied the possibility of conversion angle. They said that none of the girls were in fact asked to convert to Christianity, and ruled out the possibility, which is why the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court in its orders said that there needs to be a thorough and fair probe into this. The Tamil Nadu government did not do that, which is why this case needs to be transferred to the CBI. This was something that the judge had observed, saying that the investigation was not done properly, and they did not even check the possibility of the conversion angle. And last week, once again, we've seen a teacher being suspended because children had or students had made revelations saying that they were asked to read the Bible, and that the teacher had said bad things about Bhagavad Gita. All these also happened last week. There was no FIR registered, which is why the Tamil Nadu government needs to look into the evidence that our colleague has in fact done thoroughly in Thoothukudi, Kanyakumari. And this is not just with private schools, even government related schools. But so far the Tamil Nadu government had turned a blind eye. Now with this evidence, we'll have to wait and see the Tamil Nadu government takes this into consideration and does a thorough and fair investigation into this case.
Purnima Murli, I want to ask you why the Tamil Nadu government led by the DMK is turning a blind eye to all the conversions that are being reported in the press. Is it because the minority community, in this case the Christian community, forms a large vote bank for them?
Absolutely, vote bank does play a crucial role, which is why such sensitive issues are not addressed properly. Not just with the DMK, even the AIADMK. This is an open secret that yes, in pockets in Kanyakumari and Thoothukudi, this is something that we've heard of how children are now being approached to convert to Christianity. This is something that we've heard. But whatever government was in place, no one had in fact looked into this, or complaints by parents were also not considered seriously so far. Because vote bank does play an important role, which is why even over the last 3 months, when we've heard such complaints from these pockets, no action was taken, no FIR was registered. So we'll have to wait and see, at least with ample evidence, will the DMK government now consider doing something about it, because this is something that we've heard. A thorough investigation reveals that yes, children are being the vulnerable group, are being approached, but will the government take action? That remains to be seen. With the evidence, we'll have to see how the government reacts to it, Shreya.
Okay, and as we are saying, this is an extensive investigation. This is not just about talking to one child, who has faced these missionaries, and missionaries have asked him to convert or read the Bible, etc. Here is another instance. This is of how small children are being targeted by these conversion groups, possibly missionaries. Listen into this conversation with a child who is studying in class 3 again, who was asked to convert in a bid to score good marks in his exams.
எந்த ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் படிக்கிறீங்க? 3rd ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் படிக்கிறீங்களா? உங்களுக்கு என்ன சொன்னாங்க உங்களுக்கு டியூஷன்ல? சரி 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 சரி. என்ன சொன்னாங்க? கோயிலுக்கு எதுக்கு வர சொன்னாங்க? எதுக்கு? ப்ரேயர் பண்ணலாம். ப்ரேயர் பண்றதுக்காக கூப்பிட்டாங்களா? ப்ரேயர் பண்ணா என்னென்ன கிடைக்கும்? நாங்க ப்ரேயர் பண்ணா அதெல்லாம் சொல்லல. ஆனா சும்மா வந்துட்டு இப்படி வந்துருங்க இப்படி வந்துருங்க. ஆனா இப்ப சும்மா வந்துட்டு இது மட்டும் சொன்னாங்க, ஒரு பிரேயர் மட்டும் வந்து பண்ண சொன்னாங்க. சரி, இப்போ வந்துட்டு நீங்க கன்வெர்ட் ஆக சொன்னாங்களா, மதம் மாற சொன்னாங்களா உங்களை? பிரேயர் மட்டும் வர சொன்னாங்க, பிரேயருக்கு மட்டும் வர சொன்னாங்க. நீங்க என்ன சொன்னீங்க அதுக்கு? உங்க அப்பா அம்மா திட்டிடுவாங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு சொன்னீங்க. உங்க ஸ்கூல்ல இந்த மாதிரி ஏதாவது சொல்லியிருக்காங்களா? உங்க ஸ்கூல்ல எதுவும் சொன்னதில்ல, டியூஷன்ல மட்டும் தான் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. இந்த மாதிரி மார்க்ஸ் தான் நிறைய வாங்குவீங்கன்னு சொல்லியிருப்பாங்களா? வேற ஏதாவது ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் கிட்ட சொல்லியிருக்காங்களா மார்க்ஸ் தான் நிறைய வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்னு? என்னென்ன மார்க்ஸ் நிறைய வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி? சர்ச்சுக்கு வரீங்க, நாங்க உங்க மார்க்ஸ்ல நிறைய உங்களுக்கு ஏசப்பா வந்து வழங்குவாரு அப்படின்ற மாதிரி சொன்னாங்க.
Okay, that is a class 3 student, a girl there, who's saying that when these people came, they said, if you go to church, you will get better marks in school. Anvit, I want to ask you what the parents are doing in this case. You have spoken to children, obviously with the permission of parents. You have spoken to parents as well. Have they gone to the police to complain? Have they gone to the school authorities to complain? And what has come of these complaints?
Yes, see, Shreya, another startling part of our investigation was that when we asked these students and their parents that did you complain about this, most of them have taken up the matter with school administration. But school administration, when they take up the matter with the police, or even if they report the matter to police, first of all the complaint was that the police do not respond to these complaints because they think that everything is politically motivated, and therefore they just don't want to get into it. Also because they have been saying that this entire, when we spoke to some activists and analysts and researchers, they have told that this entire conversion thing is only focusing on vote bank, and therefore this is totally political, and they don't want to get into this. And therefore when political patronage is given to these missionary groups, the police just can't get into it and can't take any forceful action, and that is why the police most of the time refrains from getting into such incidents. Even that day, the viral of that class 6 girl that video that went viral, we were right there in the school, and we saw that a policeman was sitting there. He had been called from the school side. It was a government school. The cop had been called, and when we spoke to the cop, when we asked him about what is the issue and would he like to take any action, he said that we have received a complaint from the father. The father has also written a complaint to the school administration, but he said that we will not register any FIR. We are letting school take action on its own level, and only after school fails to take any action, then we will take any action. School, however, later suspended the teacher, but like you said, this is criminal, and there has to be some legal action. Only then we can put a curb to all these practices. Also, when we spoke to these parents, particularly, one factor that came to fore was that they are all scared. There are different categories of fear in these children and their parents. Now, children are being told that you will not get good marks, you will not become a good person. If you remain into Hinduism or any other religion apart from Christianity, you will become a Satan. Hindus' gods are Satans. You must read Bible, otherwise you will not become successful. You will not be able to take care of your parents when you are out of your school life. What fear parents are being still into is that parents are being told that if you do not follow one particular religion, if you do not accept Christianity, you will be outcasted. You will not be supported by the society you live in, because in areas like Kanyakumari and Nagarkoil, majority of the population has turned to Christianity. Absolutely. The demographic in past few decades has changed, and therefore they just to not feel outcast, just to not be boycotted by their own part of society, they are under pressure of converting.
You're right. The demographic in Kanyakumari has changed, and that is a big worry. Almost 70%, I don't know what the official statistics say, but unofficially we are told that almost 70% of Kanyakumari is now Christian. We leave it there for the moment. There is more of Anvit's investigation that we are following through the day here on CNN News 18. But for the moment, moving to some other news stories. Amidst all the controversy surrounding the demolition drive in Jahangirpuri in Delhi, which was of course opposed by the opposition, especially the Congress party, another row has broken out, and this time it is in Rajasthan, where the local administration in Alwar, led by the Congress MLA, has razed down 3 temples. The temple caretakers have filed a written complaint, and an FIR has been registered against the Congress MLA, SDM and one other person. Another demolition drive in Rajghar has destroyed several houses, making families homeless.
बीजेपी के बोर्ड ने ये सारा फैसला किया है तोड़ने का, मोड़ पर खड़ाने का, और मंदिर को तोड़ने के बाद उन लोगों ने किए अतिक्रमण में जब मंदिर आया वो तोड़ा है, तो उन्हें अतिक्रमण हटवाया है, तो मंदिर उन्हें तोड़वाया है। हमारे क्या लेने देने उन्हें? बीजेपी का राज है, बीजेपी का बोर्ड है। बीजेपी के बोर्ड को हमने फोन निवेदन किया जनता से, चुनाव है जब हमारी बात नहीं मानी, बीजेपी का वोट फैसला करने जो फैसला हो गया प्रजातंत्र में
है वो अपने आप में बहुत चिंताजनक है, बहुत दुखद है। 300 से अधिक वर्ष पुराने एक शिव मंदिर के ऊपर जिस प्रकार से बुलडोजर चलाया गया है और जिस प्रकार से ड्रिलिंग मशीन के माध्यम से शिवलिंग के ऊपर प्रहार किया जा रहा है, ये हम सब के हृदय के ऊपर प्रहार है। आज गांधी परिवार से सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं, राहुल गांधी जी, सोनिया जी, आप तो वही परिवार है जो भगवान राम पे विश्वास नहीं करती। आपने एफिडेविट लिख करके ये दिया था सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कि राम काल्पनिक है, राम मृतक है, और आज जिस प्रकार से बुलडोजर चलाया जा रहा है भगवान श्री राम जी के मंदिर में, एक बात तो स्पष्ट होता है, आप केवल चुनाव में जिस प्रकार से मंदिर मंदिर जाके त्रिपुंड लगा करके अपने आप को भक्त दिखाने की कोशिश करते हैं, हिंदू दिखाने की कोशिश करते हैं, वो सब मिथ्या है। आज जो आपने राजस्थान में किया है शिव मंदिर पर प्रहार करके, वही आपका सत्य है। दुखद यह है।
Let me go straight across to Bhavani Deora, who is joining us on the phone line from Jaipur. Bhavani, जब जहांगीरपुरी में बुलडोजर चले थे तो कांग्रेस पार्टी चिल्ला चिल्ला कर कह रही थी कि ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को, हमारे संविधान को बुलडोज किया जा रहा है। अब जरा हमें समझाइए कि यहाँ अलवर में क्यों बुलडोजर चल गए और खासकर मंदिरों पे क्यों बुलडोजर चल गए?
देखिए श्रेया, ये अलवर के जो राजगढ़ के अंदर सरकार ने ये कहा कि वहाँ अतिक्रमण हटाने का अभियान चल रहा था और उसी दौरान उन्होंने कहा कि ये अतिक्रमण है इसलिए हटा दिया गया। हालांकि कांग्रेस पार्टी की ओर से अलग रिएक्शन आ रही है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के जो स्थानीय कांग्रेस विधायक है, वहाँ पहले तो जो केस दर्ज कराया मंदिर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की ओर से, वो कांग्रेस के स्थानीय विधायक जौहरीलाल मीणा और लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के खिलाफ कराया। ये कहा गया है कि साजिश रची गई थी मंदिर तोड़ने की और वापस बनाया जाए। लेकिन जौहरीलाल मीणा का स्टेटमेंट आया, उन्होंने ये कहा कांग्रेस विधायक ने कि वहां पर राजगढ़ के अंदर जो टाउन है राजगढ़, जहां पर ये मंदिर तोड़े गए, उन्होंने कहा कि वहां पर बोर्ड बीजेपी का है, बीजेपी सत्ता के अंदर है वहां पर, तो हमारा कोई लेना देना नहीं है, न सरकार का लेना देना, न कांग्रेस विधायक के नाते मेरा लेना देना। उन्होंने ये सफाई दी कि हमसे तो पूछा भी नहीं गया था तोड़ने के लिए। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ बीजेपी के जो सांसद है अलवर के, वो ये कह रहे हैं कि ये कांग्रेस सरकार की मनमानी है, वहां पर बीजेपी बोर्ड को पूछा ही नहीं गया, क्योंकि जो अथॉरिटी रहती है, अधिकारी लगे होते हैं, वो सरकार के अधिकारी है और सरकार ने जानबूझकर ये बदला लेने की नीयत से और जिस तरीके से बाकी जगह जो दंगाइयों पर अतिक्रमण तोड़ने के लिए बुलडोजर चलाए जा रहे हैं, चाहे मध्य प्रदेश का मामला हो, चाहे दिल्ली के अंदर जहांगीरपुरी का मामला हो, या फिर अलग अलग जगह पे घटनाएं, तो वो कह रहे हैं कि ये उनका ये आरोप है कि ये बदला लेने के लिए अंधेरे में रखकर बीजेपी बोर्ड को विश्वास में नहीं लिया गया और ये सरकार की ओर से ये कार्रवाई की गई।
चलिए,
इस बीच में जी, और श्रेया, इस बीच में राजस्थान कांग्रेस के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष अभी कुछ देर में इसी मुद्दे पर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करने वाले हैं और गहलोत सरकार का पूरा पक्ष रखेंगे। जी
चलिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भवानी। बड़ी अजीब सी विडंबना है कि बुलडोजर चला है लेकिन बीजेपी कह रही है कांग्रेस की तरफ से चला है, कांग्रेस कह रही है कि बीजेपी की तरफ से चला है। फ्रॉम राजस्थान वी आर शिफ्टिंग आवर फोकस नाउ टू Karnataka, and there's breaking news coming in from there where the Chief Minister has slammed the riots which took place in Hubli. He's alleging that this was a pre-planned conspiracy. The Chief Minister is also vowing strict action against culprits. Let's first listen into it.
It seems that there is a conspiracy behind it, and even though the police had taken action, a lot of people gathered in front of police station and thrown stones at police, and a lot of police were also injured. They have taken law into their hands. So now police are taking strict action. They have arrested more than 150 people, and some kingpins are also been arrested. And we will take a strict action.
Home Minister ಇದಾರಲ್ಲ, ದಿ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಲ್ ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲೂ ಅದೇ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರು, ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಅದೇ ಥರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯಿಂದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡೋದು ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಈ ಶುಡ್ ರಿಸೈನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಔಟ್. ಈಸ್ ಅನ್ಫಿಟ್ ಟು ಬಿಕಮ್ ದಿ ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್.
Straight across to Harish Upadhyay, who is joining us on the phone line. Harish, what are investigations so far showing? We've seen the videos. All of us have been seeing the videos on our screens. The Chief Minister seems to believe that this is a pre-planned conspiracy. What are police investigations so far saying, and who are the people who have been arrested so far?
Well, more than 126 people arrested right now, and whatever information that has been gathered from the police investigation that's going on, seems to suggest that perhaps this wasn't a spontaneous act of a mob gathering and then going on a rampage. There seems to have been a bit of a planning to that, and also somewhere instigation for this violence as well. That is the probe that's currently on. And with the arrest of one of the key accused, alleged key accused, Wasim Pathan and a few others, now the police believe that they have all the characters of this particular conspiracy, and they just step away from establishing what exactly was this conspiracy and how they went about implementing it. Well, on the one hand, you have the Chief Minister who's saying that we've arrested everyone who took part in the riots, but we also have some information about others who perhaps provided help or were part of the planning. They too will be nabbed. You have the Home Minister making statements saying that the Congress is backing this. One of their district presidents was also seen at the scene of the protest. On the other hand, you have Siddaramaiah saying that the Home Minister is making basic statements without any sort of information. So war of words have started. In the meanwhile, Hubli police saying that they're very close to cracking the conspiracy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta, and a mega CNN News 18 investigation is lined up for you. A deep look into the sinister, diabolical ways in which the young, the poor, the marginalized are preyed upon in India for conversions, cloaked in school classes and in social work. CNN News 18 team traveled to several parts of Tamil Nadu. Remember, Tamil Nadu, this state, is emerging as one of the epicenters of a massive conversion racket that has been ongoing with barely any resistance. To bring you this mega exclusive investigation. First up, here's what that investigation brought to light.
Religious conversion as organized racket and social swindle. And it's not just Punjab. CNN News 18 travelled to South Tamil Nadu, Kanyakumari, Nagarkoil, Tirunelveli to find unease against a Christian conversion push simmering under the surface. Take a closer look, talk to school children, their parents and families here, and what one finds is this sinister, coercive conversion push cloaked in school classes and social work. Tall promises for a school child of all the world's happiness, funds for studies and even high marks, extending to financing for their parents. And it all comes at a cost. Convert to Christianity. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive investigation.
So let's break down really, before we get you more testimonies of individuals we've spoken to who've fallen prey to such conversion rackets, exactly what is the modus operandi. So step one is to identify rural poor, especially the oppressed, those oppressed because of casteism that exists, of course. Then there is a promise that families will live a more dignified life in society. Step three is promise that children will receive better healthcare and education. That is a big lacuna that a lot of these conversion rackets really take advantage of. Step four, warn the children of dire divine consequences if they refuse, that kind of an imagery that you're going to suffer for eternity. That is really used a lot, especially when wanting to convert Hindus in India. Step five, take advantage of the greed amongst Hindu clergy, the divisions between the Hindu classes, and of course that makes sure that many individuals fall prey. And who is really at the target? It is generally the oppressed amongst the Hindu classes, especially those who may be oppressed because of casteism, and of course the poor, the marginalized, who don't have very many means of income or getting better access to life. What is also coming to light is that the targets of these conversion rackets is not really just anyone, some of the most vulnerable ones, and that is children. CNN News 18 investigates how this plot unfolded and how vulnerable children are used as pawns in this racket. Here's more.
உங்களுக்கு ஸ்கூல்ல வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி கிறிஸ்தவத்தை பத்தி சொன்னாங்களா? கிறிஸ்தவத்துல வந்து மதம் மாத்தணும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா? இல்ல இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறினா வந்து நீங்க அதிகமா மார்க்லாம் வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா?
இல்லை இப்படி மாறினா நல்லாயிருக்கும், லைஃப் நல்லாயிருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே ஓகே. இப்போ மாறினா வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி தான் வந்து சொன்னாங்க. வேற என்னென்னலாம் சொன்னாங்க உங்களுக்கு? என்னென்னலாம் வந்து சொல்லி வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஸ்கூலில் வந்து பேசிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்க உங்ககிட்ட?
என்னது இப்படி மாறினா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும், கடவுள் நல்லா தருவார்.
கிறிஸ்தவத்துக்கு மாறினீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து மார்க்ஸ்ல அதிகமாக வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி இது பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்களா? ஓகே. இப்போ இந்த மாதிரி வந்து நீங்க மாறல அப்படின்னா உங்களை வந்து நீங்க வந்து ஃபெயிலா போயிடுவீங்க, வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்காது அப்படி இப்படின்லாம் வந்துட்டு உங்களை வந்து மிரட்டாங்களா?
கஷ்டமாக அவங்க நீங்கள் மாறலன்னா கஷ்டமாக இருப்பீங்க, வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே. இப்போ உங்க கூட படிச்சவங்க வந்துட்டு யாராவது வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறி இருக்கிறாங்களா?
இல்லை அப்படிலாம்
ஓகே.
3 பேர் வந்தாங்க. ஃபஸ்ட்டு செகண்ட் தேர்டு ஃபோர்த்து ஃபிஃப்த்லேருந்து எல்லா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து எல்லாம் அசம்பிளி பண்ணி உட்கார வச்சுருந்தாங்க. ஃபோனை பற்றி ஃபஸ்ட்டு சொன்னாங்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் அது சொன்னாங்களா.
ஃபோனில் என்னென்ன பேசுவாங்க?
ஃபோனில் என்னது கண் அது அப்படி சொன்னாங்க. கண் கெட்டு போயிடும், உடம்பு ஒரு மாறி ஆயிரும், அதுக்கப்புறம் இறந்து போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லா இருப்பீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னீங்க. மாறலன்னா வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
சின்ன சின்ன பிள்ளைங்களும் இருக்காங்களா அங்கே?
ஆமாம், ஃபஸ்ட்டில் எல்கேஜிலேருந்து எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க.
ரொம்ப சின்ன பசங்களும் இருக்காங்க?
ஆமாம்,
டீப்பாக சொல்லுங்க.
எல்கேஜி யூகேஜி ஃபஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்ட் எல்லாம் சின்ன பிள்ளைலேருந்து பெரிய பிள்ளை 5th வரை எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க. அப்போ அங்கே வந்து எல்லோரும் வந்து ஃபோனை பற்றி சொல்லிவிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் கிறிஸ்டினை பற்றி சொன்னாங்க. வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அப்போ சின்ன பிள்ளைலாம் இருந்துச்சு. அப்போ மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லாயிருக்கும், இல்லைன்னா நல்லா இருக்க மாட்டீங்க, அப்புறம் படிப்பு வராது, மாறினீங்கன்னா படிப்பு எல்லாம் வரும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
பின்ன அவர் ஏதாவது காசு ஏதாவது தரணும்னா மொபைல் தருவாங்களா, அது ஏதாவது சொல்லுவாங்களா?
ஆமாம், மாறினீங்கன்னா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும், எல்லாம் தருவாங்க. ஏன்னா ஃபோனு அதெல்லாம் தருவாங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. மாதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா தருவாங்க.
காசு தருவாங்களா?
ஆமாம், மாதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா காசு தருவோம், மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
படிக்கிறதுக்கு புக்கு வசதி அதெல்லாம்
எல்லாம் நாங்களே பார்த்துக்கிடுவோம், மாறினீங்கன்னா மட்டும் போதும், மாதம் நாங்கள் சுட்டு தருவோம், எல்லாம் புக்ஸு எல்லாம் எல்லாம் வாங்கி தருவோம், மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஏதாவது பசங்க மாறிடுச்சா?
இல்லை, அப்படிப்பட்ட யாரும் மாறல இன்னும்.
மாறுதா உங்களுக்கு தெரியாது?
ஆமாம், எனக்கு தெரியாது. இப்போ மாறி இருப்பாங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல.
I want to go across to my colleague Anvit Srivastava, who's actually traveled to bring us a lot of these testimonies. Anvit, what is obviously coming to light is that a lot of this praying is happening in schools. I want to understand from you that is this happening only in Christian missionary run schools or other schools as well? And what is the scale that you have sensed in Tamil Nadu itself?
See, Shivani, if talking just about schools, I would like to clarify that these are not just Hindu schools or Christian missionary run schools or private or government schools. This is happening across schools. We even went to government schools, we went to private schools, we went to schools privately run by Hindu organizations and privately run by Christian organizations as well, and other religious organizations. But this is happening across schools, and that is why, because there's so much diversity, that is why these religious groups have adopted to one particular modus operandi, which is that you talk to kids about something else, like giving them about a moral science lecture, telling them about use of technology, or maybe use of cell phones, or maybe misuses of things, as they grow in life. But gradually these lectures or these classes graduate to talking about religion, and then they are told that how one particular religion is better than others, how people in other religions are satans, how one particular religion can only provide you with luxuries in life, with money, with success. And also what's most worrisome is that these children, when they are being told that you will attain academic excellence or you will do better than other students in your class only when you follow one particular religion or when you pray in one particular style. And this is why the kind of pressure this is creating on children. We saw what fate did a girl in Tanjavur, Lavanya, Lavanya met. Do we want more children to meet similar faith? Do we want them to be under so much pressure? In a dying declaration, Lavanya had also reportedly said that she was being forced by 2 nuns of her schools to convert to Christianity, and that is why she ended up ending her life. That is what has been reported, and the matter is now under probe by the CBI. So obviously this is rampant across Tamil Nadu, and let me again mention that it's not just about one city or one school. We travelled across South Tamil Nadu. We travelled to Tirunelveli, Nagarkoil, Tiruchendur, Thoothukudi, Kanyakumari, many such areas, many off-road areas, many remote areas as well apart from these big cities, many districts and small towns also, and this practice is rampant.
Okay.
These school children, they are being told that your parents will only be happy when you convert to Christianity.
Yes.
You after school, even after school, this is not just limited to school. They are being told that once you are done with your schooling, you will be a successful person. You will be able to take care of your parents only when you follow Christianity.
Yeah.
And this is all based on fear. The two different aspects are that children are being told about marks and about education. The parents are also being told that because majority of these population of these places, demographics in past 2 decades has changed completely. 70 to 50% of population has converted. So they are being told that if you do not follow one particular religion which people around you follow, you will be outcast. You will be boycotted by them. And
yes, no, actually, Anvit, that's a very good point, because in a lot of these cases, actually faith, divinity are not really the reasons why people are converting. They're converting because there is brainwashing that is taking place clearly from a very young age, and then the element of fear is used, either social fear, social parameters, or of course the fears of burning in hell for eternity, etc. That is really what is used to convert people, and that is really not allowed or justified. But as if these shocking testimonies of children were not enough, how they're being brainwashed in their classes or in the garb of education, CNN News 18 investigation team also brings you this gut-wrenching testimony of a woman who almost gave in to the forced conversion, all in a bid to try and save her child. Take a look.
சரி இல்ல இப்போ அவங்க என்ன சொன்னாங்க, நீங்க மதம் மாறினா உங்க பிள்ளைய வந்து காப்பாற்ற முடியும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா? அதாவது இப்போ நீங்க கிறிஸ்டியன் வந்து ஓகே, அவங்க என்ன சொன்னாங்க?
சரி பிரேயர் பண்ணுவோம், முக்கியமா நம்மள அவங்க வலைக்கட்டாயப்படுத்தல.
ஓகே
பிரேயர் பண்ணுவோம், அதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த கடவுள்
இல்ல அவங்க சொன்னாங்களா இந்த மாதிரி இயேசு வந்துட்டு வேண்டுங்க உங்களுக்கு வந்து நீங்க வந்து உங்களுக்கு நினைச்சதெல்லாம் கிடைக்கும், உங்க பிள்ளை வந்து சரியாயிடும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி சொன்னாங்களா? அத சொல்லுவாங்க, ஆப்வியஸா வந்து சொல்லுவாங்க இல்லையா? அதுதான் வந்து நம்ம வந்து பார்த்து கொண்டிருப்போம். அதுதான் சொல்லிதான் வந்து உங்களை வந்து கூப்பிட்டுருப்பாங்க, மதம் மாறுங்க அப்பதான் இயேசு வந்து காப்பாற்றுவாரு அப்படின்ற மாதிரி எல்லாம் சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க. ரைட் ரைட் ரைட்
அப்படியெல்லாம் கூப்பிட்டுருக்காங்க. சரி இருந்தாலும் நமக்கு வந்து நம்ம பிள்ளை தான் முக்கியம்.
சரி
நானும் போயிட்டேன்.
சரி இப்போ உங்களுக்கு அவங்க சர்ச்சு தான் வந்து சொன்னாங்க இந்த மாதிரி வந்து நீங்க மதம் மாறுங்க அப்பதான் வந்துட்டு பிள்ளை வந்துட்டு காப்பாற்ற முடியும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க.
ரொம்ப நம்ம இருந்து போயிருக்கோம்.
சரி 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 சரி
அதனால சரி அப்படின்ட்டு போனேன்.
அப்ப அங்க போனீங்களே காப்பாற்ற முடியுங்க?
காப்பாற்ற முடியல.
சரி 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 சரி
அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன அறியாமலே நம்ம நினைச்சு நம்ம வழியை விட்டுட்டு இன்னொரு வழி.
சரி 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 சரி.
Let's go across to my colleagues Anvit live once again. He's also been joined by Anand Narsimhan. Of course, all through the day, Anand, we've been looking at a lot of these stories that our investigations have found, and various facets which are frankly open secrets are now being, put on camera as part of these testimonies. And really, the wait is for the administration to act because the proof is there.
Yes, and one can't but help ask this question that, there is an encroachment drive or demolition drive over encroachment or an anti-encroachment drive, and the top lawyers, voices and netas, everybody makes a beeline to the courts, to the place, and everybody crosses a furor. And here, it's brazen violation of the constitutional provisions, it's a brazen violation of law. POCSO Act comes under it, NCPCR comes under it, government schools, kids, young children are being induced, and people are being lied to, saying, and one religion is being talked down, it's being branded satanic, and while other is being talked, and it's all happening through inducement, it's all happening through devious means, and it's all being shushed up. The local netas are not saying anything, the courts are not saying anything, the cops are not even willing to file an FIR, and they're saying ki school aapas mein samjha lega, and in the schools they've just suspended the teacher and hushed up the entire matter. Anvit, in the case of this mother, the child was sick. They said you convert and your child will be well. This brings me back to what we saw in Jalandhar also. There was a similar story in Punjab where a mother lost their child because they were given these false promises and false inducements. Similar case.
Very, very correct, Anand. That family belonged to Mumbai and they were only forced to come to Jalandhar to get their daughter treated. But what happened finally? The daughter died, and this was despite them visiting churches, despite the daughter undergoing baptism. Her mother, her brother had also switched religions, and they were told that if you don't switch religion, the girl will die. And even when they changed, now this lady who we met in Tamil Nadu, she told us that she was told that if she converts, her daughter will be all fine. When we asked her, when did you convert? Whenever you converted, did you get any help from the missionaries or the groups who converted? She said no, she did not get anything. Her daughter was not even taken to a hospital by them. She was not even her treatment was not sponsored. They did not give any financial help so that she could get her daughter treated. And eventually, this girl also dies.
But they promised all of this while they induced her into conversion.
Definitely, we have her on camera saying that all kinds of promises were made. She was told that if she converts, they'll take care of her daughter and she'll be all fine. And that her daughter's illness was the only reason for her to convert. She said that she's a Hindu. Yeah. She had just 2 or 3 years ago, she converted only because her daughter could not come out of her continuous illness. And when she converts, she receives no help. In a matter of months, in just a few months, her daughter dies, and now she has nothing left with. Her daughter.
Did she file a complaint? Because this is again cheating. This is fraud.
Definitely.
This is inducement.
So we asked her, did you go to the cops? But these people are so scared. Like I earlier also said, that these parents are speaking to us. We have only 2-3 voices on camera, but we have spoken to so many people off camera, and they've told us how scared they are because demographic has changed so dramatically over a few decades. All people surrounding them have changed. They have switched religion, and they fear that they'll be boycotted by society. Now, this mother we spoke to, her daughter has died, but now when she has lost her daughter, she thinks that she does not want to lose the society she's living into. She doesn't want to be boycotted. She doesn't want to be outcast, and she fears that what if her electricity is taken? What if she doesn't get ration, or what if she doesn't get other amenities? That fearing that, they don't go to the cops, and even when in some rare cases when we have seen they have gone to the cops and FIR has been registered, there's no action taken.
So their ethnicity is being cleaned, Shivani. You first lure them in via various devious means and then dare them to leave. So this is what is this is a dangerous aspect that is happening. In fact, one of the activists has also come out and said that they are now slowly trying to call Kanyakumari as Kanigameri. So that is also one of the activists came out and said that they're changing the terminology itself and they're Christianizing the terminology. Yeah. So we have had towns also renamed.
Yes, Anand, I'm just interrupting you for a brief minute because K. Annamalai, the BJP state president in Tamil Nadu, is joining us. K. Annamalai, the CNN News 18 investigation really lays bare the extent to which brainwashing of young children is going on in educational institutions. Now, this is an issue I know that you have been raising, the BJP has been raising. But the question is that in the face of so much proof, in the case of the Lavanya death case, why isn't the state government acting?
Madam, firstly, I would like to compliment CNN News 18 team for doing this. This is a very, very important issue for the state of Tamil Nadu, especially if you look at the census of last 30 years.
Yes.
In a district like Kanyakumari, it is declining population of one particular community. And especially in the last many years, after DMK has come to power in the last 1 year, this has become accelerated now. And they've got a well-oiled machinery, a pakka modus operandi, where they target the vulnerable sections of the society, especially the school children. And initially starts with gift, like what you have shown in this thing. Later they move on to talking about different gods, good God, bad God, and all those things they do. But it's very, very unfortunate. The state government is keeping its mouth and ears shut. Just refusing to listen to whatever the pile of evidence it is having before them. So today is an important day, an important set of evidence that CNN News 18 is presenting before the state government. I just hope and pray, instead of playing politics, they take it very seriously for the betterment of the society and for the betterment of schools. They act on it very strictly.
Mr. Annamalai, Namaskaram, this is Anand Narasimhan here. If I may ask you, sir, in the case of Lavanya, the key accused she had named in her dying declaration says that Sagaya Mary was received garlanded by a DMK MLA. In the case of the 6-year-old girl last week in the government school, the school only suspended the teacher and the cops refused to file an FIR. The cops are saying we don't want to intervene because we want the school to sort it out. You are also a former IPS officer. What has happened? Is this not fraud? Is this not violation of a child's right? And this has happened inside a school. Isn't there enough grounds for an FIR to be lodged and the cops to intervene?
Sir, Vanakkam. So, especially in the last 10 months after DMK has come to power, so all this group of people have seemed to get a very free reign inside the school. They have become very brazen. I would like to remind you, and of course you must be knowing it, and your viewers also, after DMK has come to power, there was a minister sitting in the stage and giving a bhashan, giving a speech that we have come to power only because of certain minority communities' vote. So the government is always indebted to them. This is the kind of speech they give. I hope and pray they take this evidence as a solid evidence, prima facie, they book an FIR. Because you cannot need any more evidence than what CNN News18 has done. Use this to book an FIR prima facie, start the legal process. If need, please go for the arrest. If the government is still not doing it, then it's very clear the government is not interested in giving justice. It is running the government only to please a select few in Tamil Nadu. That will be very clear.
Mr. Annamalai, I wanted to ask you a question. One of the things that is coming to light is that a lot of these people are just socially ostracized if they resist the temptations and the pressure to convert. So what is also a requirement on ground is to provide them social support. I think that's a big lacuna. It's one thing to keep talking about this issue, but we're not going to find any real solutions unless these individuals, these families, especially in areas that you're talking about, where a lot of demographic changes happen, they're given social support.
I am glad that you have asked this question, ma'am, because I was in Kanyakumari last week. I met a particular girl in the school where she went and gave a complaint. Wonderful child. And when I was talking to her, one thing I found, the whole of school is trying to ostracize her, trying to kind of make her feel separate. That is very unfortunate because children of any community, when this comes out in the media, when it comes out in the paper, they believe some kind of a stigma inside the school. So first is that counseling is needed. Second, the NGOs have to be put in activation because every time we are seeing all of these cases is more like a legal cases. Like what you said is absolutely right. But the problem is only the state government can be the driving force for doing all of this. And many a time when some of the school teachers themselves are involved, if one bad school teacher in the school is enough to vitiate the whole atmosphere. So the whole army has to come in, be it the NGO, be it the child support system, be it everybody. In a particular case of the child in Kanyakumari, my point of which was very, very strong because the community was giving her a mental strength and not the school structure. That's very unfortunate in Tamil Nadu, madam.
No, but Mr. Annamalai, we saw that with the case of Lavanya, how the family who are lifetime patrons of the DMK, they were ostracized. In court, there was an attempt to defame them, especially try and play up the aspect that Lavanya's mother was a stepmother and try and play up that angle. Here also, we have gone to the same school. There are other children who are saying that other teachers, and repeatedly they're being said, this is being said, this is being done. Justice Swaminathan also talked about the issue of crypto-Christians in Kanyakumari while reading out his judgment on the Father Ponaya case on the 4th of January. So this is rampant.
It's true, sir. I'm not denying that. In Tamil Nadu, what has happened is all these missionary groups have also created parallel ecosystem over the last few decades. These ecosystems are inside the media. They are very, very powerful. And they immediately bring a counterpoint of view. In many cases, when this activists raise this issue, they get assaulted also. And all kinds of legal cases, they throw at them, they tie their hands down. And this ecosystem is something that everybody is afraid of. And not only is solving this issue, you've got to go after the ecosystem. So what happened in the Lavanya case is the ecosystem at work. And for the first time, the Indian people have seen the ecosystem coming out openly. Even if you see the case in Supreme Court, if you see the lawyers representing the school, you will see lawyers who get paid 1.5 crore, 2 crore per sitting. Those are the kind of lawyers they're affording, even in the Chennai High Court. So this is the kind of ecosystem that is at operation. The tentacles is far outside Tamil Nadu also, far outside the country also. This high time, the special investigation agencies, they come into it. Not only a mere registration of FIR, unless you cut down the whole tentacles, then especially the southern Tamil Nadu is in deep trouble. No doubt about that.
No, actually, funding is always extremely crucial to any such nexus. It cannot sustain if there is not regularized, consistent funding. Ultimately, it's a money game, which motivates people to go out and do this on a daily basis. I do thank K. Annamalai, you for joining us. We'll take this forward with the guests also who are with us. Aditya Srinivasan, he's an advocate, C. Rajashekharan lawyer, Prerna Tiruvalepati, Dalit Studies researcher and Vice President of Hindu Jan Shakti. Umair Bhagan is educationist from Kanyakumari. Let me go across to Umair also first up, because you're an educationist from Kanyakumari, one district which always comes under question. The fact that this is happening in schools and institutions, and young kids are being preyed upon. That is the most dangerous aspect. There are several existing sections. You don't even need an anti-conversion law. Several existing sections that come into play. But it looks like the motivation in the system, the police, the political will is just not there in Tamil Nadu, which is why this situation has happened over the last 30-40 years.
In Kanyakumari, the situation is very different. It is not the educational institution, even hospitals, and all the sales places, shops, everything, they are dominated by Christians. They have the muscle power, that is the numbers, as well as they have the money power. Moreover, they have the political power.
Exactly.
As in number, they are more. So, they catch the gullible people, economically weak people, emotionally weak people, these sort of small children, they pressurize as well as they proselytize. For 24 hours, the Christians, they are aware of their religion and their only agenda is they have to convert non-Christians, that to Hindus. They don't play the games with the Muslims because they are also as organized and institutionalized as the Christians. But the poor Hindus, they are not organized. And the temple also, the religious priests, they have no power, and the secular administrative people are having more power, and they don't have any respect for the religion. So these Hindu lords are not cared by the politicians or the executive or the bureaucrats or any people. So they don't have an organization to help them. So the Christians, they do it in a very organized way.
No, absolutely. Organization is key here. You've hit at the nail on the head, because this is not possible without, as I said, money power, institutional power, political power. You've touched upon all of those things. But it is, of course, what is the strength of the Hindu faith, which is that it is not the least dogmatic, in this case becomes the weakness, because it cannot stand up to organized religion and proselytization in this manner. Aditya, I'm coming to you. The problem is of the ecosystem and the support in this case also, because while this is happening blatantly in front of everybody, it's an open secret. It has been, for example, in many other eastern states in India. It's become the reality in many southern states in India. There is no organization to fight it, to support these individuals. How many battles will an individual fight? Sir, I think you've put yourself on mute. If you could unmute yourself.
You're asking me?
Yes, Aditya.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I think I was just saying that I disagree with you just a little bit. I don't think it's the case that there haven't been organizations. I think those organizations do exist. The issue is that the counterforce to forced conversions or involuntary conversions has not been able to organize itself in quite the same way as the Christian conversion project in the South. I mean, it is the conversion project in the South is an extremely well-oiled, well-funded, systematic and targeted mission. And you increasing cases where people are beginning to raise their voices, people are beginning to stand up to instances of conversion, especially where there's an element of some form of coercion or allurement or any kind of force. So I think it's now moving in the right direction, but the question to really ask oneself over here is this a little bit too late, given that the conversion project has managed to co-opt not just the politics of the state, not just the bureaucracy of the state, but various aspects of civil society, the media, as well as some of the other speakers.
No, you've touched a very dire point. I ask you, do you think it is too late? Because a certain demographic change has already happened.
It's hard to say whether it's too late. I mean, I agree with what Mr. Annamalai was saying, as well as what your own reporters were saying, that parts of southern Tamil Nadu, I mean, they really have been subjected to this targeted conversion activity for a very, very long time. The question is, have they become overrun? I personally don't think that's the case. I think there's there are things that can be done to counter that and to change the wave. But yes, there are certainly vast tracts of the state of Tamil Nadu and of course other states in the south and other parts of the country that have for decades been the subject of this activity.
You know, and this I'm going to touch a point which may be considered a little controversial here, but this is why Ghar Wapsi movements happen. Because demographic changes have been brought about at the speed which is, you know, not scientific. So obviously it is coerced demographic change or other demographic changes that are taking place. And that is why there are these Ghar Wapsi movements that are done to bring the people back into the Hindu fold. They are looked down upon, but there's a reason why they exist. Prerna, I'm coming to you. The other aspect is, of course, of funding. Unless, you know, and I think the central government has a role to play here as well. Unless the funding is curbed, you're not going to have this stop, because money is what makes this go around.
Thank you very much, Shivani ji, for having me on your show today. Speaking of the central government, since we're on the topic of Tamil Nadu, recently a case came out in Bangalore of Orchid School, where the NCPCR had to take cognizance because parents were made to sign a notice that, you know, their children will be undergoing Bible-based and Christ-centric education. So the parents had to sign a declaration if they had to study in this Clarence School in Bangalore as well as the Orchid School. And NCPCR Honorable Chairman Priyank Kagnuji, you know, took cognizance of this and sent them a notice as well. So this is happening throughout the South, especially in Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. This is happening brazenly. So if you notice, this school, Clarence School, actually comes under the Ministry of Home Affairs, under the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, the FCRA. They have an FCRA number, and they receive funds for their education from the central government. And these are the people who are making parents sign a declaration that their children, their minor children, are going to accept Bible-based and Christ-centric education.
So I want to ask you, this may be the case of a minority institution. In some cases, they have the right to have a certain religion being given preference because it is a minority-run institution. Now, the minority versus majority-run institution, that also is an unlevel playing field. We know that there are rules that have made it an unlevel playing field. So, yeah, exactly. So I'm not going to go into that debate. But funding is, of course, an issue, and especially when it comes through NGOs and those who may masquerade as upliftment for the poor, but then go and do evangelization.
If you do remember, Shivani ji, the school in which Lavanya was studying was actually a government-funded school.
Exactly.
Where she was coerced, and then that led to her, you know, committing suicide. So funding is definitely an issue, and I think the government should actually curb down on this, because this was a taxpayer-funded school in which Lavanya was studying.
Yes, and unfortunately, the state government also has to do its part, because it cannot just come, when it comes to a government-run institution in a state educational institution, it cannot just come from the central government. But the central government can certainly do a lot more in terms of funding that certain NGOs and these groups receive. See, Rajeshekaran, there has to be an end. Yes, Prerna, finish your point very quickly.
Yeah. Sorry, another point. Andhra Pradesh, the chairman of the SC Commission, the Scheduled Caste, National Commission of Scheduled Caste in Andhra Pradesh, his name is Victor Prasad. So when there's a Christian sitting in the National Commission of Scheduled Caste, obviously Dalit people and Dalit children, minors, will get converted. So there's an innate problem within our governing bodies, within our bureaucracy.
No, there is a massive problem. You've touched upon it. The issue that also comes to light is that there are a lot of the individuals who have changed their religion to Christianity or otherwise, but they don't give up their SC/ST status.
That is Christian.
Exactly. Yeah. There is another battle that is to be fought there, because if you give up the religion on the basis that, you know, you were being oppressed as a certain class, you cannot stick to SC/ST status and still enjoy those positions and benefits when you have converted. So there is a whole rampant misuse of the system. See, Rajeshekaran, the problem here is of political will, unfortunately. Whether you like it or not, the politics in Tamil Nadu, especially with the DMK at the fore, is one blatantly anti-Brahmin. There are statements by sitting ministers, etc., that, you know, demonize one community, which is a marginalized section already. There is blatant anti-Hinduism written all over it. And then, of course, is the run that is given to proselytizing agencies.
Shivani, see, first and foremost, there is no conversion happening anywhere in the country. It is the individuals, I'll tell you, it is the individual's prerogative to select or practice religion or whichever God they want to worship. Let us understand, for the last 8 years, the government of India has ensured there is no funding coming from any foreign country or any institution which has been funded from.
No, many such institutions are still running. There is a curb and a crackdown happening, but it hasn't completely happened.
No, I'll tell you, Shivani, there is the Ministry of Home Affairs and External Affairs have ensured that all this FCRA license has been cancelled.
Not all of them have cancelled. Come on, see, Rajashekaran, you can't make such sweeping statements. They are bereft of facts.
See, it is the problem of right-wing Hindutva fanatic group which has created an ecosystem.
No. See, Rajashekaran, everything cannot be seen from the prism. 1 second. No, I'm sorry. You're saying blatant untruth. I cannot allow this to go on.
Taken control by the
what we are bringing is people giving their own testimonies. Please do not take away their agency to raise their voice. Do not take away the voice of those who are speaking in our investigation. You don't have the right to take away the agency of these individuals to bring forth their troubles. Everything cannot be looked at from a prism of right-wing versus left-wing. There is a problem on ground. You cannot deny it. You cannot deny the Lavanya case.
Fanatic forces. The policeman who spoke before, an SP rank officer who has been made some BJP president, he is talking nonsense. He is attacking lawyers.
I'm not interested in your anti-BJP politics. Please speak on the subject. There are children and parents who are talking about how they were being coerced to convert. Why don't you want to address that?
See, first allow me to speak.
No, but you have to address the issue.
No, locus standi
I'm not going to give you the platform to run your politics when we are discussing a very, very serious issue. This is not an unfettered platform. You have your own platforms to do that. When you are on this show, you don't have a platform to run your own politics. Please address the subject.
I don't have any politics. I am only speaking on merits.
Address the subject.
No, I'll speak the subject. If you allow me, I'll speak the subject. It is the right-wing Hindutva forces which is trying to ensure that there is a conversion angle everywhere, which is very wrong, and it is a biased story which is running in your channel. I'm sorry to say, I respect CNN News 18, but this is not the way you paint the whole state and the whole country or a whole religion by saying that they are into conversion racket, which is very wrong. Change your language. Nobody
Okay, I'll allow Umayar Badan to respond to you for 30 seconds.
It is not the question of funding alone. I want to explain the situation in Kanyakumari district. There are Christian-run aided institutions as well as Christian institutions, and institutions run by majority community. But in institutions run by majority community is not a Hindu institutions.
Yes.
They are run by Hindus, Hindu individuals. But all the Christian institutions are run by Christian missionaries. So people working, suppose if you take a Christian institution, more than 99% of the staff members are Christians. In Hindu-run institutions, there are sizable number of non-Hindus. So in Hindu institutions, as well as in Christian institutions, they proselytize the people, they take every chance to convert the gullible students, the weak students, if they are poor in studies, poor in health, or monetarily poor.
Yeah.
Other thing, we cannot say there is no conversion in India. It is, it is just an imagination. There is conversion. Moreover, they are very powerful also. Repeatedly, they are reminding the political parties, without their help, they cannot survive. You just take a Pannaya or somebody else. So we cannot say conversion is not there and conversion is only because of understanding the two religion that we cannot accept. Conversion is done by evangelization and proselytization, pressurization, and they take every chance to convert the people.
Yeah,
it is not the gullible people.
And it breaches social harmony, it breaches the social fabric. in a multipolar and also a multi-religious society. I'm running out of time, sir. I'm sorry. I've run out of time. The question really is about a level playing field, because the gentleman there has hit the nail on the head, because there is an unlevel playing field that has been created where majority run institutions cannot have the kind of education that they want to give, but minority run institutions are given the single pass to run their institutions as they deem fit, which is why these practices have become even more rampant. Stay with us. I have to slip into a very short break, but the CNN News investigation into the conversion racket is our top focus all through the day.
Down to a big speech by the Prime Minister within the course of the hour. He will be speaking on the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur, one of the 10 gurus of Sikhism. That's going to come up through the course of the hour. But first, the story of what happened in Jahangirpuri 24 hours after the Supreme Court put a status quo and a stay order.
After watching their homes and livelihoods razed to the ground, some respite for Jahangirpuri residents. India's top court has ruled that the status quo has to be maintained and no further demolition will take place for 2 weeks. Not just that, the two-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order. While CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
The Supreme Court order coming in the morning, and in spite of that discontinuing, it was selectively done. This means it's nothing to do with stopping illegal encroachment.
But what grabbed eyeballs is the petitioner's lawyer's argument that only a particular community was selectively targeted in this drive. This spurred a war of words between the BJP and the Grand Old Party, with both sides trading barbs of communalizing the demolition.
It is shocking but not surprising that the Congress party once again has pulled out the communal card, the card of vote bank appeasement politics, even on the platform of the Supreme Court. Tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना political tourism करिए आप लोग. हम कोई राजनीति कर नहीं है जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर delegation बनवाने.
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargon. And he said in Khargon, 88 Hindu homes and 26 Muslim homes were demolished in that particular action that was taken in the aftermath of the riots that happened there. So the question is, who is bringing a communal angle into this entire discourse? The Supreme Court today put a stay on any further demolition in Jahangirpuri. It also issued notices to the MCD as well as other parties.
Welcome back. Let's get you breaking news that is now coming in. We're getting updates that former Chief Minister of Karnataka and Congress leader Siddaramaiah has now called for a ban on the AIMIM. We're also getting this response coming in. Let's play that out and exactly on what grounds he's asking for a ban on the party. Let's listen in.
ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಾಂತಿ ಕದರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಅವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ SDP MIM ಇರ್ಬೋದು RSS ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಬಜರಂಗ ದಳ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಮಾಡಿ ನೀವು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ದಮ್ಮಿದ್ರು ಮಾಡಿ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಾಂತಿ ಕದರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಅವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ SDP MIM ಇರ್ಬೋದು RSS ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಬಜರಂಗ ದಳ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಮಾಡಿ ನೀವು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ದಮ್ಮಿದ್ರು ಮಾಡಿ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಾಂತಿ ಕದರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ.
My colleague Harish Upadhyay is also joining us. So Harish, this is of course a fallout of what has transpired in Hubli. The role of the AIMIM leaders has come out. Can you just give me a broader sense of what is really the politics that is playing out on this between the Congress and the BJP?
We've had the BJP, which has accused the Congress of somewhere tacitly having an understanding with some of these radical Islamic organizations like PFI, CFI, SDPI, and now MIM, and saying that Congress has traditionally backed them. And one of their district presidents was seen during Hubli riots outside the police station. And that's the reason now we have Siddaramaiah challenging the state government, saying that we have no objection if the state government wants to ban MIM or SDPI or Sangh Parivar or the other right-wing organizations. Any of them who's stoking violence or communal tension should be banned. We have absolutely no problem with that. In a way, daring and challenging the state government to do that. This has been a line that the Congress has taken every time they're questioned about their links with some of these organizations. We've had MB Patil earlier in the week making similar statements. And now you have Siddaramaiah seeking a similar action from the state government against these organizations.
Harish, can you hear me?
Yes, Shivani.
Yeah. No, so is this more in the vein of a dare to the BJP because they're in power? Or is this a serious demand that the Congress party is raising?
So it's in a way daring the BJP to ban these organizations because they're constantly pointing towards the Congress. The Congress says the beneficiary of politics of SDPI or MIM is BJP and not the Congress. And they are saying the bluff that the BJP constantly tries to peddle is that the Congress is having a tacit understanding with these organizations. So now the Congress saying that if the BJP is serious about cracking down on these organizations, stoking communal tension, then the government should go ahead and recommend a ban of these organizations.
Harish, can I request you to stay with us because I do want to ask you more on, of course, the response from the BJP and what the AIM has been saying in all of this. But I want to also go across to S. Prakash of the BJP joining us. The Congress party has thrown the gauntlet to you, Mr. Prakash, as they have in the case of many such questions. For example, the PFI question in the state of Karnataka. Why don't you ban the AIMIM if they're involved in the activities, for example, what transpired in Hubli?
Banning an organization is not the solution. AIMIM is a political outfit.
Yeah.
And due process of the law must be followed to ban it. Siddaramaiah, after supporting PFI and SDPI by withdrawing hundreds of cases against them when he was Chief Minister, today he has changed his stand. Now wants ban on all those organizations who are creating communal tension in the state. It is their support in the past have made them behave in the present way. It is their responsibility.
One second. Sir, can I request you to just hold on? Syed Asim Wakar of the AIMIM is also joining us. Wakar ji, अब कांग्रेस ने कर्नाटका में बोला है कि AIMIM को बैन कर देना चाहिए. उन्होंने ये बीजेपी को बोला है, बीजेपी की सरकार है और ये जो हुबली में रायट्स हुए हैं उसके बाद आपके लोगों के जो रोल आया है उसके बाद उन्होंने ये डिमांड रखी है.
देखिए, मुझे लग रहा है कि कांग्रेस के खाली सिद्धरामैया नहीं, बहुत से लीडर्स के दिमागी संतुलन बिगड़ चुके हैं. वो इतनी जबरदस्त हार उनको मिल रही है हर तरफ कि वो सब पागल हो चुके हैं. उनको बहुत सख्त इलाज की जरूरत है. बड़े से बड़ा डॉक्टर को दिखाया जाए, उनके दिमागी संतुलन को ठीक किया जाए. सिद्धरमैया जी भूल गए, बिल्कुल शायद इस बात को भूल गए कि कांग्रेस के तमाम लीडरान, मंत्री, एमएलए, एमपीज के हाथ भारत के नागरिकों के कत्लेआम में रहे हैं। कांग्रेस के बहुत से एमएलए, एमपी, मिनिस्टर डायरेक्ट इन्वॉल्व रहे 84 में, चाहे वो भागलपुर, चाहे वो मुरादाबाद हो, चाहे वो सूरत हो, महाराष्ट्र के दंगे हों, गुजरात दंगे हों, कांग्रेस के ही टाइम पर हुए हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस के लीडर्स इन्वॉल्व रहे
जी।
तो सिद्धरमैया से पूछे कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि आसिम बकार कह रहे हैं कि क्यों ना आपको, आपके जैसे तमाम लीडर्स को और कांग्रेस को ही बैन कर दिया जाए।
Okay, I have to leave it at that. I do thank S. Prakash and Mr. Vakar for joining us. This issue, of course, the call to ban AIMIM is a little different than PFI. AIMIM is a political party, registered party. The call is with the Election Commission, really. It's not so much a political government's power to do so. But we leave it at that. This is becoming another flashpoint in Karnataka. Time for a very short break. More news and updates in just a bit.
After watching their homes and livelihoods razed to the ground, some respite for Jahangirpuri residents. India's top court has ruled that the status quo has to be maintained and no further demolition will take place for 2 weeks. Not just that, the two-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order. While CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
The Supreme Court order coming in the morning, and in spite of that discontinuing, it was selectively done. This means it's nothing to do with stopping illegal encroachment.
But what grabbed eyeballs is the petitioner's lawyer's argument that only a particular community was selectively targeted in this drive. This spurred a war of words between the BJP and the Grand Old Party, with both sides trading barbs of communalizing the demolition.
It is shocking but not surprising that the Congress party once again has pulled out the communal card, the card of vote bank appeasement politics, even on the platform of the Supreme Court. Tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना political tourism करिए आप लोग. हम कोई राजनीति कर नहीं है, जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर delegation बन.
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargone. And he said in Khargone, 88 Hindu homes and 26 Muslim homes were demolished in that particular action that was taken in the aftermath of the riots that happened there. So the question is, who is bringing a communal angle into this entire discourse? The Supreme Court today put a stay on any further demolition in Jahangirpuri. It also issued notices to the MCD as well as other parties. But that did not stop from one of the lawyers of one of the petitioners, Mr. Kapil Sibal, to bring in a Hindu-Muslim angle into this anti-encroachment drive. Mr. Sibal argued that the entire demolition drive was aimed at one community, the Muslim community, even though we've all seen the pictures of Gupta Juice Corner and Jha Pan Center, all of it being taken down in this anti-encroachment drive. Even the bench, when it heard Mr. Sibal, was surprised and pushed back by asking, were no Hindu homes or shops demolished in the anti-encroachment drive? Why bring in a community into this drive? Why communalize what is a law and order problem? Or was the entire purpose to try and silence the Muslim community? We'll try and answer all of those questions through the course of Brass Tacks. We're also counting down to a big speech by the Prime Minister within the course of the hour. He will be speaking on the 400th birth anniversary.
Welcome back. CNN News 18 is getting you exclusive pictures of the recoveries that have been made during the encounter in Jammu. These were the items that were recovered from the pockets of the terrorists who've been killed in the encounter, from AK-47s to ammunition to batteries. These are all the recoveries that have been made. My colleague Arunima is also joining us for more on this. Arunima, just give us a sense of how the administration, the security forces are looking at what has been transpiring over the last 2-3 days and the recoveries that they have made also.
Right. So out of the recoveries, there's one strip of medicine that has been found in the pocket of the terrorists who have been killed that has Urdu marking. So that is making police suspicious of the origin of the two terrorists. Obviously, the fingers are being pointed towards Pakistan. Other than that, the recoveries include made in Vietnam shoes, made in Poland shoes as well. There are cells which could have been used either to operate something that was battery operated, some communication device. And this spot where I'm standing, this is what remains of the encounter site. These shards of glasses and that Jammu police gypsy vehicle. This is in Sunjwan where the encounter took place. And after that encounter had happened, after the first gunshots were fired, that is when these two terrorists were zeroed in. And that is also interesting. How is it that the forces really got to the terrorists? This lane here, Chintan, if you can pan this side, this is the lane from where the fire came. That house there is the house from which the fire came for the first time. And then when the forces retaliated, it is believed that the terrorists went and hid in this house. The house here outside which you see a crowd, that is where the forces allegedly trapped the two terrorists. I'm just walking down to show you what remains of that house. There are live bullets which are still lying inside the premises of that house. The washroom, the toilet area, there is an old toilet outside the house. There was only a lady and two children aged 5 and 7 who were inside. That's the toilet. You see there outside that there are still live bullets lying there. Glasses have been shattered inside, and when the two terrorists were killed, one inside that bathroom, one outside, that is when from their pockets they recovered a that medicine strip. They also recovered suicide vest. They recovered grenade, AK series rifles, and the impact of the arms and ammunition was such that when the bomb disposal squad came to defuse whatever was left of the grenade and the suicide vest, the nearby houses also had their glass shattered. How is this being interpreted? That this was a highly, skilled group, perhaps foreign terrorists, because you found that medicine in their pocket with Urdu marking. So perhaps foreign terrorists who came here, they were packed and armed with sophisticated weapons. And this is the house once again. Chintan will just show you. This is the entry point. So they lobbed that grenade, fired at the Jammu police and the CISF, then ran and hid inside that house. And the police is now trying to get to the people who could have dropped these terrorists here. There's a nala on the other side which flows from the hillside. So what they are suspecting is that they could have taken that nala route to enter. Police investigation right now is focusing on those who could have helped these two terrorists, either harbored them or giving them logistical support. And they're seeing this as an attack ahead of Prime Minister's visit, an attempt to sabotage that.
All right, Arunma, getting us a ground report from there in Sunjwan. Thank you very much for joining us. That, of course, continues to remain one of the top stories that we are tracking here on CNN News 18 for the moment, shifting our focus to what is happening in Rajasthan. Amidst all the controversy surrounding the demolition drive in Jahangirpuri in Delhi, which was opposed by the opposition, especially the Congress party, take a look at what is happening in a Congress-ruled state. Another row breaking out, this time in Rajasthan, where the local administration in Alwar, allegedly led by Congress MLA, has razed down 3 temples. The temple caretakers have filed a written complaint and an FIR has now been registered against the Congress MLA, the SDM and one other person as well. Another demolition drive in Rajgarh has destroyed several houses, making many families there homeless. The BJP is launching an all-out attack against the Gehlot government, terming the demolition drive anti-Hindu. Meanwhile, the Congress is blaming the BJP chairperson of the Rajgarh Municipal Board for this demolition.
बीजेपी के बोर्ड ने ये सारा फैसला किया है तोड़ने का, गौर पर बढ़ाने का और मंदिर को तोड़ने के बाद उन लोगों ने किए कि अतिक्रमण जब मंदिर आया वो तोड़ा है तो उन्हें अतिक्रमण हटवाया है तो मंदिर उन्हें तोड़वाया है, हमारे क्या लेने उन्होंने। बीजेपी का राज है, बीजेपी का बोर्ड है, बीजेपी के बोर्ड को हमने फोन निवेदन किया जनता से, चुनाव है जब हमारी बात नहीं मानी, बीजेपी का बोर्ड फैसला करें जो फैसला हो गया प्रजातंत्र में।
आज राजस्थान में जिस प्रकार के दृश्य देखने को मिल रहे हैं वो अपने आप में बहुत चिंताजनक है, बहुत दुखद है। 300 से अधिक वर्ष पुराने एक शिव मंदिर के ऊपर जिस प्रकार से बुलडोजर चलाया गया है और जिस प्रकार से ड्रिलिंग मशीन के माध्यम से शिवलिंग के ऊपर प्रहार किया जा रहा है, ये हम सब के हृदय के ऊपर प्रहार है। जहांगीरपुरी में, दिल्ली में एक वैधानिक कार्य को जिस प्रकार से आपने कम्युनल रंग देने की कोशिश की, जिस प्रकार से आपने धर्म का अमली जामा पहनाने का प्रयास किया और जो आप आज राजस्थान में कर रहे हैं, ये दर्शाता है कि कहीं ना कहीं एक बदले के भाव के साथ वोट बैंक की पॉलिटिक्स को कांग्रेस पार्टी और खास करके गांधी परिवार आगे बढ़ा रहा है।
जिस प्रकार से अलवर में 300 साल पुराने हिंदू सनातन मंदिर को तोड़ दिया गया, भगवान शिवलिंग को क्रेशर से किस प्रकार से उसको मशीन से ड्रिल लगा करके निकाला गया, पूरे मंदिर को ध्वस्त कर दिया गया, ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मैं सरकार का निंदा करता हूं, मैं वहां की शासन और प्रशासन को निंदा करता हूं। साथ में ये कहना चाहता हूं, आखिर वो कहां गए जो छद्म धर्मनिरपेक्षता वाले नेता थे, कहां गए राहुल गांधी, कहां गए प्रियंका गांधी, जो बात बात में मुस्लिमों को तुष्टीकरण करते हैं, लेकिन इतने 300 साल पुराने मंदिर को तोड़ दिया गया और विपक्ष के नेता शांत है, मौन है।
Okay, so there is a bulldozer row that is now playing out in the state of Rajasthan as well. We've seen it in Madhya Pradesh to begin with. Then we saw it here in the national capital in Delhi, in Jahangirpuri, where 4 bulldozers came, raised illegal construction. There was a big hue and cry that was made by the opposition, especially the Congress party and the Aam Aadmi party as well. Now you have a demolition drive that is taking place in the state of Rajasthan, which is ruled by the Congress party, where 3 temples in Alwar have been razed. I'm going straight across to my colleague Bhavani Diora, who is joining us on the phone line. Bhavani, सबसे पहले तो ये बताइए कि ये डेमोलिशन ड्राइव जो अलवर में हुई है, जहां बताया जा रहा है कि 3 मंदिरों को तोड़ा गया है, तो इन 3 मंदिरों को क्यों तोड़ा गया, प्रशासन आपसे क्या कह रहा है?
देखिए, अभी राजस्थान के जो कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष हैं गोविंद सिंह डोटासरा, उनकी अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है। उन्होंने कहा कि ये अतिक्रमण हटाने का एक अभियान था और इसका जो प्रस्ताव है वो वहां पर राजगढ़ में बीजेपी का जो बोर्ड है उसने रखा था और उसके बाद में ये तोड़ा गया। वो अपनी तरफ से सफाई देने की कोशिश की कि बीजेपी बोर्ड का प्रस्ताव था और क्योंकि वहां पर रास्ते के अंदर अतिक्रमण थे वो तोड़ने के लिए और उसी में मंदिर तोड़ा गया। अब बीजेपी का ये कहना है कि जो अतिक्रमण हटाने का काम है वो क्योंकि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का काम है और ये राजस्थान सरकार के सीधे निर्देश पर कार्रवाई हुई है, इसको लेकर बीजेपी और कांग्रेस दोनों आमने सामने है। सवाल ये भी खड़ा हुआ कि किसने तोड़ा। इससे बड़ा सवाल ये है कि मंदिरों को किस तरीके से तोड़ा गया। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं कि बुलडोजर से जिस तरीके से जो ऊपर की गुंबद है वो ढाए गए, कटर से शिवलिंग को काटा गया। ऐसा बहुत कम होता। अतिक्रमण हटाने के अभियान के दौरान भी मंदिरों को अगर एक हटाने की प्रक्रिया होती है उसको इस तरीके से नहीं तोड़ा जाता। जब इनसे पूछा गया कि क्या सरकार उन अधिकारियों को नोटिस देगी, क्या कोई कार्रवाई होगी, अगर आप कहते हैं कि बीजेपी का बोर्ड जिम्मेदार है तो राजस्थान सरकार क्या करेगी? और क्या सरकार को पहले इन्फॉर्म नहीं किया था वहाँ नगर पालिका के जो अधिकारी है अतिक्रमण तोड़ने से पहले? क्या जिला कलेक्टर से परमिशन नहीं ली गई? तो उन्होंने कहा कि जिला कलेक्टर से एक तथ्यात्मक रिपोर्ट मांगी जाएगी कि ऐसा क्यों हुआ, लेकिन कार्रवाई को लेकर अभी चुप है गहलोत सरकार की, कोई एक्शन लिया जाएगा। बीजेपी दूसरी तरफ कह रही है कि पूरी जिम्मेदारी जो तोड़ने की है वो सरकार की है, सरकार इसके लिए जिम्मेदार है। जी
सर, अच्छा, तो मुझे जरा ये बात बताइए कि बीजेपी तो कहेगी कि सरकार जिम्मेदार है, क्योंकि सरकार किसकी है? सरकार तो इस समय कांग्रेस की है राजस्थान में। लेकिन जो आप मुझे बोल रहे हैं कि बीजेपी का बोर्ड था और बीजेपी के बोर्ड ने डिसाइड किया कि ये इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है, इंक्रोचमेंट है, इन मंदिरों को तोड़ा जाना चाहिए, तो उस बोर्ड से क्या आपकी बातचीत हो गई है? और ये बोर्ड कहाँ का है, अगर आप मुझे समझा सकें।
देखिए ये जो अलवर का जो राजगढ़ कस्बा है वहाँ वो नगर पालिका है। और जो लोकल बॉडीज होती है वहाँ लोकल बॉडीज में इलेक्टेड बोर्ड होते हैं। तो वहाँ पर जो कहा गया कांग्रेस की ओर से कि वहाँ पर जो उनका एक पार्षद है, सारे पार्षद हैं वो बीजेपी के चुने हुए, उन्हीं का चेयरमैन है बीजेपी का। और चेयरमैन की इनका ये क्लेम है कि बोर्ड की एक मीटिंग हुई थी, वो मीटिंग के अंदर ये प्रस्ताव रखा गया था कि अतिक्रमण हटाना। उसके बाद में उस प्रस्ताव के बाद में जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है उसने ये कार्रवाई की है। हमने बोर्ड से भी कोशिश की जानने की, लेकिन अभी बीजेपी की ओर से जो बोर्ड के अध्यक्ष हैं सत्यनारायण, वो अभी सामने नहीं आए। और अभी वहाँ के जो पार्षद थे, हमने ये भी कोशिश की कि उनसे पूछा जाए कि क्या आपने प्रस्ताव दिया था, नहीं दिया था, बोर्ड ने क्या फैसला लिया था, क्योंकि ये अभी क्लेम है कांग्रेस का, अभी ऑफिशियली उनकी तरफ से कुछ नहीं आया। तो उसका भी इंतजार किया जा रहा है। बीजेपी इस पूरे मुद्दे पर सफाई देगी। बीजेपी की ओर से एक शाम को 4 बजे प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस है जिसमें जो कांग्रेस एलिगेशन लगा रही है उस पर सफाई देगी कि बोर्ड कितना जिम्मेदार है और क्या बोर्ड ने देखिए श्रेया, इसमें 2 चीजें अलग अलग है। अतिक्रमण हटाना, हर शहर के अंदर अतिक्रमण हटाए जाते हैं, उसके लिए हो सकता है बोर्ड ने फैसला भी लिया होगा। लेकिन अतिक्रमण में मंदिर हटाएंगे जाएंगे, नहीं हटाए जाएंगे, क्या ये फैसला हुआ? खास बात ये है, अगर ऐसा फैसला अगर बीजेपी के बोर्ड ने किया तो जाहिर तौर पर बीजेपी की जिम्मेदारी लेनी होगी। अगर बीजेपी के बोर्ड ने फैसला नहीं किया और केवल अतिक्रमण हटाने की बात कही गई है और उसके बाद में बिना अगर विश्वास में लिए बोर्ड के लोगों को और तोड़ा गया, तो ये बड़ी जिम्मेदारी बनती है। दूसरी बात है, गहलोत सरकार की जिम्मेदारी इसलिए भी बनती है कि भले ही बोर्ड का प्रस्ताव हो, लेकिन क्योंकि जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है पूरा का पूरा वो सरकार के अंडर में आता है। और जब ऐसा कोई भी एक्शन में लिया जाता है तो काफी चीजें एहतियात के तौर पर ली जाती है, जिला कलेक्टर को इन्फॉर्मेशन दी जाती है, एसडीएम होते हैं वहाँ के लोकल, ये ऐसा नहीं है, पुलिस फोर्स लगती है, सब कुछ सरकार को देखना होता है। तो सरकार, गहलोत सरकार इस जिम्मेदारी से नहीं हट सकती कि एलिगेशन केवल बीजेपी पे लगा दें।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, तो दोनों साइड एक दूसरे पे उंगली पॉइंट आउट कर रही हैं, बट द फैक्ट इज दैट 3 temples have been destroyed and the way they have been destroyed, not making for a very pleasant sight. This is not the way you put a bulldozer onto any religious place. What Bhavani is telling us is that the dome, the structure that you are seeing on your screens right now, the dome of the temple, and it's a 300-year-old temple that has been destroyed. We are being told that the shivling that was there, it has been cut into 2 pieces to dislodge it from there. So is this the way that you are going to demolish a temple? Why demolish a temple in the first place? One that has stood here for a really long time, as long as 300 years ago. भवानी हमारे साथ जरा बने रहिए, क्योंकि जो वहाँ के पुजारी हैं, मंदिर के पुजारी हैं, वो अब बात कर रहे हैं। जरा सुने वो क्या कह रहे हैं।
और उस व्यवस्था के बाद ही कुछ कार्य करना चाहिए था, और ये कोई समय नहीं था ये कार्य करने का। अभी रुका जा सकता था। अभी कोरोना काल के बाद वैसे ही व्यापारी काम धंधों से त्रस्त है, तो इसलिए ये कोई समय नहीं था। इसके लिए हमने कलेक्टर को भी ज्ञापन दिया है और हम जो है कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ये जो इनको व्यापारियों को मुआवजा मिले और जो हमारे जो हिंदू धर्म स्थल हैं उनको जो है वापस प्रतिष्ठा मिले।
Let me go across to our guests who are joining us this afternoon. Lakshmikant Bharadwaj is a leader of the Rajasthan BJP. He is with us. And Sujata Paul is leader of the Congress party. Lakshmikant Bharadwaj जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपके पास आना चाहूँगी। कांग्रेस तो अपना पल्ला झाड़ रहा है, कह रहा है हमारे से तो कुछ लेना देना ही नहीं है इस डेमोलिशन का और इन बुलडोजरों का जो मंदिर तोड़ रही हैं अलवर में। ये तो बोर्ड बीजेपी का है, उन लोगों ने डिसाइड किया कि इंक्रोचमेंट हटाना है तो हमने भेज दिए बुलडोजर।
नहीं, देखिए दो बात बिल्कुल साफ है। एक तो पहली बात ये कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जहां कहीं भी बोर्ड है, राजस्थान में कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार है और सरकार किस तरीके से काम कर रही है कि वो वहां बैठकर कोई भी पार्षद और चेयरमैन फैसला नहीं लेते, वहां सरकार के नुमाइंदे जो अधिकारी लगे हुए हैं वो फैसले लेते हैं। दूसरी बात जो बड़ी बात है वो ये है कि वो जो लोकल कांग्रेस के एमएलए हैं जोरीलाल मीणा, उनका एक वीडियो बड़ी तेजी से वायरल हो रहा है और वो वीडियो है ये घटना होने के 3 दिन पहले का। वो ये कहते हैं कि
मुझे आप 2 मिनट देंगे? माफी चाहती हूँ, 2 मिनट दीजिए जरा, क्योंकि बीजेपी के जो एमपी हैं अलवर से योगी बालकनाथ, he is going to go to the temple, to that area where it has been bulldozed. He is joining us. योगी बालकनाथ जी, हम आपको देख पा रहे हैं, हमसे जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सबसे पहले तो आपकी प्रतिक्रिया, बुलडोजर बहुत चल रहे हैं पूरे देश में, अब राजस्थान में भी चल गए, लेकिन इस बार 3 मंदिरों पे चल गए।
मेरे से सवाल किया आपने?
जी योगी बालकनाथ जी, आपसे ही।
कि आप ये अलवर की घटना कल की घटित घटना है और आज पूरे देश के सामने है। इस प्रकार से कांग्रेस सरकार काम कर रही है राजस्थान में और लगातार अलवर से पहले सालासर में भगवान राम दरबार को इन्होंने इसी प्रकार से गिराया और अलवर के अंदर जिस प्रकार की घटना घटित हुई है, क्योंकि ये लोग ये दिखाना चाहते हैं एक संप्रदाय को, एक समाज विशेष को, कि हम आपके साथ में हैं और हम आपकी रक्षा सुरक्षा करेंगे और हम आपको अपने साथ रखकर और हम आपके लिए ही काम करेंगे। ऐसा कांग्रेस सरकार दिखाना चाहती, पुराने मंदिरों का जिस प्रकार से उनको ध्वस्त तोड़ा है और बहुत ही ऐसी घटना जिस प्रकार से उस घटना को अंजाम दिया गया, जिस प्रकार से मंदिरों को तोड़ा गया, वो हमें उस समय की याद दिलाता है जब देश में मुगलों का राज होता था और मुगल जिस प्रकार से हमारे धर्म स्थानों को तोड़ते थे, जिस प्रकार से हमारे धर्म स्थानों का अपमान करते थे, ठीक उसी प्रकार से ये कांग्रेस सरकार भी मुगलों के रास्ते पर चल चुकी है और अब ये मानती है कि मंदिरों को तोड़कर ही हम हिंदुस्तान पर राज कर सकते हैं।
बालकनाथ जी, आपसे एक चीज पूछना चाहूंगी फिर। हाँ जी, आपकी आवाज आ रही है? थोड़ा आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ।
अच्छा, थोड़ी
आ रही है।
आपकी आवाज थोड़ी कट के आ रही है, लेकिन आपसे कुछ सवाल पूछने जरूरी हैं। तो योगी बालकनाथ जी, मुझे ये बताइए कि आप अलवर के लोकसभा मेंबर हैं बीजेपी से, जब ये पूरी किस्सा चल रहा है और हम देख रहे हैं ये बुलडोजर को अपने स्क्रीन पे जहां मंदिर तोड़े जा रहे हैं, तो कांग्रेस तो कह रही है कि ये जो बोर्ड है अलवर का, ये तो बीजेपी रूल्ड बोर्ड है और ये बीजेपी रूल्ड बोर्ड ने राजगीर के बोला कि ये जो है अतिक्रमण है, इलीगल इंक्रोचमेंट है, इसको हटाओ, तो हमने अपने बुलडोजर भेज दिए। तो गलती हमारी कहाँ है? ये तो बीजेपी वालों से सवाल पूछिए।
बुलडोजर चलाने वाले कौन है? कांग्रेस के लोग हैं। वहां पर बीजेपी का बोर्ड है तो बीजेपी की बोर्ड की वहां पर कर ले और वहाँ के जो हमारे बोर्ड के चेयरमैन साहब, आप उनके भी बयान ले लें किस प्रकार से उनके साथ व्यवहार किया जाता है। उनको कोई भी कामकाज नहीं करने दिया जाता जनता के हित में। उनके अधिकारी जो सरकार के अधिकारी हैं, वो अधिकारी उनके ऊपर बैठे हैं तलवार लेकर और अधिकारी अपने मनमर्जी के अनुसार काम करते हैं। और ये तो अगर ऐसी बात है तो ये तो आज से 4 साल पहले का ये गौरव पत्र पास हुआ है, आज तक क्यों नहीं बना? क्योंकि उसमें यही कुछ ना कुछ बाधाएं थी, लोगों की समस्याएं थी। लेकिन ये कौन सा तरीका होगा कि आप मंदिर पे बुलडोजर चला देंगे, मूर्तियों को खंडित कर देंगे, या कोई वहां पर कोई व्यक्ति भी खड़ा होता जिसका घर था, जिसका मकान था, क्या आप उसके ऊपर भी बुलडोजर चढ़ा देंगे? उसको भी कुचल देंगे बुलडोजर से? ऐसा थोड़ी होता है। आप कोई चीज को हटाने भी हैं तो उसका एक प्रावधान तरीका है, एक मर्यादा के अनुसार उस पे काम करते, हम जैसे लोगों से बातचीत करते, हम जैसे लोग उनका सहयोग करते। अगर कहीं कोई मंदिर स्थान ऐसा कहीं ऐसी जगह पर आता भी होता है तो उसको विधि विधान से उसको स्थापित किया जाता। लेकिन ये क्या तरीका है कि उसको आप बुलडोजर चढ़ा के उसको आप कटर से काट कर मूर्तियों को बाहर नाली के अंदर डाल दें? ये कौन सा तरीका है? ये तो ये दर्शाता है कि जिस प्रकार मानसिक इस कांग्रेस की मानसिकता को दर्शाता है कि ये लोग बिल्कुल भी पसंद नहीं करते, क्योंकि इनका तो ये प्रमाणित है जिस प्रकार से इन्होंने पिछले कुछ समय से अपने फतवे जारी किए कांग्रेस ने, उन फतवों से प्रमाणित है कि किस प्रकार से एक समाज को विद्युत आपूर्ति सुचारू रखना चाहते, एक समाज के लिए इफ्तार पार्टियां करना चाहते हैं। आज कल ही इन्होंने आदेश जारी किए कि जिला कलेक्टर संभाग पर कि सभी कलेक्टरों को आदेश दिया गया कि सभी मुस्लिम लोगों को बुलाकर उनको इफ्तार की पार्टी दी जाए। इन्होंने आदेश फरमान किया है कि धार्मिक यात्राएं ना निकाली जाए। इन्होंने आदेश पर प्रमाण किया कि कोई भी अपने घर पे भगवा ध्वज नहीं लहराएगा। तो ये तो इनकी मानसिकता को, इनके आदेश ही दर्शाते हैं, इनके प्रमाणित करते हैं इनकी सोच को और इनके कार्यकलामों को। इसमें कहाँ किसी को कोई संदेह होना चाहिए कि आज के समय पर जो कांग्रेस की पार्टी है वो क्या सनातन धर्म के लिए, हिंदू के लोगों के लिए विचार रखती है।
लेकिन गहलोत जी बोलेंगे मैं भी तो हिंदू हूँ, और राहुल गांधी बोलेंगे मैं भी तो हिंदू हूँ, और प्रियंका गांधी बोलेंगी मैं भी तो हिंदू हूँ।
इनका हिंदू मर चुका है, इनका हिंदू मर चुका है। राहुल गांधी कौन कह रहा है हिंदू है? कौन कहता है राहुल गांधी हिंदू है?
वो तो जाते हैं मंदिर।
राहुल गांधी का तो कोई डीएनए किसी प्रकार का है नहीं, ना तो वो हिंदू, ना मुस्लिम, ना किसी धर्म का नहीं है। वो तो अधर्मी आदमी को, कोई धर्म से उसका ताल्लुक है ही नहीं। और ये लोग उनको खुश करने के लिए ऐसे कार्य करते हैं। आखिर में इनका भी जमीर होना चाहिए, इनकी भी आत्मा होनी चाहिए। अपनी आत्मा को से सवाल पूछे कि ये क्या कर रहे हैं लोग। अगर करना है तो उसको पूरी मर्यादित तरीके से करें, उसको एक सभ्य तरीके से करें, ताकि समाज को ठेस न पहुंचे, किसी भी वर्ग को ठेस न पहुंचे। मैं ये नहीं कहता कि कोई भी वर्ग का, किसी भी वर्ग का कोई भी स्थान है जहां उनकी पूजा पाठ होती है तो उसको पूरे सम्मान पूर्वक उसको स्थापित करना चाहिए। ऐसे नहीं होता कि आप उस पे बुलडोजर चढ़ा के कटर से उसको काट दिया जाए।
तो आप, मुझे बताया जा रहा है कि आप उस एरिया पे जा रहे हैं जहाँ 3 मंदिरों को ढाया गया है, तो आप लोग अब क्या करने की, मतलब क्या वहां जाके होगा क्या? मैं सवाल इसलिए पूछ रही हूँ क्योंकि मंदिर तो ढह गए हैं।
देखो बात ये है, इस कांग्रेस, बिल्कुल आपकी बात सत्य है। ये चीज हो चुकी है, अब जो हो चुका है उसको तो कोई भी स्थापित उस तर्ज पर तो हो नहीं सकता। मूर्तियां तो खंडित हो चुकी है, उनको तोड़ दिया गया, वो तो दोबारा जुड़ेंगी नहीं। लेकिन हम तो यही जनता को आज जनता देख रही है, पूरा देश देख रहा है, और न्याय की जहां मांग उम्मीद करते हैं तो इस कांग्रेस सरकार से कोई उम्मीद नहीं है न्याय की। ये किसी भी स्वरूप में इस जो जिन्होंने किया है इस कर्तव्य का कोई भी न्याय देने के इच्छुक नहीं है। लेकिन जनता न्याय करेगी, और भारत की जनता न्याय कर भी रही है, और आने वाले चुनाव में इनको 100% राजस्थान से उखाड़कर बाहर फेंकेगी।
चलिए, योगी बालकनाथ MP, Lok Sabha MP from Alwar, he's from the BJP, joining us on his way to the area where 3 temples have been bulldozed. Yogi Balaknath ji, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you very much. Sujata Paul, you continue to be with us. लक्ष्मीकांत भारद्वाज जी, आपके पास आऊंगी, लेकिन क्योंकि आप योगी बालकनाथ ने काफ़ी बातें बीजेपी का जो पक्ष है वो हमारे सामने रख दिया है, तो एक जवाब मैं सुजाता पॉल से भी लूंगी. सुजाता पॉल, essentially what Yogi Balaknath and the BJP is saying, hey, don't blame us, this is your government, these are your bulldozers, you essentially are walking the path of the Mughals who destroyed every temple that came in their way. You'll have to unmute yourself, Sujata ji.
Stop it.
Yeah. No, I can't hear you now. Unmute yourself, please.
Yes?
Yeah, fine, absolutely.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that because elections are around the corner, this is why we are hearing all these things from the BJP. And you heard the Pujari. The Pujari said, ये समय नहीं है. This means that आप बाद में कर सकते थे, अभी करने का कोई मतलब नहीं था. On the other hand, if you look at what Balaknath was saying, Balaknath ji was saying that चुनाव में सबक सिखाएंगे, कांग्रेस का तो कोई DNA नहीं होता, तो सनातन धर्म का ठेका ले रखा है इन्होंने, और एक धर्म को टारगेट करने का भी ठेका ले रखा है योगी बालकनाथ ने. So the point is that if encroachments are being removed, it is after talking to the people over there. The board has agreed, and only then has these temples have been demolished. And as far as encroachments are concerned, I'll take you back to 2008 or 9th November. In Gujarat, 80 temples were razed to the ground in the BJP government of Gujarat. So what does this show? This shows that the Bharatiya Janata Party, when it is removing encroachments and conducting anti-encroachment drives, they have a different measure, and for the Congress government, they have a different measure. But the point is, why did they raise a temple to the ground in Mysuru in Karnataka in September 2021 when VHP stood up against them? And then the government had to constitute, a committee to look into this matter. So this